In the previous episode, we finally built our first farm on the upper level, which is this coarse dirt farm that turns coarse dirt into normal dirt, which is the one thing that we're going to need quite a lot of to start building some farms on this level. But in today's episode, we're not going to be decorating this farm over here, but instead I want to do something fun and decorative for the city in this position right over here by ripping out a whole lot of blackstone and stuff in this area so we can build the very next billboard. And I think it should be functional. A functioning billboard. But before we can build this billboard, we need to do a whole lot of preparation of this area, resource gathering, and making sure we have everything for the schematic. Because once we've cleared up this area and once we've finished using the schematic cannon, we're still going to have to go in manually to create the insides of this billboard that we're going to build. So, like mentioned, we need to gather quite a lot of resources to make that billboard work, and the first thing I want to gather is something that's not really close by. You see, we need glowstone, and we're going to need, I won't say a lot, but I want to get quite a ton so we have some in reserve. Now, there are only two places that I can spot with glowstone. We've got this little area over here, and these are glowstone patches, as you can see in the bottom of the map if we hover over them, and it doesn't look like much. There's a big one over there, but I think we should try this one over here. If we zoom in down here, you can see there's one over there and two over here. And the reason why I rather want to go for this one is I'm hoping there's quite a big glowstone biome in this area. So I'm going to fly off over there. We're going to harvest a bunch of glowstone, and then we'll head on back and start gathering the rest of the items. With that little trip, we got everything we needed. So a bunch of glowstone blocks and, well, even some glowstone dust. And now we can take some time to gather all the other materials we're going to require. And those resources, well, I've got a little checklist, and it's cauldrons, pistons, redstone comparators, redstone dust, some redstone lamps, repeaters, smooth stone, more smooth stone slabs, and sticky pistons. So I'm not going to bore you guys by crafting all of those things. I'm just going to get them all ready, pop them in this bag right over here, and then I'll be right back. So the area's been cleared, and it's quite a big space. I'm pretty excited about this, but I'm also pretty terrified of this build. I've practiced building it in a creative world where I do all my contraptions, making sure they will work in this world, and I managed to bugger it up once or twice, but we'll just have to wait and see. For now, let me tell you what I want to do. I want to do a sign. I want to do a sign that functions, and it's going to be the population sign. I don't know if that's going to be the name, but it does what it says it does. Population. It counts the population of the total denarii who live on this rock. Yes, it's actually just a fancy little way to bring you guys, the subscribers, into the world. So we'll actually have a live clock right here. Well, not a live clock. We'll actually have a counting clock that counts all the subscribers, aka the population of the city in this world, and we'll come in here daily and update it and see how the population grows. So that's it. I'm gonna build what's known as a 7-segment display counting system. What a mouthful. I did not know it was called a 7-segment display, and for quite a while I was typing something like this: fancy display counting things in Minecraft redstone contraption easy build tutorial Java 21.11 whatever. It took me so long to find the appropriate name and tutorial, but we found it. So I think for the big bulk of it, the big bulky part that is the display and all the back of the house kind of bits, we're going to do a little build montage, and it's going to go really quick. And once that's done, we will have to install the, I almost want to call it the gutty bits, ourselves manually. And for that, we're going to need a whole lot of cauldrons and a whole lot of water bottles. So yeah, sit back, relax, and enjoy as we roll a little build montage. And now it's done. Well, at least the display part, and we need to do all the gutty bits now. But let's quickly hop onto free cam and just see what it looks like from afar. Yeah, I like that. So this is not final. We will add some structure around it, maybe add some heavy supports on this side, a few pipes, maybe some coppery bits and stuff like that. But this is the general idea. This is the screen that you'll see from the outside, and it will count up all the way to, I think, what's that? Is that a mil? 1 million. Currently, I'm just excited to get it going so it can count up to our first big goal, which is 10k. But before we can do that, we need to do a whole lot of things down here in the belly of the beast. And I'm gonna bring you guys along to do this section and one of these, and then I'm just gonna do the rest of them off camera. But I also want to show you that over here I did add the input system. So what's gonna happen is we're gonna have items fall on this belt, it'll move into this system will then pick up the item, it will detect one and lock the hoppers, so you'll always get one going through, and will send a pulse into the system, which then in turn will slowly start to count and display the number on the screen. Once it reaches 9, it will trigger another pulse, sending it into the system, which works exactly the same, but this one will only trigger once every 9 units. And the same with this one will trigger once every 99 units, and so it will continue on. So because this is going to be a very explainy bit, we're going to change over to no shaders, just like this, and then we're going to start to build this and fill it up with cauldrons, blocks, and water. A lot of water. So the very first cauldron we're going to work on is the one up here, and all of these will have exactly the same amount of water, and that will be 3. So we'll just chuck 3 water bottles in this one, and now this part of the system is complete. So now we can head on down over here. And this system is way more difficult. I do not know how it works, I just know it works, and I will link the tutorial that I followed down in the comments. It's more a building tutorial with music, but it was the one that helped me the most, and it is a tutorial by Mine Things. So go check it out. If Mine Things, if you ever see this video, I appreciate it. You saved me so much time and effort. But how this works is we will build it in 3 sections. The first section in line with the first piston, then the second section, then the third. So what we're going to do is we're going to place down our cauldrons, and I'm going to start by doing 1, 2, 3 over there, and all 3 of those contain 3 bottles of water. So it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And if you want to check to make sure they've got the right amounts, you can just push F3, and then here in the bottom right, it will say right under target block, it will say Minecraft water cauldron, boiling falls, level 3. So that's how you know you've got the right ones. Now we can move on to the next one. So the next 2 cauldrons in this section will be one over here and one over here, and then these will be 2 in the center one, 3 in this one. And now we can move on to the next level. So the next one will be 1 over there, 1 over here, and they will be 1 and 2. So that's 1 and that's 2. Then the next one will be right over here and 1 over here, which will then be 1 and 3 again. 1, 2, 3. And then the next one will be right over here, and that will also be 3. And then this block over here will just be a solid block. And that's the first module done. So if we go into FreeCam now and we just check, we'll see we've already lit up 1, 2, 3, 2 or 3 segments. I don't know. I don't know. I just know it's lit up. Now we can continue to the next part. So for the next segment, I'm not going to go through all the water levels again. It's just the same thing, but the configuration and layout changes. So for example, we'll have a cauldron over there, cauldron over here. We'll then have a block and a block over here. And then we'll do 3 cauldrons across the center, a cauldron over here, a cauldron over there, and another solid block over there. So the cauldron layout just changes a bit, and the amount of water in each of these. So I will add the water now in all of them, and then we can continue to do the third layout. Now the third section goes in this little area over here, and because it's so cramped, we have to build it and fill it individually. So first part will be a cauldron of 2 and then a block, and the next layer will be what is marked as a 0, but that is just a glass block over there. Then we'll have 2 cauldrons in this position. Then over here we have ourselves a block and another 0. And now what I'm going to do is I'm first going to do the bottom. So over here we've got another 0, and we've got a cauldron over here with 2 water bottles in it. And in this position we're going to have another block, and we're going to have another cauldron on this side, and this cauldron will only have 1 in it. Okay. No stress. I'm sweating bullets over here because if I do this wrong, I'm gonna have to rip it all out and start again. So we've got 1 segment done, which means we only have 6 more to go. But before we do the rest, let's just jump into FreeCam and just make sure we've got everything lit up. Perfect. The center one's not supposed to be lit up because that symbolizes 0 at the moment. So if we do this, and let's just switch to shaders, that's gonna look so epic when it's all lit up. So we currently have 0 people living in the city. So I'm just going to bite the bullet. I'm going to put in all of these. I don't know if I'm going to do a little build montage or if I'm just going to do them and bring you guys back once I'm done. And it's done. It's complete and it looks amazing. It only needs the actual right amount on it, but we'll get to that in a few. For now, I just want to mention I opted to not do a time lapse because my hands are sweaty from all the stress of getting everything right, and sadly we won't know until we get this contraption going. So I think what I need to do is just do some final tweaks behind the scenes of what goes where, the input and stuff like that, and the output, and then we can slowly start getting this thing counting. Well, I've done it. I might have gone a little bit overboard, but not too much, and I did some decorating. So if we just hop on down here, I added little details like copper piping coming out of the structure. I encased the whole thing in this cut tough block. I added details like this on the side, and if we run over here, we've got some barrels on top of the roof with the truck might have to move, but for now it's fine there. We've got little details like this. We've got an emergency staircase down here, which I need to be very careful because I have fallen off, but just all this detail, and this runs into the side of the building, which in turn it's just one plain color. We will texturize that once we get there. Also, this room needs to be designed, and I need to think about this room because in the end, this is going to be the vaults for every single one of the citizens. So as soon as a Denari joins, they will receive a token or an item, and that item will come into the system. It'll add to the clock, and then it will get stored in this area, and we'll have these little spruce drawers. So we'll have 2048 per drawer. So I don't know if this is going to be very long. I hope it goes on till the other side of the mountain, but for now this is just going to be it. And as of now, we're going to start the system but run with some normal items. So we're just going to put any plain old item into the system to get the clock counting, but the idea is in the end to make it something special. But if we then hop on here, I'm going to just add some chutes up here, and then we'll do just a temporary little barrel or drawer over there where we will input the items. And I am doing that because, oh, let's just show this down here. I also added this little thing. I do like that. I don't know what it is, but I do like it. And I know it's not a lot of decorating that's happening, but the reason for that being is because I want to incorporate it into some of the farms on the upper level and have things built on top of it and with it and against it and everything. So I don't want to over decorate it too much. Also, I am thinking of adding maybe 1 or 2 of the stacks over here, say maybe 1 or 2 or 3 housing units in this area, just to bring in that whole feeling of being lived in all over. And I think if I do it, I might go for Prismarine 1 again. So I'm pretty excited about maybe adding 1 or 2 stacks. But I think what we need to do now is get the items ready and just see if it works if we add a few items to the system. Okay, so I wish I could actually show you guys how bad my hands are shaking, because I've never built a redstone contraption like this that I was so terrified of breaking. And not only that, it's going to count the population of the Denari, not only that live in the city, but that form part of this channel. This is just something small on my little way to celebrating 10,000 subscribers. We're currently standing on 9,907 subs, and if I'm honest, that's almost 9,907 more than I thought I would ever get from doing this. So I'm pretty excited. So over here in this backpack, we've got a bunch of lapis. Like I mentioned, it's just a temporary little block. We will make up the 9,907 with the right item as soon as I decide what. We might do a little vote over on the Discord, so go check out the Discord description in the link in the description. But you can see if we crouch, we've got 9,900 lapis in this gold backpack, and we've got 7 in our hand. And the reason why that is, I want to chuck 7 lapis right over here, and let me get it over. I'm going to chuck it. We're going to go into free cam, and we're going to see if this thing counts. So 7, and it's going to take a while because the belt's very slow. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. From under the platform, we've got our first 7 citizens on the counter. So I think it's time for us to put the backpack on this little thing at the back and see if we can count up to the 9,907. Let's go. It's working, and I'm pretty chuffed with how this came out. It's just so wow to see this thing actually moving in the city. And I know once it reaches the 9,907 goal, it's going to stand still, but we will be able to update it daily, and it will bring a change to the world every day. So I would love to stick around and wait for it to reach that number, but I still need to edit and render this video to get it out on time, which by the way, I think it's going to be a little bit late. Yes. But anyway, remember, if you want to become part of the civilization, part of the Denari society, and become a number on the population counter, then do smash that subscribe button, as it really helps me out a whole ton. And well, it's fun to have you guys here and to add you to this amazing counter. And also remember, check out the memberships, and if you want any of the blueprints and schematics like this one behind us, they will be available to the members of the YouTube channel. But till next time, take care and let me know what you think. Bye bye. In the previous episode, we placed a whole bunch of redstone bits, cauldrons, and water bottles, which made up the insides of this counter right behind me, which we use to count the city's population, aka you guys, the subscribers. And in this week's episode, we finally put a structure over this dirt factory, making it an actual complete dirt factory. But we will also take a look at some footage of new citizens actually constructing their houses in the city. And after all of that's done, we might even add 1 or 2 additional contraptions within the dirt warehouse. Yeah, I never thought adding a population counter would have such a dramatic effect on the city. You see, no time was wasted. Shortly after we added the counter, the population started to increase, and with the increase in population, there was a housing boom. And I would like to show you guys just exactly how efficient these new citizens are. So just take a little look at this footage of them building their new houses. And aren't these new citizens just efficient? I mean, look at the new area. So we added some more shadow stacks to this thing, and they're not really part of the overall shadow stacks there that we have in that area. So these might just be some, well, I guess stacks. And some of these buildings you can access, you can go into them, there's nothing really happening in them. They're more just here for aesthetic purposes, well, at the moment. And I think they look quite neat. So if we jump into free cam, let's just have a look. Yeah, I like it. It just feels like it rounds off this whole area a lot better, instead of just having this little counter float over, well, I want to say nothing. I think it looks really, really cool. And to all of you, thank you so much for being part of this little in-game activity where we can add you as the subscribers, as citizens, to the city. So be sure to smash that subscribe button if you haven't done so yet, so you can become part of the city population. So now that we have the new stacks in that area and we've got all of that looking a little bit better, the next structure I want to tackle is this one over here. It's time for us to finally build a factory over this whole dirt farm. And I've had a request in the past where people ask me, how do I go about building and designing these structures? So to do that, we need to head on over to one of the other worlds. And that world is this one over here. Okay, I know it looks a lot like the one we were in, but it's not. You see, between every episode, I make a backup of my world. I then make a copy of it, and then one of them becomes the new creative world. Sometimes I don't always make a new creative world, but most of the time. So this one, in fact, is exact replica of the world, or in its current state, as a creative world, which allows me to immediately start designing the next building with all the other components in place already. And to show you guys a little example, here's the new stacks. So what I did is I would design it in this little area, build it in creative, see what it looks like. Then I'll copy it out and bring it into the void somewhere where I can then go ahead and clean up the schematic to only make it so that it takes the blocks we require to build the schematic, and not unnecessary basalt and stuff like that. And to give you guys another example, we can head on over to a previous creative world, and this is my creative world from the 21st of March. So you guys can see it also, again, almost looks exactly the same, but there's a bunch of stuff that's not here. For example, we don't have the counter, we don't have the stacks down there. We've got a structure in this area that was me fooling around with having an entrance to the power station, which is also, like you guys can see, nothing's happening in here. And this is before I opted to do the dirt farm in this area, but also all the other things. So what I would do is I would generally mark out where I would like the shadow stacks, for example, and then I build the different blocks or the different containers, and then from that I pull them into like quite a few different varieties. So here's another one we did where there's actually a blue container as well, which if I look at it now, I do like that. But there's a granite one, and I play around with colors and textures quite often and just the way it looks. And when we have a final one, I'll pull it to the side again, so we never work on the previous one. It's almost like a save as copy this, that I'll then edit and detail and all of those things. And a lot of the time this does not even match what we build in the city for the survival world. So I do have a bunch of iterations, and like you guys can see here, we've got the dirt farm where I just planned a bunch of stuff, and we've got the contraption in here, and again, it's not the same, it's flipped around. We've got the dirt placement on this side, plows always in the middle, but the drill's on this side. So I have a bunch of these creative worlds with quite a few different things in. Like this is one of my favorite things I've built so far, and it has no purpose yet. I was just sitting and I wanted to do something different, and this is what I came up with. So this might make its way into the city as what, I'm not sure yet, but let's head back to the newer creative world that I just showed you. Okay, so we're back here in the current creative world, and I'm going to show you guys how I plan my buildings and stuff like this. So this one works a bit different. Sometimes I've got an empty building and I just fill it with a contraption, but because I wanted this contraption to be unique, I built the contraption first and then I go in and plan the building. So what I'll generally do is I will first mark out the buildings and the structures, and when I did this like netherrack, I kind of went and did what I already knew I wanted to do, and that was to create separate buildings. So I think initially I said I wanted this to be a certain height like that, and I would then go ahead and mark out exactly where the structure will be, where this part will be, and where this will be in different colored wool. So once I'm done mocking out with wool, this is basically what I'm left with. I'm left with a general idea of what I want the building to be shaped like. I've got different builds marked in different colors. I choose a color wool for windows and for floors. Green's usually greenery, and then this I thought maybe we could do 2 windmills. I'm not really sure yet. They will be there only for aesthetics and not really have a function, but it's still okay. It's moving bits. So this is then the general idea. So what I do then is I would generally take this, make a copy and place it somewhere in the void, and I use world edit. So just like that, we're gonna place it over into the void, and then we'll have something like this. So if you're not playing in a void world, you can place it somewhere on the ground or in the sky or whatever works best for you. For me, it's placing them in the void because then I've got a cleaner canvas to work from. So at this point, all depending on your knowledge of your build or your contraption, you could either delete everything inside, like just rip it out and then you can build around it, or if you're not sure where the parts go, leave the contraption in for now. You can always delete it later. I'm gonna keep it for now because I'm just scared I start to build something here and I break the entire contraption. But once you've got this, now you can start working and playing around with your block palette and trying to find something that works for you, which is basically something as simple as this. So I just went ahead and blocked out the different areas in the bricks I think I'm going to use. And again, this is not final. I might rip it out, change it completely. I might change my mind about where I have windows or what the floor looks like or any of those things. But now you have a working structure with everything inside of it. I used, in this case, basalt for where I think I want to place girders and support structures like that. And now I've got this, I can start looking at detailing and everything like that. I sometimes do texturing before I do detailing, but sometimes I feel like detailing first, then I do detailing, because for me, texturing is not my favorite. I love how it looks when it's done, but it's not really something I love. So let's hop on over to that build, which is one where I added some more detail and changed a bunch of things. And this is a prime example. So right over here, I've got dusk bricks, where over there I had them as the normal limestone bricks. And I just like the idea of having the dusk bricks and then still having the limestone as this wraparound little edge. But over here you can see I added some windows, I added some details, some trims and stuff like that, and now we've got a lot more of a detailed build. We've got little structures like this, which is also detail, and It's just these little things that bring it all to life. And again, this is an example of where I had 2 windmills, and now I've got this one which doesn't really look like a windmill, and I don't think it's going to be a windmill. It's more like a sonar or radar or something like that. But that's the idea. And then you can chip away at the existing build, add some bricks, add some stairs, and all those different things. And it's starting to look a lot more like a build, which is the really fun part. But now the last part is the super detailing, the texturing, and all of those things. And instead of showing you guys the next step right over here, I think we should head on over to the survival world. And when you're in the survival world, well, you'll typically take your blueprint that you made in your creative world, you'll place it in the right area, you get yourself a clipboard, and you see all the materials we need. So we needed 13 pages of resources. I've already went ahead and gathered everything because it took way longer than a video would allow. And now we can actually just plonk everything into a schematic cannon and get this ready. So why don't you guys sit back, relax as we roll a little build montage. And here we have it, the brand new dirt factory. And I'm gonna just say it again, I love it. I love it, and it might be another favorite. Just the detailing, the pipes and everything. But if we hop on into FreeCam real fast, we can just have a little look at this building, and I really do like the shape and everything. It still needs something in this spot that ties all of this power and this building together, maybe some big pipes or something. But apart from that, I do like the shape of the little pot up here and the way it looks. And in this thing, this solar satellite panel thing, I love this, and it's got something to it that I'll show in a minute. But over here we have this rooftop that will have its little own garden, and that is that little pod's personal garden. And we might add a secondary ladder at the back here as soon as we start populating this whole area with buildings. But if we hop on in to normal cam and we just run up the stairs, we can see the two different areas. On this side we have the area where we placed it, and I did fill it up, and I moved the switches in here. These are the switches that are down there currently, so if these work we can remove those. And then over here we've got the plow system, and on this side we've got the gathering system. The storage for this is still on the outside. We will move it in as soon as we figured out everything else. But let's first push this button to see if we trigger. Okay, so we do trigger placement. Oh, and then I love that little detail, the little banners. That's actually to be like little flaps like you get on conveyor belts and stuff. So I like that little detail. But over here it will stop. It should plow. It plows. And then it should move on to the last stage, which is the harvesting. And if that works, then it means we did not break anything in the construction of this factory, which I'm relieved about. But let's see. Drilling. And done. Okay, so another thing I added is this little staircase on the side over here so we can see everything from the top. It needs to... Ooh, those trapdoors are going to flap the whole time. Oh, okay, we might remove those. But right over here, we've got this little walkway at the back, which is kind of like a service walkway. And it goes back down on this side. It's going to continue its process. And if we head on up here, we enter this little pod. Now, in this pod, I want to add a little... mechanical crafter that will craft us some coarse dirt, ensuring that the system is full all the time. So that's going to go into this area, and we can just pull power up from behind that wall, because the power, I do believe, runs right behind that. And then if we head on over here, we'll come back to that just now. I'm so excited. We have this little area, which is the greenhouse, and the first thing I want to do is I just want to right click this. Will it connect? I think we need to glue it first. So let's grab our super glue, and we're just going to glue all of... We need to glue all of this together. Will I be able to? There we go. Are we reaching the very top? I don't know. We'll see just now. And then this will just go over that way. Did we get the very, very tippy top? We did not. Okay, let me quickly do that. Okay, so now if we right click it, it should turn. It will turn really slow, and I don't mind it because the radars usually turn a lot slower, and it's just another moving object. So it does produce power, not a lot, but I honestly don't mind. So that's quite a nice little addition to this area. The next one is this one over here. So this one over here, I'm pretty excited about. So first of all, we need to head on up here. I do have a little service ladder. And if we head on over here, we need to make sure that we open these two flaps. And do I have more ladders? I have one more. One more should be more than enough. If we do that, we need to ensure that this is set to only place when anchor is destroyed. Only place when anchor is destroyed. And we can close that down. So now that that's done, we can head on down the ladder into this area, and this is the cool part. So if we were to spin this, that will actually move. So I'm going to see if I can do it in replay mode. So while I talk, we will spin over there. So if I spin this, does this turn? It does. Now we just need to get it to the perfect position. Like that. I think that's perfect. Let's quickly head on over here just to see. Yeah, look at that. That looks super. Oh man, I love it. And if we wanted to, we could even have it rotate this way, so it actually faces at a diagonal. But this is a cool start. This is really, really awesome. Oh man, I love it. I love it so much. So that is everything in this area, and we do need to add a bunch of contraptions to this building still, like the one that creates the coarse dirt. I also want to add one that creates grass blocks, not glass blocks, grass blocks. But for now, I'm not going to have time to do those, and just like that, we also don't have time to add the storage. So I really love this building, and let me know down in the comments, do you like it, and what do you think of the satellite, and what is your favorite part of this building? Yeah, let me know down in the comments. Of me, I love it. I love it so much. So even though we finished the dirt factory, there is one more thing that I would like to do, and that is to update the population counter. It is time for us to update it, and I would not really update it normally, but it's a special update. You see, we gained 54 new citizens. That's 54 new subscribers over on the channel, which, believe it or not, it pushes us over our goal, which I'm so totally grateful for. I appreciate it so much. So with that said, let's update the population counter. There we have it. 10,000 subscribers. And not only that, I actually think we're standing on 10,024. I would like to say thank you to every single one of you again. I appreciate it so much, and like mentioned in the previous episode, 10,000 was never a goal I ever envisioned for myself, but here we are, and I'm super excited about the next goal. So I want you guys to tell me as well down in the comments. I'll also do a community poll. What should we make our next goal for subscribers and citizens? 15,000, 25,000, or only 50,000? I do believe the next big one is 100,000, but for me, the smaller milestones, they really keep me motivated. So let me know down in the comments. And again, thank you so much. Oh, and we will plan some form of event maybe over the weekend. I just need to get through this week first. All the way from over here by this pod, I would like to say thank you so much again. I really appreciate it. And if you did like this video, then do remember to like and subscribe if you have not done so yet. And down in the comments, give me an update on what you guys think the next goal should be and your favorite part of today's build. Take care. Bye for now. Till next time. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we finally covered the dirt farm with this building right over here before plonking some movie bits and some spacey bits all over it. And in this week's episode, we're going to address the big spruce tree in the room by removing these trees, clearing up some mountain space, and building a proper tree farm. So before we can get into any of it, we need to tackle these really big trees and just get them out of the way, because we need to build a structure in this area. And luckily for us, we do have vein miners, so this shouldn't take too long. Just with a few precise hits, we might be able to take most of this down. Oh, I'm so scared I fall all the way down. So yeah, no, this is going to take no time at all. So I'm going to get all of this ripped out, and then we can look at what we're going to do in this little area. And now that the trees are gone, we've got a better idea what we have to work with. And I did sketch out something in creative, and basically what we're going to do is we're going to rip out this part of the building or of the mountain, I think all the way over here, and we're going to add a really big build over here with a nice little rooftop and a little garden on top. And then the idea is to go into this mountain, because if we go into free cam, we can actually see that this mountain is quite deep, but not only that, it's also pretty wide. So what I want to do is I want to add some of the tree farms inside the mountain. But the reason for the farms inside of the mountain is we've got a lot of tree farms, and usually tree farms tend to be really big and create, so I don't really want them to take up all the space, because we need to fit a lot of different buildings and farms onto this level. So I'd rather do something in the mountain, but before we can build anything over here and do any farms inside the mountain, we had to clear up this little space. So this is where the building is going to go, and I'm going to pop a little picture onto the screen now, and this is how some of my buildings start. I do a little hand sketch of what I think could look nice, and then I go to creative and I build it as well. So yeah, that's my hand sketch, and soon you guys will see it come to life. And then if we go in here, I just started digging it out, but we need to clear out all of this. We need to clear out this high and this wide all the way to down there. Ooh, that is trippy. That is very trippy. So all of this still needs to be cleared out. It's not too difficult to clear. We do have some obsidian in this area, which is a little bit harder, but apart from that, not too big of a deal. Did I do this wrong? Yeah, I did. So that's the next thing, clearing up all of this. And I'm not going to bore you guys with that. I'm just going to sit here, listen to some music, and just plow through this real quick. And that might have taken a little bit longer than I planned, but we've got this whole dug out, the whole hole dug out. Anyway, so we've got that. But now that we're done with this dark little cave, we can pop in back to a shaded world. Much better. And now we can head on downstairs, and we can start looking at the resources we're going to require for the schematic cannon. And I've got it all over here. We're going to need a total of 13 pages worth of resources, and there's quite a variety. I mean, if we just go to the last page, okay, white wool is not necessary, we can tick that off, but we'll have water wheels, we'll have tough pillars, troded stone, different colored glass, stone stairs and everything. So I've got quite a lot of things I need to gather off camera. So I'm going to run through that checklist, and I'll bring you guys back once we've got it all sorted. A lot of time has passed, and this might be the biggest schematic cannon yet, because not only do we have one, we've got two, we've got three backpacks. This one, granted, only has 2 items in it, but if we look at these, we've got all the items we're going to require in here. And if we go to the checklist, we also can see we've got everything. The only two things we don't need is the white wool and sand. I'm not going to do sand because we already dug out that area. And then this one, we just have 2 little items. So we've got everything ready, and we can actually just let the schematic cannon run and build the new tree farm. So I think it's time for you to sit back and grab a snack and just relax as we push out a brand new building for the tree factory. And just like that, we've got another building in this area, and I have to admit, I do like this little detail. I like the whole building, but this little detail I think is going to look fantastic once we get this whole area cluttered up with builds. And then also this part, this little brick part sticking out over the edge here, and with the lighting hidden behind this just to illuminate this bottom part. I really do like that a lot. And if we're entering to this building, you'll see there's quite a lot of space. For now, I added a little let's call bed over here where we can plant 2 trees, but once we start populating it with the different machines we're going to need or use to create different parts or items from the wood, we will maybe move it around and look at it in a different light or change it a bit or something. But then if you head on up over here, we've got this little space over here, and then we can go all the way up, which is quite a rounded walkway, and then you step out onto this little terrace over here. I forgot the ferns. We need to add ferns into these pots, but then we have like this little space, and then this little sunroof. I really like this design and what it, how it came out. I just think it looks excellent. I notice now the bottoms of these didn't design either or didn't get placed, but we'll sort that. That's minor. But if we head on back down, and we're just going to take the quicker route down by jumping a bit, let's check the area for the trees, because that's where we're going to work now. So and we've got this little area where we can also maybe add 1 or 2 contraptions. Not sure yet. It's more just a transition space at the moment. But then we have this space, the space where the actual trees will go. And yeah, there's only 4. The reason for there only being 4 is because the 2 tall trees will not grow in this area. Well, dark oak might grow in here, and I might add dark oak to this area because it's a wood I use a lot. So we're going to have 4 tree farms in this area. We'll do, say for example, dark oak, birch, oak, and acacia. And they'll be in this area, and then we'll make a plan with the bigger trees. Okay, and now it's time to build the actual contraption. So first of all, we're going to come out with 4 andesite casing. On the 4th one, we're going to go up 1, and we're going to remove this one. The reason for that being, we want to place this thing over there. I don't think it was necessary for that. We can now just do this, and we're going to allow it to face down. So the reason for it facing down, because now we can feed into it from the bottom over here. Let's just grab this block of dirt real quick. That will be our main contraption, the thing that will be rotating. On these 2 blocks, we're going to do mechanical saws, and I did them the wrong way around. And this should be enough to harvest all the trees growing in this space. Then right behind them, we're going to do shift and place, and we're going to do 2 deployers, and these deployers will be placing the saplings as we go round. Now the only thing we need to do now is still add a storage, and I would like to keep it as flat as possible. So I'm wondering if we shouldn't just do this one, the storage. Can we do this one as storage? because I feel that looks a bit more like a structure to this whole thing. Okay, now what we need to do next is we just need to glue it all together real quick. So for that, we're just going to do this, and just from there to there, and that should be it. That should be the entire contraption. Now we just need to power it, and we're going to power it by putting water down over there, or if it spins the wrong way, we might have to place it on the other side, which is over here somewhere. So let's quickly get some infinite water. I'm just going to do this real quick, and then we can place down water there and water here. Okay, if we place water right over there, yeah, it spins the wrong way. I should have known it's going to spin the wrong way. Place this block down. Okay, so now it's spinning the right way, and that's all perfect, but we need to make sure that it's actually placing the stuff as well. So we need to pause this or stop this. Okay, we have the lever in there. Now we can place it. Okay, that's perfect. Let's quickly see the settings. Always place when stop, only place near initial angle, only place when anchor is destroyed. See, I don't think I want to do that, because if the trees grow, I think it might break it. I don't know. Let's try it. Let's try that one. But now that this is complete and it can spin, we need to add a filter of saplings to this. We need to add some saplings to it, and then we need to test if it works. So let's grab a few saplings, and I'm just going to go for acacia over here. So we're going to tell it you're only allowed to place acacia saplings, and if we place these saplings, I'm going to keep one in here, and we tell it to go, it'll place. Did we change how wide this is? No. Okay, so we need to come down here then. While that grows, then we can be working at the bottom over here, and we need to place another portable interface, and a portable interface can go right over here, I do believe. Let's see if it connects. Yeah, it connects. And then from here, we need to send it into a storage system. So for now, I'm just going to do a barrel and a funnel, and we'll see if it works. So we've got the barrel down there for now. We've got two funnels. This is just to test it. We will have it linked up to the storage in front. And I'm going to tell it to only send out 64 items. And the reason for that is, if we send out any item, I guess we can make it less, but if we send out any amount of items, then sometimes it will send the saplings out before it has time to place it. So if we do 64, then the internal storage will keep 64 items until it has that exact amount, and then it will send it down into storage. I don't know if there's an easier way, but this is the way that has kind of worked for me in the past, so we're just gonna go with it again. But I think we need to grab some bone meal and see if we can get these trees to grow and to make sure this contraption works. Okay, so I've got some bone meal, and we're going to grow one of these trees to make sure everything works. So it stops, and it harvests, and then again it instantly planted some more, which is a good sign. Let's just grow a few more. That one didn't want to grow. And do note, I did test this in creative to make sure that trees grow in this height and everything. So the bone meal is literally just for testing. And then also I want to make sure that if we get 64 of an item in here, that it actually sends it out. 45, 50, will this be 64? I think we're going to need another tree. Yeah, we're going to need one more. Oh. 59, come on. 64, and the next time it reaches the portable interface, it should deposit those 64. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we have the items down below, and if we go down here real quick, we can just check. We're gonna have to rip that out. Yep, 64 acacia logs. So I think what I need to do now is I need to run the trim all the way from here to the storage in that area and get the other 3 contraptions in place and loaded. Okay, so we've got all the tree farms in and they're all spinning. These do not have saplings in them yet, but this one has proved that it has been running, so it's gathered up quite a few more items. Whoop, that's another one that grew. I had a fright there. I forgot the leaves are different color. Yeah, but now over here we quickly just need to put in dirt right here, and I do believe I loaded them up with dark oak in front. Yep, that's correct. Then this one will be normal oak. Yep, that's also correct. And then this one will be birch. There we go. So they're all going, they'll all like chop the trees and do what they need to do. And then if we head on back down here real quick to the service area, I also ran a trim all along the wall, all the way to the front to the storage area, added some redstone links over there that we will connect to some, I keep on forgetting what you call those, stock checkers, stock something, inventory, no, content. Anyway, the thing that monitors the content, I can't remember the name, I just know what it is. But yeah, so this one we can see it's got quite a lot of logs in here, and then it's got some in the contraption. So, and I also took out a stack already. Now the only thing left for us to do is actually just put all of these things into storage, and we're going to go all the way to the front again, up the ladder. And this is the area I picked for the storage. I designed it into the wall when I was busy designing this building, and now I realize we need to be able to monitor what's in these so we can turn off those contraptions. I guess we can just rip this out. I guess this can just be like this. It's still exposed, and it will just do some form of wall in this area that hides it, and then we can have the monitors over here plus the redstone links that tell those to turn off. So I think that's fine. Now if we were to, I need to change that block, distractions. If we were to add this, say over there, yeah, you can see it already went up, so 192. So now all of these should slowly start to fill up or gather some resources, and then we can add them to the system over there. A thing to note about the dark oak is that you always need a 2x2, so this one will grow perfectly, but let's say these 4 grow, then these 3 saplings won't. So it's not the most efficient, but over time it should sort out everything perfectly. There we go, we just got some oak, so we can add oak to that, to the drawers. Let's quickly force some of these others to grow as well, so we have some logs. There we go. Can we do a dark oak tree real quick? There we go. So now we can add these to the storage as well. Whoop, missed. Okay, can we grab a dark oak? Yeah, we can. Perfect. And now we can just plonk them in here as well. So we've got let's do oak, dark oak, birch, and then we just need the 4 big trees. No, cherry. 1 small tree and 3 big trees. Okay, that's perfect. So I will also load these chunks at some stage. I need to add more loaded chunks to the config so I can do a little bit more. So for now, they'll just run when I'm in the area, which is fine. It's still going to bring in some of the items. Oh, this didn't nearly give us enough saplings. Oh, I guess they placed over here, so that's fine. Okay, anyway, I'm going to let those grow a bit. I'm going to get some of those stock thingies up there, and then I'll bring you guys back once we've got all of that in place. By the way, they're called threshold switches. Threshold switch. That's the name. So we've got our threshold switches up in here, and we know this one is acacia and that one is birch. So I'm going to tell it to have a 95% full cap on it and a 50% minimum when it starts up again. So that's that one, and now we can just do this one as well. I wonder, yeah, 95 is fine, and 50. And then how we're going to do it is I want to do the type of log at the bottom. So we've got birch and we've got acacia, and in the top one I'm going to do redstone because redstone's power. And now that we have that, we can go down here all the way over here. And let's just make sure. So this one I already added the acacia to the bottom, so we can add the redstone over there, and then we just need to click it. Did it take? I think it did. Can we can rip this one out. Can we rip this one out as well just to check? Yeah, it did take. Okay, perfect. So that one is sorted, and now we can just do all the others as well. So this one was, is this the birch one? Yeah, this is birch because we did birch last. So again, birch at the bottom, redstone on top, click, and now it should be fine. And then we need to change these as well to those. Okay, cool. I'm gonna get all the rest in. So somewhere along the line I forgot to push record, but Needless to say, we got all the threshold switches working. All of these have been running for a little bit. Saplings are not a problem, and we can see trees are growing, which is also fantastic news. I did also go ahead and change the amount of items that gets taken out to only 16. Reason for that being, you'll always only have 16 saplings over here, so it should be safe. I think we can reduce it even down to 8, but let's keep it on 16. So, ouch. This one has, for example, only 10 now. Oh, I switched it off. Oopsie. There we go. That was my mistake. But once now it's got 16 logs, so these logs will then stop and we'll take out the 16 as needed. Yep, there we go. And then hopefully it will place the rest of the saplings back again. Oop, there goes a big tree. Then this area I slightly decorated. I added some storage over here, well, items over here. I've added a bunch of other storage drawers in this area containing stuff like apples and sticks and all the different saplings. And in this spot I left blank because we might be able to add another contraption to this area. Over here we've got all our threshold switches in. These 4 have not been calibrated yet, but that's not a problem. That's something we just have to do when we do it. And you can see that the logs have been rolling in 512, 930 dark oak, which is surprising that it's an elite. But anyway, so we've got that as well. And in this space, I don't know if we're going to add some more contraptions or just do trees. Not 100% sure. But I think before we decide what to do next, we should quickly just make a little checklist of and see what other contraptions that we might possibly need that works with wood can be placed in this little space. Okay, so I changed a few things inside. I made this little bed smaller. I planted a bunch of grass and ferns and moss and stuff on it. And the reason why I did that is so we have a little bit of a bigger walkway over here, so I can add some storage in this general area. And what the storage is going to do is we're going to have all the different stripped logs in this area over here. And above over here, I've got another drawer, which is going to be for casing, because I also want to see if I can make a reserve of casing so I don't have to do it whenever I need it anymore. So those are the 2 farms. I think we can add the log stripper and a casing maker. And I already went ahead and prepped 2 areas where we can tap into the storage system. So there's one over here and there's a second one in this wall over here. So what I'm thinking is we should maybe do I think the stripped logs over here, because it's something that I'm just going to have run passively. So if we put it over here, the stripped logs will just be created passively, so we don't have to go there with, if we need anything. We can just come to the storage over here. But then for the casing, I'm going to do it in this area because we need to put in andesite alloy, and for now we're going to do it manually. And once we have enough and once we have everything connected, then we can always tie it into the system to make it fully automatic. So yeah, so I think stripped logs and casing. Okay, so the casing first. First things first, we're going to need to do a little bit of belt work. Over here, we're going to have a little funnel feeding into that. Then we're going to have a deployer in the center, and then we're going to have another piece of belt right over here. That should be more than enough to get this system going. So that will look something like this. And then we can just do this over here, because that will be the deployer that adds the andesite onto the stripped logs. So now what we can do is we can do that. And just that, that's how we're going to feed into it temporarily. For now, I'm doing a smart chute because later on when everything's connected to a big system, I do want to have this run all the time so it will replenish our reserves automatically. So this is just to future-proof it. It's not going to have any function whatsoever at the moment. So that is perfect like that. Then the second one is we need to add a output over here, or the logs that come into the system, and we can do that using an additional drawer slave, because this will tie back into storage and it will automatically take some of the stripped logs and feed it through the system. And then again, I'm going to add a brass funnel on this, and the reason for that being is I don't want it to use all the logs. So as soon as this farm's big enough and we have some of the 2 tall trees growing and we're harvesting those, I will limit it to only using stuff like jungle logs and the stuff I don't like cherry blossom maybe, and then those will get turned into andesite casing. And then we're going to set this just to 1. It doesn't really matter, it can be 64 at a time as well, but it will only press 1 anyway, so there's no point in having it on 64. So that's why we're using a brass funnel for future purpose as well. So that should be more or less it. We just need to add another funnel right over there, and that can be a normal andesite funnel because we don't need to filter what goes in and out and everything. And that's perfect. Now we just need to connect this up, and we need to provide this with power, and power won't be a problem because if we fall down here, I don't know why I did that. I do have an entrance over there, but I did bring over power all the way from the windmills because they've got a lot of power left. The dirt farm doesn't really take that much, so we do have power which we can then route up, and this is the back wall. So if we want to feed into that, we'll just go up somewhere over here. So I'm gonna just do this for now, and I think we should first go build the stripping part of this farm as well, because we can't have this part run without the log stripper running. Okay, so I was about to go put in the log stripper when I had another brain fart. Okay, hear me out. So I initially said let's put it over there because then we can have it running constantly in the background. We don't have to worry about it. But the thing is, it's only going to be 3 wide. So why don't I just put it over here? That way we use the same drawer controller slave. It's 3 wide. We'll have the cutting part in this area, and then we can just have storage and stuff on this side over here. And the reason why I want to do that and not the back there is then we have the stripped logs being made. They also go into the machine right over here, so these two happen all the time. And then what I can do is I can do another contraption in the back here that turns logs into planks, and well into planks, and but then into normal planks and into slabs. And then maybe we can do an auto crafter that automatically crafts barrels and chests. Mainly barrels. I hate crafting barrels because you need them for vaults and all of those things. So maybe we can do that in the back. So yeah, I'm going to change my mind. So in the back we'll do an automatic barrel crafter, and then we'll do the stripper next to the casing maker. Is it called the casing maker? Is it the caser? I don't know. Okay, so now that we established that we're going to change our plans completely, first things first, we need to put down this thing, but we want it this way around so we can see this part, not that we're going to change it. Then I want to add a drain over there and a drain over there, because we're going to use item drains to send items across. And then over here we're going to add another frame trim that I just changed the texture to. We're going to add that over there. Can do another drawer slave right over there. Then we're going to add another funnel, and we're going to do one at a time again because things need to run over. And we're doing brass again, just so we can set it to, I don't know why we're doing brass. This can be a normal one because it will anyway only send out one. So okay, we can do 2 andesite funnels. So we'll do one over there and one over there. So it will get sent across, will turn into stripped logs, and then it will make its way to the storage. So this should be working as well, and the only thing we need to do here as well is just power it. So I'm quickly going to connect up the power, and then let's see if all of this works. So we've got everything connected to power, everything spinning the right way and working as it should. I did, however, notice 2 little problems. First of all, we're going to have to rip this out, and it has to be a brass funnel. And the reason it has to be a brass funnel, well, we need to tell the system to only take out logs because we don't want it to try and cut apples or sticks or saplings. So that's what we're going to have to do on this one over here. So on the first filter, we're just going to add all the logs, and we're going to do all the logs because we want stripped variants of all of these, so we don't have to pick only the 2 tall trees on this one. So that makes it a lot easier. We've got cherry and mangrove. That should be all 8 of them, and we're going to say this allow, and we're going to do that, and we can add that filter. So now only logs will go out, and on this one we need to do only stripped logs. So again, we've got our filter, and I'm going to do this a bit different. I'm going to do oak, spruce, birch, and mangrove, and acacia at the bottom. So what's that? That's 5. Then we can do cherry, jungle. Which one's the one out? We have an odd one. We've got all of those. We've got oak, we've got birch, dark oak. dark oak at the bottom. And the reason why I'm doing this is because at the moment I wanted to strip all the logs or use all the stripped logs to make our andesite casing, but once we have the 2 tall trees going and the cherry going, we're going to remove those and we're only going to turn those into casing. So this can go over there now, and we just need to make sure this one is still set to exactly 1 again, and that should be it. So now if we pop on down here, our temporary little staircase, and we put our trim in there and we go back up, give it a second. Okay, so now what's going to happen now is it's not going to strip everything immediately. Yep, that's the thing. So now we need to do that, and we'll continue to fill it up. But now my problem is, can I change this real quick? Can we make this so it only... See, this is now what bothers me, because this is now just sending out oak logs and not random. How are we going to do that? Okay, I'm not sure, because now it's working now, but the problem is as soon as that is filled up with oak logs, it's still going to have 1 year that won't have place to go into the storage. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know how I'm going to sort that, but for now I'm going to take this off and I'm just going to turn it into dark oak, because dark oak's the one we have the most of. Let's put that back and let's just put dark oak in here. Okay, perfect. I don't know how we're going to do this. I need to think about that a bit, unless I have a certain system where I can call, say, 64 of a type to get stripped. I don't know. I'm going to have to look into this. Yeah. But okay, next thing, we need to fill this now with andesite alloy, because we've got all the logs coming out, but nothing's happening to them. So I'm going to put in enough for a whole single drawer of andesite alloy, and that should be 2048. So it means we need to do... well, basically those 4 of these stacks. So that's 1 stack, 2 stacks, 3 stacks, and then we need to do a 4th as well. Let's just do those for now, and let's grab this one, and now it should just continue to run. So why is it not going into this? Okay, let me quickly figure out why that's not working. Okay, so that was a simple fix. Oh, I need to close this up still. There we go. Basalt bricks, let's just do that. So basically I had the trims running over, but I never had it touching the drawers. So now we're getting some andesite casing being made, and we're just going to let that run till we have a total of 2048, and this is just going to run until we, I don't know, until we fill up on spruce or dark oak, I guess. Oh yeah, dark oak, it's a spruce drawer. I'm really not sure how I'm going to make it so it only does what we want, so I might think about that a bit. I don't know, unless I have some form of funnel that powers each of them, so we have different types. So if we push the button, it powers it for X amount, and then that falls down. But then again, we only have space for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I might do something behind the wall, but for now this is just gonna run until we run out. So yeah, I think we need to decorate this a little bit, and then we'll do this once we reach that point, because I need to AFK for a while, because if we fly down here, down all the way down here, come down we've got a problem. Yeah, we're out of iron. We've been using so much of it, and I keep on forgetting to turn this on, so I can't do much more in regards to new resources. So I need to make do with what I have, and then I need to do a very, very long AFK session so we can get some ores going and everything, and then hopefully replenish that. And when that's replenished, hopefully some of these drawers are full as well. I've already put in an upgrade for acacia and for dark oak, and I think this one is going to reach its limits real soon as well, which is cool, which is really, really cool. Yeah, okay, let me fix this real quick. Okay, so I think I came up with a solution for this little problem that we have over here, which meant we had to move up all of these drawers over here so we can have some Hello. So I can put some threshold switches on them, which I'm going to tie into a system that I need to build in the back. But sadly, that's not going to happen today. No. I ran out of time and this video has been going for quite a while. So I will do that in the next episode, and as well as sort out the 2x2 trees, because we're going to need a lot of spruce and blocks like that as well. So before we say goodbye today, I think it's time for our weekly population update. We are currently sitting on 10,079 citizens. That means we gained 18 new subscribers this week. So let's add them to the population. There we go, all updated. Want to be part of the city's population? Then smash that subscribe button and help me grow this city to its next big goal of 25,000 subscribers. Come on, you already watched the video, so subscribe. I know you want to. And just like that, we've added another building to this area. Down in the comments, let me know, what do you think of the new tree farm and the building we built, and what is your favorite part? For me personally, I do think it's the domed roof behind me, but let me know down in the comments what you like. And do remember, smash that subscribe button, hit the like button, and ring that bell so you never miss out on another video. Till next time, bye for now. In the previous episode, we built this building right over here in hopes that it will solve all our wood problems. We then went ahead, added a tree farm, a log stripper, a casing maker, and a whole lot of storage for all our newfound logs. But not everything went according to plan. We did not have space for any of the 2 tall trees. Our stripper was only stripping dark oak, thus leaving variety on the low side. Can we solve the strip log problem? And can we somehow incorporate the other 2 tall trees in this area in a natural way? So in preparation for today's episode, I went ahead and made us a little clipboard with a checklist. So these are the things I really want to work towards. And the first one is stripped logs. I want to sort out the contraption that will make it possible for us to create all the different types. A 2x2 tree farm, because I would really like to farm the spruce trees and even maybe mangrove. The rest not so important, but we'll incorporate them anyway. Then we need to look at item transportation for those 2x2 tree farms, be it temporary or be it permanent. And then these are all extras, or well, these 2. So we will see if we can automate barrel crafting, because I hate crafting barrels, and then also make a little small temporary coal maker. And the reason for the coal maker, we need diamonds to update the population counter. And then last of all, we want to update the population counter. So the first thing we're going to look at is, well, the stripped logs. And I went ahead and hollowed out this area and gave ourselves some space, because now we can tie directly into that drawer slave over there, which feeds the stripper. And then we can have some form of contraption over here. And then on this side, we just went ahead and gave some signals to all the stripped log contraptions. So I know with Create 6 it's a lot easier to set all of this up, but we're going to have to do some form of old school method where we have additional barrels that output the logs, and then we lock these barrels before they clog up the system. I hope that makes sense. So there's a few resources I need to get together, and then we'll build this little overflow. So I should have everything in the inventory that we need to make this contraption work. And just to run you guys through the problem, so what happens is we have dark oak coming through, and it's coming through in bulk, and we do have a filter over here, but the filter does not, we can take it out, I can show you. We changed it to dark oak, but it had all the log types in it, but it would not care. It would just bring forth dark oak, and then what happened is the dark oak filled up and nothing else is getting a chance to fill up the system. So what I want to do is I want to create a system where if this barrel is 90% full, it needs to trigger a funnel at the back that stops putting dark oak into the stripping system. And I don't know of any other way, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a belt. I'm going to have 8 barrels down here with the 8 different log types, and they will be connected to drawer controllers, which then in turn will tie into the system. So the different log types will fill into the barrel, and the barrel we're going to set up in such a way that it only has 2 slots for logs, and then the rest will be filled with, or 1 slot for logs, and the rest will be filled with something like bamboo or something that I will not be taking out of the system with the help of some filters. So then what will happen is that 1 stack will go out, it will run over to this little drawer, we're going to replace this with a barrel, and it will get stripped. So like mentioned, once that reaches 90%, it will lock this input into that barrel, thus stopping the well, let's say for example cherry blossom logs from continuing onto the belt and getting stripped. And yeah, hope that works. We'll see now. So I've got all the things we need for this, so let's just get building. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to rip out, I think we can take out all of this, we don't need that, and we can lift this up as well. And then we're also not going to need a framed trim over here anymore, so we'll rather have, say, a barrel over there, and we can just maybe, no, we can't add another barrel over there. We'll just do a barrel, and from this barrel we'll pull out items, and now we can actually use a normal andesite funnel as well. Thinking about it again, I'm gonna leave it as a brass funnel, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna still do this, but we're gonna just put logs on here, because even this barrel I want to change so it actually only has, say, 3 or 4 stacks of logs in it, and the rest of it will be maybe bamboo or whatever. Again, something that cannot be taken out, and it will just lock the rest of the inventory slots while we work through these items. Because that's now another thing I'm thinking, we need to keep in calculation the amount of items that will be on the belt before that triggers. So we might actually change these threshold switches behind these to lock the system once they reach 80% and not 90%. That way we will allow for the items on the belt to also be able to pass through into the system and not just end up clogging this area. So that's something we need to consider as well. Okay, so let's quickly see logs. We need to add cherry onto this, and the last one, mangrove. Yeah, those are the 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. So those 8 logs are allowed onto this whole contraption over here. And now if we head back to the back like this, we can add a normal brass funnel onto that. Can we rip this out? We can, because we will be adding something in front of that, but we need to grab the next items, which will be a belt. No, a belt like that running across, and I think we need to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, let's just run it all the way. Let's just run it all the way. It's not a problem. We've got those like that. It's going to have a bit of a longer stretch, but it's fine. This is just for us to get down to get power, so that's not a problem. And then on this wall we will do the 8 different wood types. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And should we do the last one here? You know what, I'll rather dig this wall out. Let's rather do this. I will add more to this. Let's grab this real quick. Let's grab this. And we can just place this over here. No, it's wrong again. There we go. And this runs over like that. And then on these, we will add the different funnels. The brass funnels. And each of these will have a single log type on them. I actually think it's going to be easy if we say maybe don't allow bamboo. If we make it a blacklist, rather a deny list, instead of going logs. So we'll just say deny list bamboo, done. And now we can just do that. That should work. So now if we fill this up with bamboo, say all the way, and we only keep 1 or 2 stacks in here, I'll maybe do only 1 or 2. Yeah, 1 or 2. That way it will only put in 2 stacks at a time. It will keep this line, well, not so congested with just say 1 item. But now the second thing we need to do is we need to add an input into all of these, which then again I think will have to be, it will have to be another filtered system. And by that I mean, if we go to our backpack real quickly, we're gonna maybe have to do, no, why did I do that? Smart chutes, we do have, can we craft a few more real quick? There we go. Like this. Will that work? Oh, I'm overcomplicating this. This could be so much easier. Can't we just do... Okay. Let me quickly rip everything out. Okay, so no need to complicate it. Can't we just do this? I know we can put them down at the bottom, but I'm thinking maybe we should... Yeah, I guess we could put them there. It's not a problem. Then we can just do this. We'll have our 8 systems over here, or our 8 smart chutes over here. We can turn each of these into a log, and then once that triggers, we just lock the smart chute. Instead of locking, or instead of having it flow into a barrel and from a barrel into another funnel, that way we eliminate a whole separate system and the need for bamboo. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Okay, this is perfect. So we can do that, and now we can just grab, we're going to need some draw slaves. Let me just pick that up. I thought I took them out. It will be in this wood box. There we go. So we can just do this. Whoop. Grab this one out. I'll grab that one just now. And then we just need to set up these filters. So we'll do... okay, we need to do them separate. So number one we'll just go... log, and we're going to start with oak log, and we're going to do it allow list, and then this will be oak log. And then what we can do is we'll add a little redstone link on that. We'll activate that, and we'll just give it the same code as oak log, so it will be redstone and oak. So that way when that reaches 80%, this will lock and it will stop feeding oak into the system, but the other items will still get fed into that system over there. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to get all these filters on, all the funnels and all the switches and everything, and I'll bring you guys back. We turn it on together and we test the system. Okay, so quick update. I just want to mention that we also don't need the filters on here anymore, because we can just directly put a filter on these, because it's the only block that we're allowing into the system. It's not like we're going to punch a whole bunch of different blocks through this, because if we did that, we will prevent, say, other blocks of the same type, other logs coming through, if we locked this funnel and it had multiple logs on it. So we can just literally do something like this, and now we can add our little redstone links and just put in the same codes as we have over there into these. Okay, so I've got all the systems in place. You can see the dark oak is already locked, which means we shouldn't get any more dark oak onto the system. I just want to nab that. And now if we can connect this, then we can see if all of this turns the right way. I've brought it up here, and I think the way it's turning, it should work out right. Let's see. Okay, so that is working. There's some extra blocks. We need to grab that out. We need to just plonk an andesite funnel onto that over there. I don't think I have one of my... I do have in my inventory, so we'll do that. So items can go into that barrel. And now I already added the trims and everything. So if we were to place one trim over here... We had items run out. Oh, okay. I know why they ran out. I also made a mistake. I just noticed I made a mistake on that, because we literally just had these items run off, and that's not what's supposed to happen. We need to add actual logs on those funnels. So yeah, let me quickly do that. Okay, now I've done it correctly. So if we add this in there, give it a minute. There it goes. We've got logs running through, and this will continue to strip. I think it will fill up this barrel first. Yeah, it does. Okay, we can change this back down to exactly 1, because you don't have to send out a whole stack. It can only cut 1 at a time anyway. We've got a bunch over there. I hope 80 is enough for this limit. Maybe we should change these down to 32. I don't think it's going to make a difference, though. I don't think it's going to make a difference, because, I mean, if this wants to send out 32, 32, 32, and it already has the amount in it, it will anyway just stack up to 64, which is not a problem. We just need to make sure that 80 is the right amount for the threshold, and then just keep an eye on that. So I would consider this a success. I mean... It's got the blocks in it, it's running, it already changed over to acacia, so we will slowly start to get all the different strip logs, except for these two and the spruce and the mangrove. Yeah, so that's grand. Okay, now we can go to our clipboard, just right click that and say strip logs. I'm going to call that done for now, which is quite a satisfying thing to do and to say. Okay, so before we continue with the next thing on the checklist, I just want to run in here and show you guys all of the trees that we already started farming have turned on, so we know the system works and they're all filled. We did have to change it, however, down from 80 to 70%, and we also modified this little drawer over here, or barrel over here, only to accept one stack of at a time, because the problem I think was in here we had too many backlog of logs in here. So when that system turned on the smart chute, it would lock and it would be at the right time, but this barrel still had a ton of items in it. So I do believe we will be able to turn it up to 80 again, but for now we're just going to leave it as is. But with that said, I think it's time for us to tackle the next thing on the list, and we did quite a lot of technical bits, and I think we should do some building. So what I want to do is I want to build the 2x2 tree farms, and I did sketch out something in creative, and I think it's going to look epic, and we're just going to load them into the schematic and get them built, and they're going to be in this general area. I don't know if I'm going to build 3 or 4. We do need 4, but I think it's going to throw off the balance. So with that said, I think it's time for you to grab yourself a snack, a treat, and sit back, relax as we run a little build montage. The floating platforms are done and they look absolutely epic. Let's just hop on over here. I love what they look like from above and even from below with these little boosters keeping them up in the air, and I think it just looks really cool, and it just contributes to the whole idea of this island is cluttered and we need to make different plans to have the farms and the buildings, so we have these little floating platforms. But I do think we need to hop into FreeCam and just take a little look at what this looks like, and yeah, I think that looks really cool and it just complements everything so well. I was going to go with only 3 because I feel the balance would be better, but in the end I placed down a schematic over here and it looked good, so we have a 4th tree farm at the back. I do have to mention that my only concern at the moment will be vines, because if vines touch that blackstone cliff, it will spread all over the island and I really do not want that. So what we're going to do is we're going to maybe do I want to say this one spruce. We can do this one as, I think, cherry blossom, because it will look really nice, bringing a pop of color in with all of these builds. Then that one I think we're going to do jungle, and because it's closer we're going to only allow it to grow 1 by 1 jungle trees, and then we'll do that one as mangrove. But then also we need to think about getting all of these items into the tree factory over there. So you'll notice they all have like a little brass funnel at the bottom. So what will happen, it's exactly the same as inside. The portable interface will lock onto it, 16 items will be allowed out, and in this case it will just drop down. So what we need to do is we need to head on down to the very lowest one over here, and I think we should be able to build some form of platform coming out of the cliff, and we can do a little backpack with magnet in there and we'll pick it up and send everything into the system. This one on the other hand, I'm not really sure how we're going to do that, so we might just lock that for now till we figure it out. But I think before we do any of the collection, let's maybe see if one of these work, and I think we should do maybe spruce. So let's hop on over here. So this will be the spruce one. So the first thing we need to do is set a filter for these little hands. So these deployers will all deploy spruce trees, and that's all. And I think this pattern is fine. What we can do is we can maybe rip out, say, these two, and we only have a 2 tree, a 2 tree. Let's just take this one out. So we'll have a double tree over there, and we'll have a double and a double, double, and because there's no point in keeping all 6, because I think it will just harvest faster than it can grow. So yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to rip these 2 out, and we'll replace these with mud as well, and then we'll do the same on this side, just like that. And then the same with, which 2 are these 2? Yeah, same with this one, and this one. So those will all be just normal compact mud as well. And the next thing we need to do is we also need to give this a signal. Do I have, oh, I've got a little lever on it, but then we can also rip that out and we can give it another redstone link, and this redstone link will also tie in with that storage, turning this off once that is full. Okay, so I want to rip out that lever real quick. Okay, that's out. And next thing I want to do is I just want to determine the water is going to be either on that side or on this side over here. So let's go to, yeah, I think to the side of it, to the front of here is fine. We'll place down our little redstone link. The top will be the redstone and the bottom will be a spruce tree. Can we get that in there? Come on, let's just go down here like that. And then we also need to just shift click it to say it's a receiver. And now if we were to place water, oh, okay, that's spinning the right way, that's for sure. We've got that working. They're just connected to the interface, and everything should be working appropriately. The only thing I do believe we need to change is, let's just close those. Let's close all of these doors. Is the fact that we just quickly need to go set up this little, what do you call it, funnel. So what this needs to do is we need to shift right click exactly 16 on this, but I don't want it to go as of yet, so I'm just gonna maybe how are we gonna do this? Do that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we're gonna have to come set it up again, but that's fine. That's just so we know that the items do get harvested, but they don't get chucked out, and we can close that up. So now if we chuck in spruce trees over here, okay, that's not what we want. We do want, but we're first going to make it do one big tree, and this should slowly now harvest and start to fill up this contraption while we set up the 3 other farms as well. So I'm going to jump into that, get those other 3 running, and then once that's done, we'll look at sorting out the transportation of items from here into the main storage. Okay, so I connected up all the tree farms, fixed them all up, planted some things, and you can see the items are harvesting. I already had to go empty the jungle tree, and we went for a 2x2 in the end. I had to clear out the spruce and I think the cherry, I can't really remember, but also I added that little protrusion over there, and I did connect it to the inside of the building, so it runs along this wall, goes down all the way of this tunnel, whoop, there it goes, and then shoots out over here. So we will decorate that, but for now I just want to see if it works, and let's try the spruce. Let's try the spruce trees. Yep, still blocks lying around. It's filled up again. Yep, filled over here. So if we were to, I just want to wait for it to pass. Yeah, so once it passes, we will, okay, flip it. And then, okay, it's still exactly 16. So if we were to go down, let's just go down all the way over here. I just want to make sure it actually picks up. It does not. Or it picks up, but just not fast enough. Yeah, so I do think it picks up the blocks because it's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it picks it up, but I do think it is filled at the moment. Oh, it's also locked. Okay, perfect. So it does work, and now we can just maybe test all the others. The other one that is connected is the cherry over here, and then the mangrove's also connected, but I don't think there's a lot in there already. So if we do this and we change this to, let's just make it exactly 1 for now, and then we can do 16. Let's go check in the factory itself. if the storage is filling up. We do have spruce in here. I think the cherry will come in at any minute. We also have spruce, spruce getting made. Yeah, we've got cherry saplings, we've got spruce saplings. So everything seems to be working. The sticks might clog up the system. Okay, so it is working, and we've got that little backpack set up, so everything should slowly filter into the system. And the only one that I still need to do is the jungle, which is filled up again. But I think I'm just going to have another little arm coming out over there and then going into the mountain as well. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to just make sure everything is working, run a few tests, and then we'll see about decorating that little arm over there. Okay, so a lot of AFKing has taken place, and there's the proof. We've already filled up on spruce and jungle logs. The cherry blossom, I kind of made a mistake because I accidentally added bone meal into this barrel, which in turn clogged the system down there, which means we didn't gather any of the cherry logs. They all just fell into the void, but not a problem. Then spruce is well, not spruce, mangrove is also still going. It's not the fastest of trees to go, but at least we've got something automated. But what I want to do now is I need to tackle this little bridge. Oh, I need to mention we also added a second backpack over here because we had to push this one out a little bit that way, and when we did that, we started not getting all the spruce that was getting dropped, so we had to do that. But first things first, let's rip out all of this cobble because we're not going to need that, and then let's see if we can maybe decorate this a bit. Okay, first things first, I want to hide these, and I think the best will be to do like some form of walkway. My only concern is how thick will this look then? It's going to look pretty thick if we have a walkway over there. And let's just grab our stairs. There we go. And they will then start to jut out from here, I guess. Oh, we're going to have to add another one over here. See, my only concern is that it's a little bit too thick. But I guess what we can do is we can do that, and then we can grab ourselves some girders, and we can run them along the edges like this, because we're going to have to support this somehow. Maybe that one does that, and then can we do the diagonal girder, or yeah, the diagonal girder like this. Yes, it makes it a little bit thick, but I guess now if we want to, we can go back up here and we can do this. Let's quickly grab one of these. Oh, we do have them in our inventory. Industrial iron blocks. That gave me a fright. I don't mind that, but I think we should change the linkage so we do the first one over here, then we space them equally all the way going that way. Yeah, let me look into that real quick. Okay, so I moved it up. I made the first one over here. I did add an additional girder in the center there, and then the ones running at the top. And if we space it like this, we can do one, we can do have 3, 1, 3, and then 1, and then we can always do another 3. But I almost feel like it should open up here at the edge, something maybe like this, or even maybe just like that. And we can rip this one out, and we can have one final one right over there. Yeah, that could work. And if we then do our railings, we'll just have railings running along like so. And then over here, I want to do some form of tower thing with a light on. Yeah, I think that could work. And then we'll just make this safer by doing this. Can we do? Yeah, we can do both. And then it just goes down. Okay, let's hop into free cam and just see what it looks like. Yeah, I don't mind that. I think it's going to look sturdy. We just need to add something over here to bulken it up and everything. It might go down and it might tie in over there, but I think that can work for these little platforms. So the only function I have is just to hide this little gathering system, but I don't have a problem with that. Okay, let me finish this one real quick and see if I can update that one, and then I'll bring you guys right back. And we have the 2 supports in. I do think it looks nice. I like the way it came together. It looks sturdy and everything. I did add these lights because I was hoping they would shine red, but it's just very cool and bright colors. So I'm gonna leave them off, but I'm still gonna keep them because I think they look pretty cool. And then we have a little walkway going in, and you can go out to this side as well. Again, no purpose. There's no connection from here to the top, well, at least not yet. But if we hop on into FreeCam, we can see what it looks like, and yeah, I think it looks pretty sturdy. I was considering adding a 3rd beam running out from here, maybe 2 or 3 blocks down, and then tying into that. But I think for now it looks good. So I would say this is another success. And if we open our tick box, we can mark 2x2 tree farm done, item transportation done, and that leaves us with 3 more items on the list. But we're not going to have time to tackle all the things on the list. Some took a bit longer than expected. Thus, we're going to go to the very last thing, and that is update the population counter. Because we currently have 10,112 subscribers. That means the population grew with 33 new subscribers. So that's 33 new citizens in the city. Remember, if you want to become part of the population counter, then do consider smashing that subscribe button and becoming a proper Denari citizen. And that sadly brings us to the end of today's episode. I ran out of time, but I do think we've achieved quite a lot. We solved the log stripping problem, we solved the lack of 2x2 trees, and I have to admit, I love those floating platforms. They look really, really super. But as with all my builds, I would like to know what you think of these floating tree farms. So down in the comments, let me know, do you like them? And also remember to like and subscribe if you haven't done so yet, as it really, really helps out the channel. Till next time, take care. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we finished the last additions to the tree farm by solving the log stripping problem, building new floating platforms for all the 2x2 trees, and setting up collection servers for those trees, ensuring that we have a healthy supply of logs. And in today's episode, we will be turning seeds into crops using create contraptions in a greenhouse that we will be building in a spot right behind me, which will solve our food problem, making in survival just that little bit easier. So the general idea for this build is that we have something in this area, and I'm picking this area because on this level we will come out of the tree farm, we'll be on a little platform, and then we enter into some form of greenhouse structure. And I do like what we did over there, and I want to incorporate something like that into the build. So we might have a little platform that leads into a big building, and it has some greenhouse roofs on top and stuff like that. But before we do that, we will have to clear out quite a lot of this terrain. And again, before we can do that, we need to establish what all we're going to grow in this greenhouse. So let's head on down to the workshop. Okay, we can grab this little backpack, and this is the backpack we brought along from the overworld with some of our supplies. We have been putting items into this as we've been going, but now we can have a look and see. Okay, let's take out from the top all the seeds. We can do beetroot. I don't know how often we're going to need that. We can do cabbage. I've got flax. I did take out flax seeds because we can use those for string. The pumpkins and melons I'm going to do differently. I might grow netherwort in there. I might end up growing netherwort because we will need that in the end. Onions, rice, tomatoes, and normal wheat seeds. And I think these are the items we're going to grow. Oh, we need corn kernels. Yeah, I think that's that. And if we do rotational farms, we can actually nearly put them in a 4x4 grid. I might do 3 of those. What I mean by 4x4 grid is if it's a rotational field, we can divide it into quarters. That's what I mean. So I think these are the seeds we're going to grow. I will go and look through all of this again, just make sure we've got everything. But now that we know how much we need to grow, we can actually go ahead and start preparing the area above. Okay, so after a little bit more thinking, I think I'm going to stick to 3 rotational farms. This one will have all the foodie bits, so we'll have wheat, we've got tomatoes, we've got cabbage and onions, and then in the center one, or wherever it's going to go, the second one will only be rice. And the reason for that is we're going to need rice to make rich soil, because if we just push this and we just say, how do I get that? I think we say R for recipe. Yeah. So if we take this and we end up putting it through a mill, we will get some of the straw, and the straw we can then use to craft organic compost, which then in turn will turn into rich soil, which we then use to plant the crops. So the first farm I'm going to do will have a lot more rice on it for the time being, just so we can create some more rich soil to make all of this grow a bit faster. Then on the second one we'll have netherwort, we'll have corn kernels, and we'll have beetroot, and that's the general idea of the crops that I want to grow in this little greenhouse. For now, like I mentioned, this is just to get it all started in regards to rich soil, but once we've got enough, we will maybe revise all of these, maybe duplicate these so we make double of those, and then turn this into maybe more one rice or one of those. But for now, I think we should aim for this setup. So let's quickly get planning to what we need to remove. So first of all, we're gonna be coming out on this area, and I think I want to leave quite a narrow little passage, so it's almost like a little alleyway that you can go into the back room of this. But then on this side we would like to do a big formal building, so I also don't want it to end in the same line, so we might come out with 1, 2, maybe 3. Okay, we'll come out with 3 blocks like so. So this is the corner position of this new building, and then I also wanted to have like a little storage room entrance on this side. So it's going to be, let's say, wall, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 internal spaces. So that should give us 7. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So this will be the entry point of this building, and it will house the storage for all the crops and the seeds and whatever we gather from those farms. Then the next thing I want to do is I'm going to add 2 rotational farms in front and 2 at the back. So we need to calculate exactly the distance from here to there. So I think I'm going to make them 9 by 9. So it's 2 times 9, which will give us 18. Then we also want to be able to move in between them freely. And I think, well, I said freely, I meant freely. I was saying freely because I was thinking of a 3 gap. So freely is correct. So with that, it's 18 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3. It's 27, so we can move right around it. And then we also need to add the wall on the other end, which is another 1. So that's 28, which then will bring us to 35. Yeah, that sounds math. Okay, so let me quickly count out 35 that way. Okay, so this is exactly where the build will stop, and that part is a lot lower than this part, and I don't want to dig out too much. We will scrape out some of this, but I think we should try and keep it on this level over here, so something like that. And then this will terraform and do like a little boundary wall or a retaining wall once we build that building. But this is the general idea for this, which means we're going to have to go up quite a lot over here. So let's quickly see. So from here it's an additional 3. 1, 2, 3. It's still higher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you know, I think we can rip out a bit more over here. That's not a problem, because I do like that idea of carving away and creating something here. So let's just, oh, I don't know why I did that. But okay, so now we know exactly how big the building is going to be this way. And I think before we continue with anything else, we first need to rip out this part of the island, say all the way up to here, and then we can look into where we're going to carve into the building and stuff like that. Okay, so yeah, removal of blocks. Okay, so we've got it all hollowed out, and this should be deep enough, for 1 rotational farm. So we'll have to go back a bit further, and I do think this is what I actually measured, how far back we'll have to go. But for now, I think we should first add the floors. So right over here, as we come out of this building, we're going to just have the standard rounded bricks that we had. I'm thinking we should actually maybe go down one. And the reason for that is I don't really want it to like intersect that. So now we can do this and that still floats above, which is fine. And I mean, we can always do a little step up over here, but I'll just do an industrial catwalk like we have on the inside right over here on the outside as well. Yeah, or we can lower this on the inside. Okay, that's not the problem today. So that's going to be the level at which this little, almost want to say alleyway, comes out, and that will also wrap around the front of this building. So I think if we do 3, that should be more than enough, something like this. And this is the walkway, so this is going to be the new platform on which this building is going to rest. Then on the inside of this, we're going to do a floor, and I think I'm going to keep that one higher like this, so we can rather have stairs over here and then you walk into this space. So this will then be a texture of, I think I'm going to do bricks and well, stone and cobble and andesite, because it's a simple little texture and it just breaks away from the repetition of what we have all over the area. So I think this will look something like this in the end. So that's perfect. And then from here we're gonna have to go up again to this level, and I'm not really sure how high this needs to be, because I do want it to have a little bit of an edge, but I also want you to be able to see the crops. And I will go down in this area some more, but I don't want to go down too far. So let me think. So I think I sorted out the levels and the heights. I had to dig down this floor 2 more, and I dug that floor down by 1, so it's on the same level as this. And then I also had to dig up a few blocks at the top, I think a total of 4, just so we have enough space from the base of well, from this floor to the ceiling. So with all of this in place, I think I should quickly just pop in all the floors, the one at the bottom, the one in the middle. Then we can start looking at getting a build in place. Okay, so we've got the floor for the main entrance, and we've got this little area at the bottom that will be where we have all our redstone bits, or well, in this case, our creative bits. And then on this level over here, we have the actual floor of the farm area where we will be building the farm. But also you'll see we barely make it, or else we would have intersected the tree farm. So luckily we'll be able to fit everything in here, and I think it's going to look really, really cool. So with that said, I think it's time for you to sit back, relax, grab a snack as we roll a little build montage. And we've got this entire build all glammed up, and I think it really came together. Not too much details on the outside. We've got a bunch of greenery over here, because once these farms start going, you will see the movement on the inside and you will see the greenery on greenery on the outside. But if we head on down here, the first floor, we just have storage, general pots and stuff. And if we head on up over here, we reach the storage room. And this is where we will store all our items. I need to put something in front of that. Can we do this? Yeah, that works. So this is where all the harvested items will end up. I'm not sure if this is enough storage. If not, we will make a plan to add some more in here. But for now, this will have to do. The next thing we need to do is tackle these farms. One of them we need to modify completely to become the rice farm. Then also I forgot about potatoes and carrots. Luckily we have an extra farm and not just the 3, so we can add them to this mix as well. But I think what we need to do now is quickly build a contraption and just see if we can get one of them working, and then we can look into planning all the others. So to demonstrate how this farm is going to work, we're going to be using this farm right over here. So we're going to build the first one, and then off camera I'll do the other 3. So the first thing we're going to need is a mechanical bearing, and I'm going to rip out this block first, and then we can just place our mechanical bearing on the side right over there. And then what we need to do from here, we need to determine where the delivery point is going to be. So I'm going to use this point right over here. So what I mean by that is, if we have the portable interface in this position, we know that the other one needs to be below this one, and we can go down 2 blocks. So it's 1, 2, and then we place our portable interface right at this level over here. So for now, let's just do this and this, and then I'm going to run back up so we can place our portable interface right over there. Okay, we're going to have to drop down. We can rip this out, and then we can place our block back in there, 2 blocks of dirt, and our next portable interface will go right there. So it's just a shift click down, and that's where it will stop and deposit the item. Next, we can just connect all of this together, and this is going to be the harvesting contraption, and we need to add the harvesters on this little arm over here. So now we can place our little harvesters over here, and you'll notice you can't place one on the portable interface, so we're going to have to rip that up for now. Do that, put that down, and then we can rip it back up again, and we can place our portable interface facing down again. And this should be it for the harvesting. So we've got the arm, we've got the harvesters, we've got the portable interface, but we need storage. And for that, I'm just going to rip out this one and place a barrel right over there. And that is actually everything we need to build above ground. So now we can just go ahead and glue all of this together. We're going to grab that. We're going to grab this. And that's it. Now what we need to do is go downstairs, because we need to change a few things over there. I do, however, want to come down here, and I wonder how much this is going to affect the light level. Okay, well, we're first going to change this to only place when anchor is destroyed, and I'm going to leave this out for now, and let's just hop on down right over here, and we're going to place down shafts running all the way down, and then at the bottom of this, we're going to do our water wheel, a clutch controller, or just a clutch over there, because we want to be able to turn these farms off when it detects X amount of something. I'm not really sure what and how we're going to do it yet. I'm going to put in a bunch of upgrades. So this is a very far in the future prevention mechanism. Next thing we need to do is we need to build a little well around this so we can put the water down. So now we can place our well, and you'll basically just do something like this, which goes around in a circle, well, a square. What I meant is it surrounds it like a circle, but you get what I'm saying. So if we put water down here now, and now we can see it's turning, and it looks like it's turning the right way. If we hop into free cam, yes it is. So now we know that we always need to put the water in this one, and it will turn the right way around. So now we can close up everything down here. So we can put back our block over there, and now we can just put the light source up there, and then it's ready to get planted. So let's run up quickly. We place this down, and now we need to add water to all of these. And now that we have water in, we can just go ahead and hoe the soil. And for now, like mentioned, we're going to have normal farmland, but once we have enough of the rice, we can make some rich soil and slowly convert that into, well, we can make some compost, organic compost, and then we can convert it into rich soil, which will mean all of this will grow a little bit faster. Let's plant this one, and let's use the food. So we're going to use, I'm just going to switch a bunch of these out, and we're going to place all of these over here. So we're going to do cabbage in this corner, We'll do tomato in this corner. Onion over here. And last but not least, wheat over here. And then you'll notice we've got a center row that's open. So what we'll do is we'll just give each of these their own little center row. But we don't have enough of the other plants, so we're just going to do that for now. So this should be working, and all we need to do now is repeat this a total of 3 more times, which I'm going to do, and I'll bring you guys back once it's done. Okay, we've got all the farms in, all of them rotating, and we planted a bunch of crops. I have noticed we have some items harvesting, so let's just do 1 or 2 of each. Yeah, see, they harvest, but they might just remain in this barrel because we have all of this hooked up to the storage system, but we haven't put anything into the drawers. So let's just grow a few more items here just so we can make sure all of it works. Let's do a bunch of these, and then let's do some potatoes, some carrots, and then just the last ones. This one's corn. This is the only corn we have, so hopefully we can get some more kernels. And we've got some flax, some beetroot, and then we're going to do, what do you call those? A netherwort. I am noticing something funky with the corn. Oh, does this have to be lower? Okay, let's just have it grow for now. But as mentioned, if we look in this barrel now, we can see we've got rice and straw. And now we need to place rice and straw in this storage room. So if we go in here, let's just say we do rice and straw. Will we see rice and straw items come in? I don't know. Let's just hop on down. Let's hop on down. There was some rice and... Oh, well, I guess the easiest way is to make some rice and straw grow. Let's see. Yeah, it's working. Okay, so we can see rice and straw coming into the system, which is perfect, 5 of each. And now we just need to sort all of these into the system as well. So I used a little bit of bone meal to encourage growth on some of these crops, and I noticed those 2 aren't showing the quantities, but nonetheless we started gathering up some of the items. I also added a spare drawer because we're going to get some rotten tomatoes and poisonous potatoes. That rhymed. Rottenness tomatoes and poisonous potatoes. Whatever I just said there. But anyway, they're going to go into this drawer over here. And then we also solved the corn problem, which is not the ideal solve. But basically, it's exact same principle as the rice. We just had to go down 1 and we planted everything at that level. I'm not really sure if I like it. So I might later on, if we have enough rice to make all the rich soil, turn this around to have the corn and the rice in one field and move the other stuff over to the side. But for now, all of this is working, and we can start AFKing in this area to gather up all the crops we're going to need to make food. And the next thing we need to do is, well, we're going to have to look into automating meat production so we can fully automate the food in this area. And this building looks absolutely amazing in the terrain. I have to admit, it does need a few more items, like we need to do stuff up here, and it will happen because the other builds I want to do, I want to continue to stack and build around this area and around all of this to make it look cluttered and properly lived in. So yeah, I know it's nestled into the terrain and it's not really fitting this little area, but we will get around to doing all of this. But for now, I think this build looks absolutely amazing, and we will continue to decorate the inside by maybe adding some manual farms on the sides like bamboo and sugarcane and maybe some vines. I'm not really sure, but those I'll do off camera, and the next time you guys see this place, it might just be overgrown with manual farms. It's that time in the episode where we update the population counter. You see, we're currently standing on 10,194 subscribers. That means the population has grown by 82 new citizens. If you want to become a citizen, then remember to leave a like on this episode and subscribe. That way we can add you and you officially become part of the Denari population. With the population counter updated, crop farms built and harvesting, and the greenhouse building looking not too shabby, makes for this a perfect place to end the video. I've run out of time, and I do hope you guys enjoyed the new greenhouse build, and if so, smash that like button. Do remember to subscribe if you haven't done so yet, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Till next time, take care. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we built this brand new greenhouse, built it with a bunch of rotational farms, and ended up stocking up our food reserves. And in this week's episode, we need to build the complementing factory to this factory, which will help us turn these into these that we can then later turn into some delicious mutton wraps. And to do that, we're gonna have to build a mob farm right here in this spot. Don't you agree, Mr. Sheep? So the general idea would be that we have some form of mob farm in this area, and it's going to have to be a spawner farm because we brought a lot of spawners, or well, we bought I think 4 spawners from the overworld, and we need to place them in this area in a farm. And I'm thinking that I'm going to do 2 types, that we'll maybe do, say, passive on the one side and hostile on the other side. That way we can take the passive drops and transfer it over to a factory maybe in this area that will create those delicious mutton wraps we were talking about. And then we'll also have a hostile one on this side that will give us all the bones and the zombie flesh and the gunpowder and all of those type of things that we're going to need for different block productions, as well as trading with the villagers to get our emerald supply up and going. So that's the general idea. And before we start with this, I just want to head down to the workshop and just talk about something. So the thing I want to talk about, well, it's this thing I'm standing on, spawners. And the reason I want to talk about them is because we're in the end. You don't really get spawners in the end. Well, you don't get any at all in the end. So we had to add a mod that allows us to craft mob spawners. So if you download the pack from scratch, you'll be able to craft, I think I made it at least 1 spawner, and it's just slabs, iron, a fire charge, which is made up of those 3 items, and an end crystal, which is made up of a gas tier, an eye of ender, and some glass blocks. So the crafting of spawners is possible, and because we're in the end, again, I had to gather up all the eggs that I wanted to bring along to this dimension in the overworld, so I could at least have some of the eggs ready, so I can have sheep and stuff like that. So that's what we're going to use to build the mob farm. We're going to take the spawners that we gathered in the overworld, and we're going to incorporate them in the farm that we're going to build up there, and all the ones that we need extra, we're going to have to craft, so we're going to have to kill a few guards and stuff like that. But I want to mention that if you're playing in overworld, you do not need a mod to pick up the spawners. No, you can use a cart assembler, so you can dig a little hole, put down a cart assembler and just power it, and you'll be able to move spawners. If you want to pick it up, you're going to have to change a few things in the config file, but generally in the overworld you can move spawners around. You'll also have to change the rule to say you're allowed to take it through the portal. Otherwise, you won't be able to move spawners from the nether to the overworld, or from overworld to the end, or stuff like that, unless you change, again, a few config settings. I do, however, believe you can use trains to bring blaze spawners from the nether to the overworld, but I've never done it. So yeah, okay, with that said, I think it's time for us to quickly go clear up some space so we can build this factory. Now to planning where this build's gonna go. First of all, I made this little road 3 wide in the previous episode, and I do think we need to make it a little bit bigger, so it's gonna be 5 wide, and then that means that this factory will sit on this line over here. I'm thinking we can maybe have the stairs, I don't want to say hidden really, but maybe somewhere over here. So it's 1, 2, and we have the corner of the building maybe over here. Yeah, I think that could look nice. So now you come on a little platform, you have this little thing, and you walk through the center of these 2 builds, I guess. And then we just need to plan this out. So this is maybe the size of a spawning chamber, maybe a little bit bigger because it's usually a 9 by 9. Maybe we should make it 11 by 11. Yeah, so it's going to be, well, it's going to be 9 by 9 on the inside. So it's going to be 11. So 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Like this. That's quite big. I don't mind it. My only problem is, will we have enough space to add a second one on this side? Because I don't really want to carve out of this mountain too much. Okay, wait, let me do a bit of planning real quick. Some planning has been done, and I think this layout could work. So if we jump into free cam right here, you'll see we'll have one spawning chamber on this side, we'll have a center structure doing something, and we'll have another spawning chamber on this side. I did think about pushing this back all the way over here, but this actually looks really cool, and I think we should do a building on its own over there. So what I might do is I might use this as my reference to where all of this starts. I'll dig it all out, and then we'll clear it up that way, and then we'll rather do a basement area over here where all the storage and the killing and stuff like that will happen. Sorry, I'm staying in this view because these are all entities. Totally distracted. But yes, that's what we're going to do. So what we need to do next is a whole lot of digging and prepping, and then we can come back and see if we're still happy with the shape we got. Okay, so I modified the shape a little bit, but I think I'm happy with what we've got going. So if we hop on into free cam again, from this elevation, you'll see the little killing chamber over here, or the little spawning chamber, and then we'll have a bigger structure protruding out the top like so, in that general position, and that will also be nested in between these two spawning chambers. So we'll have one for hostile, one for passive, and then over here somewhere we will have the killing of the mobs, or even the storage, and then we'll have like little yards and details and stuff like that. So I know not all the detail has been worked out, but we're in a pretty good position that we can actually just start and build something in this area. So I think that's what we need to do. We need to see if we can gather up a bit of resources, and then we can maybe look at building or getting the basics in place. So I've spent some time in a creative world, and I think I've got a build that I really like a lot. And in my hand, the clipboard that contains all the materials we're gonna need to get this building built. So what I need to do is go through this list, 8 pages of it, gather everything, and then we can start the cannon. So just to show, we've got our little backpack, it's filled to the brim, and if we grab our little checklist, you'll notice that every single one of the pages has been ticked, and the settings for this is replace solid with solid, which is perfect. So we've got all the materials we need to get this mob factory building built. So with that said, it's time for you all to grab a snack, sit back, relax, and enjoy as we do a little build montage. And with that little build montage, we finished another build, and I love it. I think it looks so cool. I like the different color uses, the copper panels, the containers on the roofs, and just these little panels over here. I think it came together really cool. If we fly down here, naturally all of this still needs to be edited and transformed, so it creates like a little barrier. But I'm not really sure if I want to do a building right over here on this level, or do I want to build something up there and have stalls down here. So I'm not going to bother with this part just yet. But then if we run up here and we use this not so functional staircase, you'll see that over here we've got the entrance to the farm. But if we go up the stairs, you can stand over here, you can actually see inside this spawner, and this is the hostile spawner. And if you go to the other side, we've got a smaller little window over here, and down there's where all the passive mobs will spawn, and they will all get transported to the center, and from the center they will go to that position over there where they will get killed. That's more or less the idea. How it's all going to work, it should be quite simple. If we drop down here real quick, you'll see this is the hostile spawner. So what will happen is we'll have them drop on top of belts. The belts will transport them over, and if they land over here, they will get transported with belts to this position where we'll have some deployers with knives or swords, not knives, with swords, hitting them, killing them, and gathering their drops. Then on this side with the passive mobs, it's a little bit harder because they can't spawn in the air. They need to spawn on grass blocks, so we need to change these to grass still. But what will happen is we'll have the spawners in the ground, and we'll actually dig out this one as well, because right underneath the spawner we will have our redstone links. But then we're going to run a wall of fans over here that will just blow these animals all the way to over here, and once they reach this point, they'll get transported this way and killed. So it's relatively simple, and I think I should maybe just get the basics in and then we'll take it from there. Okay, so we've done a little bit of work. I waited for the grass to grow, but now we have a fully grassed over spawning platform on that side. And on this side, well, we've got a bunch of belts, and we have belts in the center. So now if the hostile mob drop on those belts, they will be transported to the center line, and from the center line they'll head over to this area. Well, yeah, this area, and over there you can see one deployer. Those deployers we will be giving swords, so they will constantly be hitting the mobs, killing them, and their drops will then go into this little storage wall over here. So if we pop on down here real quick just to see what it looks like, we have the deployers over here. We still have to hook them up into the storage system, but just over here we have the storage drawers and trims and everything just going up, and that's easy. That's the basic part of that. We also did bring power over from the steam, or from the two wind turbines, and it comes into this area where we have a little switch which you might have seen with that little glowstone lamp. That's just to turn off the farm completely. But now that all of this is done and everything's kind of hooked up, we can just go ahead and start connecting all these things up. So the first thing we need to do is we need to connect up all of these encased fans, and I think what we can do is we can just take encased chain drive and just link them all up together like this. And then from here we can just do this right over here, and now we just need to get power from here to there. What I'm also thinking is we need to speed up this power, so I might quickly rip all of this out, put in a rotational speed controller, do a little big cog over there. And now if we do something like this with a gearbox right there, some more shafts over here. Oh, ran out. Can I have more? We add more over there. Only thing that bothers me is the fact that it's in the middle of the floor, so now I need to do like a little tunnel whenever I need to get to the back of things. But it's fine. It's not the biggest crisis. But now that is working. So if we quickly head on up over here, I will fix this little wonky ladder. But if we flick that and we head on down, we can just try and get up here. We can see it's turning. Oh my word. Let's just do this. This is ridiculous. Let's do a new staircase right over here, like that. Okay, cool. Oh man, come on. I need to clean up these tunnels. But anyway, so now we can see it's turning. We can see it's turning over here, and all of those are spinning. But are they spinning the right way? They are. But you can see it's only it's only blowing up to here, and we need to get it to go all the way there. So we need to increase this speed. So let's see if we do 128. That's a lot better. We can actually go down one, but I think 128 is fine. I don't think that's a problem, so that is perfect. So now that we have the encased fans running, we need to look at powering some of the, what do you call those things? Belts. We need to power the belts. Let's quickly see if that's now spinning the right way. So that's going the right way as well. So we've got the animals blowing off, going towards this, and then into the killing chamber. Now the only thing we need to do is get the spawners in and connect up these to the storage system, which should be relatively easy. If we take brass funnels, and then I think we're going to have to do filters as well, because we want to tell it not to take out the swords. And then we can do normal funnels over here. So we can do normals over here, just facing inwards. We can do those over here, spitting out the items. And then we just need to set up a filter. So if we do this and we say swords, then we're going to say it's a deny list, and we're just going to place all the swords in here. Well, maybe we should do these. I don't know if I'm going to give it stone swords, so for now I'm just going to keep it on there like this, and now this should technically work. I mean, it's got everything it's got everything that it needs to be able to kill stuff and everything. So let's quickly grab, I've got a bunch of spare eggs. Let's take some cows. If I were to place some cows, where are we going to place these cows? Can we get down here? Let's get down here and let's build up over here. So we know that the cows made their way over. Now the only thing we need to do is we need to be able to give one of these, say, a knife, and let's give it my knife for now, my sword. Oh, I think we also need to do that. But why did it now not do anything? Oh, I see. Okay, so it's not going to do anything because the storage isn't set up, but this should technically work because now that's working. So if we say, okay, you're going to collect leather, you're going to collect what's that, raw beef, and then I don't know if I'm going to keep the eggs, to be honest. I might add them to a system and then like chuck them later on, because we're going to get a lot of those. But that should be it. So, okay, now we know it works. We know everything's in here and everything should be going according to plan. I really need to fix these ladders and stuff. So what I need to do quickly is just set up a storage system for all these swords and stuff. Make sure all of these are set to use. Oh, that kind of hurt. But like I was saying, get a sword system set up where we can put swords into this thing automatically, and then we can look at placing the spawners and adding some redstone links to them to turn them off once some of the storage drawers are full. So I have to admit, I do not know what happened to my brain in that previous clip. I watched it over and I was all over the place. I was really like, and I apologize. It's late on a Monday evening. The video needs to be out tomorrow, and I've just got a lot on my plate, and I think I just brain farted, like a real big brain fart. But anyway, we're over here because we need to make some additional monster spawners. We currently have a total of 5 in the hostile section, which means we've got enough space for 4 more. Plus, and then we've got 2 already, so that means 4 minus 2, it's only 2 left, and then we need 9 for the passive side, so we need 11 in total. So let's see if we can do this. So first things first, we're gonna need some blaze powder. Where is my blaze powder? Okay, so we're gonna take this, no, that's a stone cutter. We're gonna turn it into some blaze powder. Then we're gonna have to, we already have those, but we need to make a bunch of Eyes of Ender, so let's do 12 of those. And then can we make 12? Yeah, we can. So we've got that, and now do we have enough? No, we need bars. Do we have bars? Yes, we do. And if we do this and we say craft, there we go, 14 new spawners. So this should be enough to complete the entire setup over there. So I'm gonna go install them, but let's just first get back up there. So on the passive side, we're literally gonna pop one in each and every single one of these holes, and that's basically it. We're gonna have to, however, add some redstone links on these, and these redstone links will be connected to the storage to some of those threshold switches, but I'm not sure what's going to be in this farm. For now, we're going to do sheep, cow, and chickens, maybe some pigs. So we're just going to power them all. We're going to have a master override, which will then turn all of these on. And then once we start connecting them to the threshold switches, we will add the appropriate signals. And I'm thinking we're just going to do 2 of each egg. So if this is the cow farm, we're going to do 2 cow eggs. If it's a chicken one, we're going to do 2 chicken eggs. Now that we have all the spawners in and we have them all connected to the redstone links, the next thing we need to do is we need to get ourselves the spawner key, which is crafted by using 2 diamonds and a monster spawner. And what we're going to do with that, you're going to right click a spawner. You're going to tell it the count's going to be very high, speed very fast, range 128, and we're going to save. And this we need to do for every single one of these spawners. What this is going to do is it's going to increase the amount of mobs that spawn, it's going to increase how fast they spawn, and it's going to set how far away we're allowed to be from the spawner for it to work. So I'm going to run through all of these, get all of that sorted, and then hopefully when we're done with that, we can actually start to test and see if everything works perfectly. Okay, so I think we're ready to test it, and just to show you guys what I did off camera quickly, I changed the system so now items will drop out from these deployers onto this belt. It'll move across and get picked up by this system, which is connected to the storage. So if the item's in storage, it will go through the system all the way up into the storage system, and this is the overflow. And then from here we will sort into the storage, because I noticed we're going to need a whole lot more than what we have going there. We're going to need some storage for wool, for different arrow types and backpacks and all of those weird kind of things. So that's what this is for. And then if we go up here, this is just a little temporary little thing where I can climb up and come see the threshold switches and add the redstone links and all of those things. So that's happening over here. And what I'm gonna let's take that on. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell it to stop maybe on 80%. Yeah, let's do 85%. So 85%, it's going to trigger and it's going to stop the system. And once it reaches 20%, it will turn on again. So that's what this part is for. And now we can quickly go ahead and turn on this contraption first of all. So if we do this and we say turn on, now everything should run perfectly. Oh, the only place I do know that it's not going to run is this belt down here. Okay, let me quickly fix that. Okay, so now that's spinning and that's working, so it should transport all the items. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to put a single mob egg in the hostile, and it's that spawn over there. So we're going to see if we can use this farm to farm some skeletons for bones and stuff. So we're going to need double like that. We're going to need to place that in there, and then we're going to need to run. Okay, so for now, it seems like it's working. What is this? Cut deep slate brick. Oh, wow, that's really loud. Okay, we just turned jukeboxes down for the minute, and it's working, but I think we might have made it too fast. Yeah, something's not working down here, and I don't know if it's maybe because of that arrow on the belt. So let's see if we can see what's going on here. It might actually be the arrow on the belt. Okay, so everything is working. Our biggest problem currently is we do get items that spawn get left behind on this belt, so we need to sort that out. And we also need to maybe change the speed of these spawners, because they're spawning so many skeletons and this is not running fast enough here. See all the items here? I don't know why this guy's not moving though. This is pretty weird. Is there another item somewhere that's bothering them? Yeah, see, I'm not really sure. Okay, I'm gonna turn this off and I'm gonna see if I can figure something out, and I'll bring you guys right back. Okay, so I am pretty frustrated. You see, between the previous clip and this clip, there's been a total of 3 other clips. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but for some reason my mic just decided to stop recording audio. So I spent 3 clips explaining problems, troubleshooting, fixing, building, creating, and what do I have to show for it? This little I'm sorry face. But let me show you what we all did. So first of all, we fixed all the spawners, they started working, but we had a problem where all the mobs would pile up on one line and they would stop right over there, and that was because items were on the line in front of them and they couldn't move forward because of the items. So we had to change that. So what we did is we extended the item belt to run under the deployers and throw items on top of these belts over here. So there you can see the belts come through, they drop items over here, and these trapdoors prohibit the items or prevent the items from flinging across the room into the wall, and then everything flows through and gets picked up by the storage system. If there's no space in the storage system, it ends up in here, in this little overflow chest, and from here we're slowly sorting and figuring things out. So that's the one thing we did. The other thing we did is we increased the speed of the rotational controller. So if I flick this lever, you'll see things are going very, very fast, which allows for some of the skeletons or whatever that spawns over there to actually get flung over a bit further and not just all pile up in one line. So that's what we did in regards to the problem. As for storage, well, we changed this up and we've got all the spawn eggs that we get from the farm over here. I don't think we're going to need them all, but I made them all drawers, and if we end up saying only using those bunch, then I will move the wool that we currently have up there into these drawers. But for now we can go up here, and then I change the floor so now you can actually see through, but we also have all the wool in this one, and we can add more items over here. I don't really want to add things over here because I've got a bit of an idea of something I want to do in this area in the future. So if possible, I would like to move it all down. But then also over here, you'll see we've actually filled up on quite a lot of items. The bones can still take some more, so can the chicken. But for now, I just stopped it so I can give this little rundown of what's been happening because it's getting late. I wanted to finish the video by now, but because of all the hiccups, we actually have to, I don't know, fill in with a talky bit and then, yeah, take it from there. But anyway, yeah, so all of this is working, and I will continue between episodes to fill these up, get all the different spawners in, and make sure that everything is working perfectly. But that's basically the mob farm in a nutshell. Yeah, I know we lost a lot of content with those clips that didn't work, but it was more just me troubleshooting, getting to where we are now, and now it all works, which I'm totally grateful for. But we need to head on over to the population counter because it's that time again. It's time for us to add the new citizens to the citizen counter. We currently have 10,226 citizens living in the city. That means the population has grown by a total of 32 new citizens. So if you want to become part of the civilization, part of the population, then smash that subscribe button and we'll add you to the counter in the next episode. Well, I guess that brings us to the end of this episode. Hiccups and foggy brain and all, we finally made it to the end, and it's been an adventure. I really do like this build. I like the little details on the outside, and I'm just happy that we have some form of mob farm that gives us XP as well as drops, so I don't have to go manually mending my tools, mending my gear, and all of those type of things, which is a big win in the long run. But let me know down in the comments, what do you think of this build? Do you like the color palette? Do you like the details? And also remember, if you haven't done so yet, do subscribe, smash that like button, ring the notification bell so you never miss out on another episode. Till next time, take care, bye for now. In the previous episode, we finally built ourselves a hostile and a passive mob farm, which we then went ahead and covered with this brand spanking new building, which we decorated with some storage and interior bits that we've been filling between episodes. And in this week's episode, we will be building a building right behind me, where we will be storing and processing some of these meaty products. So this area right over here is where I want to expand to next on this level. And the reason why I chose this area is because I mentioned in last episode that I want to use that opening that we created over there, and what I'm thinking is we can have some form of storage or transport system, be it not a train or something like that, but a little bit more simple, move from that building into this building. But naturally, before we can build any of those moving contraptions, we need to look at clearing out this area, or just at least carving away at a little bit. And I did mark out where I think we need to remove some blocks, and we're just going to go ahead and do that. And I'm going to do it just the like good old fashioned kind of way, because I just want to talk to you all about the channel and where the series is going and all those type of things. Because number one, I did notice a decline in viewerships, well, not viewerships, just one ship, and I know it might be due to holidays and stuff like that, but it is kind of making me wonder if this series is still something that you guys find interesting. The whole me building in the end and trying to automate everything without returning to the overworld. With that said, I am looking at starting something else that I mentioned over on Discord, which is a shameless little plug. Is the link is down in the description, where I will be tackling something else, which is not create. It will still be Minecraft, it will just not be create mod orientated or related. So that will be coming real soon, because I do want to start a proper little stream series. So that will break away from this, and I might actually put this whole series on pause for a little bit until all the mods have been updated. I've been trying to get everything updated, but there's still quite a lot of conflicting mods that we need to sort out first as well. So that's the first thing. I want to know down in the comments, do you guys still find the series interesting? Should I continue with this whole trying to survive in the end, or are you all good with me taking somewhat of, I don't want to call it a break, but yeah, let's just call it a break, to play some form of other series, like, be it, I don't even know what it will be yet. It will be, like mentioned, Minecraft related, might be modded, might be vanilla, I'm not really sure. And we'll do that in the form of a stream series. And if you have any suggestions, also let me know down in the description, or head on over to the Discord and become part of the communication, or the chat, or the planning over there. Then another thing, this episode's not going to be very long, and it's because I am swamped with real life work. Getting around to everything has been very, very tough the past few days, and I do apologize. I don't want to neglect the channel, and I don't think I'm doing that at the moment. But why does it keep on switching to this? But work has been a priority, because for me, I'm still in a stage where if I don't work, I won't be able to do this, because work is currently paying for me to be able to. Where are all these knives coming from? Anyway, me being able to work makes this possible. I haven't reached a point where I can do this full time, so I have to work, and thus work's been busy, so something needs to be put on the back burner, and sadly it's Minecraft and content creation, and I do apologize for that. It's not something I want to do, it's just something that's happening, and I can be honest, it's not fun, because I would much rather be making content than working, in all honesty. And it's not because I hate my job, it's just I like being here so much more. It's just so much more fun. That one was right over there. I actually think it means we need to remove this. So that's just a general apology from my side, saying, listen, I'm sorry it's been so quiet. Hopefully it will pick up real soon, or well, hopefully work will calm down a bit and I can focus a lot more on these type of things. Yeah, so let me just run you guys through. So the idea is I want to have a structure over here going upwards, and we'll have a little access path from there going up into this building over here, and then from this building we'll head out onto a little area over here, which I think I want to do like a little social area, almost like a canteen. I want to do a canteen because what we're going to do is we're going to take the raw products from over there and the products from down there, and we'll do the preparation of foods and stuff in this area. So a little canteen over here where all the workers can come and eat is the general idea. So building over here, some seating maybe, and then over here right in line with that structure is where I want to add a secondary building. So we'll have the contraption come through over there, park itself in this area, which I think needs to go down one more, and then we will offload the items and store them in this area, and we'll also process them in this area before they go into the system that will turn them into well, mutton wraps or chicken wraps or whatever we can craft using Farmer's Delight. So I know that little clip was a little bit different from what we usually do over here on the channel, but I do think it's important to every now and then just touch base, just be real and talk about the things that happen outside of the Minecraft world, which is real life. So again, just from my side, I do apologize for being a lot more quiet than usual, and I hope it changes real soon. So I just got back from a little session in a creative world, and let me just run you through my inspiration. So first of all, I drew some inspiration from the shadow stacks over here because I do like how these containers and the staggered feeling looks and feels, and if we head on over to this side, it's exactly the same thing. I like this. I like the clutteredness of this among the, I almost want to say, organized structures and buildings we have going as well. So we're going to make a combination of containers and some platforms that we build, and then just a singular building where that machine will deliver the meaty product in. And I think I've done it, and I think I've gathered everything that we're going to need all in this little backpack over here. So it's not a lot of items, it's not a very big build, but I think for the size of the build it does speak volumes. Why do I have propellers in here? That's not an item I need. That might just be something I made a mistake of. Yeah, that belongs in here. Anyway, so I do believe we have everything ready, and I'm gonna get this cannon set up. Okay, so if we plonk this down and we make sure that this says show printer, and we want to make sure it's on replace solid with solid, and if we chuck this in, let's just make sure everything on the list is there. The only thing that's not there is the mega torch, and that's just because I placed them down on my builds in creative just to ensure mobs don't spawn while I build. So it's not necessary for over here because we do have a mega torch mega torch right over there. So this should be ready to go. We've got gunpowder, we've got the schematic in there, we've got all of the materials, which basically means it's time for you all to grab yourself a little drink, a snack, sit back, relax as we roll a little time lapse in which we build the canteen. So not only did we build a new building, we also fixed the whole fact that this building was hanging in the air, and I think it looks a lot more sturdy, don't you? But if we head on up here, you can see we've got this little staircase that runs up here into this little building, or we can go up to the mob farm or see into the greenhouse. But also we have this little area over here that is storage with this little staircase that heads down nowhere. Well, at least not yet. I do have something in mind, I think, something black market related, maybe. I don't know. But then if you head on over this way, you can head up the stairs and into this area, and I'm thinking I might add like some kind of custom poster or something in this area, not really sure. But if you head on up here, you can go into this container, which is just a big windy staircase all the way up to where you can have a seat and have your meal overlooking this industry. And I do like it. I like the different seats, I like the banner patterns, and I like the little tables. I know we could have added those tables, but I did want to add a variety. Then on this side, if you come through here, we have this little station almost, and this will be like staff only, so we might add like a little decal over there or something. But then what's going to happen is we're going to have the contraption move over from that side all the way to here, and here it's going to drop off the meat items. So we'll have chicken, lamb, pork and beef, and then we'll process everything in, say, this area, and then we'll have the processed goods on this side. I might actually change it up so we have raw, processed and cooked, so we have all of them in this little area and all three different types as well. I'm not really sure about that yet. And then if we go through here, you'll see we just come out on this little platform, which currently goes nowhere yet. But the idea is that it will wrap around all the way down here and it will rock up in this position again. And if we were just to run across this track real quick, which is not recommended in real life, so please don't try that, you will see that we reach this little area where we will be building our contraption in the next episode, because like mentioned, this episode is going to be very, very short because it's just going to be a buildy one. So even though we weren't able to do a whole lot, I do think that this new building adds a whole bunch to the city. But with that said, I think we should head on over to the population counter and see where we're standing in regards to the city's population. So we're currently standing on 10,244 citizens. That means the population has grown by a total of 18 new citizens. If you want to be part of the citizen counter, then do smash that subscribe button and leave a like, and we'll add you to the population counter in the next episode. Well, that brings us to the end of this very short buildy episode. Like mentioned, I am really tied up at the moment and I just wanted to do something Minecraft related, and what better way than a canteen where we can come and relax after a long day's work. So over on the Discord and in the community, I will have a poll in regards to continuing or pausing this series first while we work on something else, but do keep an eye out for that and do vote and leave me your honest opinion, and then we'll take it from there. And if you haven't done so yet, do consider subscribing as it really helps out the channel a lot, and also leave a like and let me know what do you think of the canteen. Till next time, take care, bye for now. In the previous episode, we expanded on a farming area by building this little track system connecting to the brand new little food shop that will be preparing all the meals we eat in this world. And in today's episode, we will go ahead and not use this track, but instead we will build a new transporting system above the old one, before finally heading over to this spot right over here where we will be building something suggested by someone in the community. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new episode. I'm so excited to be back here, and I'm excited about the changes we're going to be doing in this episode. But before we can do any of those, there's a lot of preparation work. So first of all, I just want to run in here, just show you guys that I have been busy in here. I have modified the farm a little bit, so we have an on-off switch for the mobs. I farmed quite a few different mobs as well, and there's still some that we have to farm, but that's not the big problem. The second thing in this area is we're going to be looking at moving these 4 items over, and we're going to do it not using this track like initially planned, but instead something else that's also, if we can just run up this way, something else in that area that we're also going to take and move over from that side to this side, and that way we will be able to get all the items into this building. Yeah, this building, I believe. But that is a bit more of a technical thing that we need to do. So I think before we go all tech savvy on this little project, maybe we should first gather up some tools and just clear out this area behind me, because I want to build something in this area, which I will discuss a little bit more once I cleared up the area. And just like that, we've got ourselves a nice cleared out little area where we can build something that's been recommended maybe once, twice, 3, 4, 5. I don't know how many times, but it is something that's been on my list, and I think it's time we start adding some of these little elements. So while we're down here going through the clipboard, making sure that we have all of the final pieces to this puzzle, I'll give a little description. So the idea is that we start to add things that really makes the city feel like it's lived in. And the suggestion comes from Rock Solid Faith, a member on the YouTube channel that's been giving ideas and saying that we need to look at making this whole little area a little bit more personal by adding things that a community would really have. And I do agree. We do need to add those items, but I also think that we shouldn't add them too literal and should rather make it a little bit different and a little bit more applicable to this world. So the first thing I'm going to add to this area is a school. Yeah, I want to add a little school in the area, and I don't want it to be any normal school where you have to learn algebra and trigonometry and those type of things. No, instead I want it to be a school that teaches the basic survivals of living in the conditions we have. And the school we're going to build today, it's going to be a school that we're going to use to process all the crops, I basically want to say. So it's going to be like a little green thumb school, where a gardening school, that's a better word, where all the people come together, all the kids come together, and they learn how to process the different types of food items and things they're going to need to survive the harsh conditions of this little void town, if you want to. Because I really do believe that these little items, these little things that we add to the world in the end, will just bring everything to life so much more than it already is. So yeah, I went ahead in creative, sketched up some build ideas, added a few things, and before I knew it, I had a build that I was really happy with. And that's the build we're going to build. That's the thing we're going to get to building real soon as I finish up this last little page. 7 pieces of grass. I do have grass. I hope you guys are excited about that. I'm gonna gather the last of these things and I'll be right back. Okay, so we're back up here. So let's quickly see if we have everything on this checklist. So if we pop it in here, we let it run, and if we check, yes, we have all 12 pages filled out, which I'm pretty happy about. So for now, I'm just going to leave that in there. Okay, it's time for some technical building, and I changed my mind completely in regards to that little track system down there in the left-hand corner, because I was running in this world looking at what's going to happen next and planning the next moves and working on a contraption that will run on those tracks, when I had a different idea. You see this container behind me? Yes. What if we take this container and we fill this with all the meaty products from the mob farm, and once it's full, we have it push across the skyline to the other side, to this building over here, and it slots into that little area. Just hear me out. Imagine this whole area. We've got all these little tiny bits and all these little structures bringing this world together, and then all of a sudden, every now and then, you will see a container floating from the one side to the other side, dropping off cargo. Imagining? Are you liking? I am. So I think that's what we're going to do. So the first thing we need to do is we need to rip out a few blocks, and we're going to rip out all of this because we're going to end up, I think, can we maybe use this? I think we can rip that out, and we can rip this out. And then can we maybe add that on top? Okay, we'll add that afterwards. But we're going to need a system that runs over here and it sticks to the bottom of this container, which also means we're going to rip out this container because it's going to take quite a while to fill this container with items. So instead, we're going to be building one of those containers like the ones we have for the shadow stacks, and in the center of those we can just add normal drawers or barrels or whatever that will house the items that we want to transport to the other side. Also note, you can now actually see all the items that got built in this roof that we never ever see, so we can rip that out as well. Okay, so I know this position is exactly where I'm going to connect to this contraption, and this is where the container ends. And if we count it, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 blocks. So we need to build a gantry system all the way from there to the other side, and then we'll calculate the 9 blocks once we reach that side. And now that we're on this side, remember what we said, we place the gantry system on the furthest end, so we can stop right here because this is where the gantry will stop and the furthest end of the container will be. So now we just need to make sure we've got enough blocks going that way. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it is enough, but I'm just gonna, for the heck of it, just clear out a little bit more, so if we do happen to be above here, we will have a little bit more wiggle room to move around the container. So now that we have that in, it's time for me to quickly get the trim system in, and then we can build the actual contraption. Okay, so we've connected the system up to the storage system down there. So if we were to look at that block over there, can we quickly build like a little temporary scaffolding system? But if we were to look at that, we'll see that it's connected to the entire system. So thus we added a brass funnel onto this little drawer slave with a filter for only the 4 raw items. That's what, yeah, that's the allow list. Sorry. So this will slowly send items from that storage into this little barrel, and this little barrel will then send it into this little storage system that we need to place over here. And I was thinking we can maybe go for a little 4x4 drawer. Do I have? No, I don't have one. Drawer. I was thinking we can do maybe one like this that we can just place on the back of this contraption. It does, however, mean we're going to see it when the system's parked over there. I guess it's fine. Let's do it this way around, then at least it's not ugly, I guess. I think. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add one of each of the raw items in here, and we can also just grab 2 chutes that we're just going to do like this. So this will slowly, that will slowly fill the barrel, and the barrel will slowly fill this drawer. But again, we don't want to wait for this drawer to fill up all the way, so I'm going to put stack downgrades onto this, so it'll only allow 1 stack of each item into this drawer. And then we're going to use a threshold switch, and we're going to need some of these, and a threshold switch we're going to place over here, and we're going to say as soon as this is 95% full and completely empty, it should unpower a little contraption that we have down there. So let's do it like this. We're gonna say okay, let me go grab some raw items. Okay, I've got the items, so let's just chuck 1 of each in here, and we also need to lock and quantify that, and we just do a storage downgrade, which means only 1 stack of each item will ever fill this contraption. So with that said, I'll also change this to 90% and 10%. So what's going to happen as soon as this reaches 90% full, it will trigger a contraption down there. So let's just make this maybe something like this. Okay, so mutton is blue. Okay, let me quickly run down all the way down here, and over here we have a gear shift contraption. So this is the same one we use over there in the dirt farm. So chicken's red, Mutton's blue. And what this is going to do is once that little threshold switch reaches its full capacity, it's going to send a little pulse, it's going to trigger this latch, and it's going to flick it. It's going to send this contraption on its way, and then we need to tell it after a set amount of seconds it needs to return. And I think maybe, I know it's going to empty quick, but maybe we should do it every minute. Yeah, let's start with every 32 seconds. Let's start with every 32 seconds, and if we see that's too fast or too slow, then we can always adjust it. And I do believe this speed is fine at the moment. It's currently set to 32. So I do believe that's everything that we're going to need to make this contraption work. And I am tempted to test it, but I think what we need to do is first just build the little container and also get this area decorated. And then once that's done, we can test it and see if everything goes according to plan. If not, we'll rip it out. And it's done. Whoops. I think it actually looks so cool with this whole little track, and then we have this bigger track going over the top. The container is looking fancy. I'm not sure, I might do some form of branding on the sides. I will look into that. But then on the edge here we've got like some lights and some girders and everything, and yeah, everything should be working accordingly. So if we were to fly up over here, and let's just see if we can maybe trigger this to start moving and offloading in that little area, because I did also connect that up to the storage. So if we're to pillar up right over here and flick this real quick, yeah, we see items going out. So if we run real quick, will we be able to see what this looks like from down here? So as soon as it fills up, we should see it trigger. Is it triggering? It has not triggered. Okay, so I found the problem. The problem is it only took out pork chops. It didn't take out a variety of items. It only took out pork chops. So in theory, this is only 25% full and not nearly full enough to trigger this. So that's something I'm going to have to figure out. I don't know if I can make use of smart chutes, maybe do some trims over there. Let me think about this for a minute and then I'll see what I can do. So after a whole lot of struggling, I think I figured it out. I hope it works. We're going to try one more time. If it does work, yay. If it doesn't work, we'll do this at a later stage. Just continue with what we've got planned for today. But chicken on top, mutton at the bottom, and there it goes. Let's hop on into free cam. Yeah, that looks so cool. I do think we should maybe add some form of like maybe end rods at the bottom, so it actually looks like it's got something like pushing it over, like beams of sorts or thrusters or whatever. Why did it stop here? Oh, it connected to these two. Okay, so we'll have to modify that as well. But for now, it's actually working, which I'm pretty excited about. So I'm going to go do that and then we'll see if it works properly. Okay, I haven't changed it. I just ripped out all of the little, girders on the side to see if it goes further, but it does. Oh, I think those were the actual problem to this contraption. Okay, let's quickly see, is this thing coming all the way to the end now? Yeah, we're gonna have to add some beams at the bottom just to make it look like it's propelled with something or by something. Okay, it's moving in further. It stops right over here. I forgot that little chute over there. Did it take everything? There should be one of each item in this little storage. Oh my goodness, are we gonna make it all the way up in time? Let's run through here, through there, up the staircase, round through the restaurant. It feels like a chase scene. Okay. Okay, it took most of the items items except for the chicken and the raw beef, so we might have to make it stop a little bit longer just to ensure we get all the items. But for now, I would say it's working and it's a success, so I'm pretty excited about this contraption. So I'm gonna sort out my inventory, get everything ready, and I'll meet you guys right back on the other side of this wall. Well, that wall. Okay, so I did let it run once or twice more just to make sure that it's bringing in the items, and it did. We've got everything now. I did switch it up to a minute, and a minute almost feels a little bit too long, so I will look into it. I will refine it all, and like mentioned, I will add some detail to it so it doesn't just look like a container floating across, which, well, I know it is, but so it looks like it's carried by something and not just the gantry itself, if that makes sense. But that's all for me to do between episodes. For now, I want to address this little area, and to do this, I think it's time for us to do a build montage. Yes, you heard me, a build montage. So I would like you guys to grab a drink, sit back, relax, and enjoy as we build the school. And with that time lapse, we've done our first community build in the city. And also, look, there goes the container. Isn't that just epic? But enough said, let's go check out the community school where we teach the young minds of the city how to do their part in surviving. So if we continue on this road and we run around a corner here, we've got this little staircase going up, and this leaves for a lot more room to expand into. But we've got this little school, and it even says school at the top, which I really love. Then we can head on over here to this side where we can see that's going back again, and this heads into the little food shop. But over here I decided to go for grass, because well, not grass, for dirt, because it needs to be a bit softer for the little ones running around. And then we've got all of this. We've got stuff growing, we've got clutter, we've got everything. And if we head on through here, we even have our very first custom tree in this world. Don't mind that, we will be covering that as soon as we automate everything inside there. But if we run up here, we also have these little classrooms where the kids can sit, and there's like a little blackboard, and we can actually write on here. So we can do like a little, oh, how do I do this? A little heart. And we've got stuff. We've got stuff. And I think we need to look at how many pixels is this. How many pixels do we have here? Where's the little block? I can barely see it. Let's move further away. Yeah, so that's a total of 16 by 16 pixels, and maybe we can do something with that in a future episode. This is the spruce class, and if we head on over here, we've got another classroom on this side. And this is the oak classroom with exactly the same board, chairs, and a place to educate the young minds. But then if we run down here, we've got this little building, and this is the one I'm going to convert into the kitchen area. That's going to be the area where we chop all the vegetables that we're going to use in our recipes. We're going to chop them all in this area, and this is where they're going to learn the basics of chopping and stuff before we use it all in the little food shop to prepare the meals. We can then also run up here, and if you run up all the way over here and onto this side, we've got another place over here, and this might become a classroom. It might just become a little home for someone. This might become my new home or my respawn point. I don't know. But yeah, that's it. This is the school. So down in the comments, let me know, what do you think of the school? Do you like the first little community build? And also again, rock solid faith, I appreciate the comment, and I hope you like the school. It was such a nice addition, and it was really something fun for me to build. But then also another important thing that they teach us at the school is how to count, which means we need to head on over to the population counter and see what the count is for today. So we're currently standing on 10,267 citizens. That means we grew with a total of 23 new citizens in this week. Want to become a new citizen in the city? Then don't forget to smash that subscribe button and we'll add you to the population counter. From moving bits, problem solving, and a community build, which is this new school over here, we finally did so much, but we've also reached the end of the episode. I wish I had time to do a bit more, but we'll have to wait for the next episode. So for now, let me know down in the comments, what do you think of the school? And if you haven't done so yet, do smash that subscribe button so we can add you to the population counter. Till next time, take care. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we added this brand new school to this little area and connected two adjacent buildings with some moving containers. But while planning and collecting for these builds, I realized I have a problem. And even though the lack of iron is one of those problems, it was not the problem. No, it's this cramped little workshop where I need to automatically turn water off, add lava, light fires, just so I can make all the items I need for my builds. That's why in this episode we will be heading back down to the old city, where we will be adding a brand new workshop with better optimized machinery right here in this spot over here. So I know ideally it would be great if we finish these two buildings behind me by adding all the contraptions into them, but to be honest, I've been spending way more time trying to gather all the resources, making the items, than I spend actually building these builds. So we're gonna not do it today. No, we're instead going to go work on that workshop, because I need to automate the production of plates. I need to automate so many different things before we can head in here and really do something nice and fully automate all of these. Also, I added some details to that moving container, but I still think we need to do something at the bottom, so I will look into that between episodes. But I do think it looks a whole lot better than just a normal floating rectangle. Also over here in the mob farm, we did add I think 2 new mobs. I can't remember if the magma creams were here or the magma cube farm was here, but we did add some spiders, which caused a little bit of problems, but with the addition of little spikes, we did manage to solve that as well. So all of these things are still happening off camera between episodes, and we're not letting it fall 100% behind. But like mentioned, I really do need to upgrade this little workshop, because currently it's been such a pain, because I need to come in over here and I'm like, oh okay, I need to now cook something, let me quickly grab my water, and then I just chuck it back, and then I'm like, okay, yeah, we're gonna cook it. Oh wait, no, that's haunting, not what we needed. Kill that, add the lava, and it's been such a pain. Also stuff like this, the brass funnel, because now I need to add water in here if I need to make something specific, and that's not going to work with making brass. Or if we come over here, we need to make diamonds or something like that. Or the waxing, if I need to wax something, now I decide, oh no, I need to do something else, then I need to rip this out and put that somewhere. So no, this workshop is not working anymore. So I do have a little list of things that I need to add to a workshop, but before we can do that, we really need to look at the position. And to be totally honest, it did take me quite a while to find a location, because if we hop on into FreeCam and we look at this area, there's not a lot happening. But if I take off the HUD and everything, there's one place in this little lower area that catches my eye a lot. It's that position. I mean, everything feels bulky, it feels really strong and anchored, and then you have this little thin sliver of a structure holding up all these buildings. So what better place than right over here to add a little additional platform, I think, with a little warehouse or new workshop. Let's just call it a workshop from the get-go. So then we'll have a little workshop. I also quickly want to give a little quick honorable mention. We've got this spot over here, but I don't think this is the ideal position for a workshop. So armed with that knowledge, we know what we need to do, and that is prepare this area for the new workshop. I'm gonna go grab a few things, and then we'll see where we're gonna exactly put it. Well, we're gonna put it exactly there, but I mean, how far down, how far up, how far back, how far forward, you know, you get the picture. So let me grab the items. Okay, so we've got a few items, and the first thing we want to do is I'm going to get rid of this, because just like everything else, I want it to feel very narrow and on the edge. And what I mean by that is I'm thinking of adding some form of structure or barrier right in front of this. So you'll walk down this little narrow passage almost, and then we'll enter onto this area where I think if we go down... Is this really not going to let me place this? Okay, let's just pop down. So that's 1, 2, 3. Can I go one more? 4. Yeah, I think this is right. Let's just hop into a free cam just to see again. Yeah, I think that's perfect. So this will be the level that we stand on, so we can maybe dig down to create like a little platform, and then we can also dig into the mountain. I think right underneath this level should be perfect. Then we're first just going to dig a little straight or little rectangle with like straight edges and everything, and then we can carve out and make it look like we actually went into the cave. So if that's it, I think it's time for us to mine quite a lot, quite quick, real fast. And just like that, we have the platform completed. So we did dig into this area, and this is the lava that all the farms overhead needs, but I'm not too worried about it. We will just make it look a little bit better because we can use some of that in this new workshop. These little pillars, I just brought them all down just to make sure it looks a little bit sturdy, but we do have ourselves a platform and it's ready to be decorated. And if we hop on out, it doesn't look too bad. I do think we're going to carve into this little area and this little area a bit more once we start building, but for now I think we should maybe just look at this platform. So for this platform, I do want to come out over here and do something like this. Let's quickly see. We need to give it a bit of thickness, so I think we'll do that. And the first thing we'll do is we'll just generally that word. Okay. Anyways, so the first thing we'll do is we'll just go along this edge and just fill all of this in with our cut deep slate bricks. And then we'll do 2 more, and then I want to break it up by doing stairs, and I think we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 block, and then just continue that till we reach the end. Okay, now that we're on the end, I do think we're going to do this another block like this, and we're going to rip this out because yeah, we need to, because it's going to bother me if we take it further away. And we can just bring all of this in like this. We don't need to rip that one out. This one can come out, that can do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll just do that. So now we have ourselves a little platform, and I think it's looking a whole lot better. So it's got a little thickness, but I do think we need to maybe thicken this up even more by adding a bit of detail onto this little section. Okay, so I grabbed a bunch of blocks and I think we're ready to do this. I did go ahead and add ourselves a little bridge down here so we know where we're going, and we're going to start at the end, and I think right over here we're going to start by doing something like this. Let's just go out by 1, and then we can add a secondary block onto that. I do like that. And then from here, we need to give this some form of support. So maybe we can do one like this. And just on this, we can just do this and run that into the wall. So that should be fairly simple for the general support ideas. And again, we're going to go over to this one. We'll do one over here. Can I? Yeah, we can do that. One like this. I just want to let go of shift. I'm so scared I let go and I fall off. But yeah, that's the idea. So I'm going to do this one, and then I think we will be done with what needs to happen down here, and then we can head up to the top of this build. Now that we have all of these in, we can just go ahead and add ourselves some of these diagonal girders on top of each and every one. No, that was wrong. Can we just... No. Like that. Okay, that one's fine. And once they're in, I think I'm gonna just add a single drum on each of these. So these are the industrial train holes. So let's do one like that. Let's do one. We do everything to one side, and then we can go and do the rest. Yeah, I think I do like that because it gives it a little bit of bulk. And then I'm thinking we can maybe just connect them with some more girders. Yeah, let's get those in and we see what it looks like from a free cam view. So if we pop it into free cam, I do like it. I do think we're going to have to run something additional in this area, and for that I think we might just go with trapdoors, these exact ones. So let me quickly get those in. And doesn't this look a whole lot more sturdy? Granted, it's still a bit floating and wonky and janky and everything, but that is something we can solve with a little bit of building. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go see if I can't plan out some form of a build, and then once I'm done we can come gather the resources and maybe do a little build montage. But for now, I have to admit, I do like this little detail, and I'm pretty excited about automating some of the stuff that we took for granted by not adding them into this little workshop. So I did a little bit of planning and I've got a little checklist and we're ready to go. We're ready to go for the build montage. But before we do that, we've got one thing that we need to kind of fix slash sort slash move, and it's the lava tank right behind me. So I've got a little plug for this thing, and what we're going to do is we're going to head on down here, and I think we're going to rip out this block and put that there. Yep, that's fine. And now we can go all the way back up here. Let's just rip this out. We can place that back down. And then I do believe we can just do this. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Okay, I wasn't really thinking apparently, but can I kill this? Okay, so I'm currently making more of a mess than I should be making. Okay, let's just grab this, and I'm just gonna try and work my way around so we can just do this, I do believe. Yep, that worked. Okay, so I'm gonna let all of this drain, and while that does that, I'm just gonna rip out all of this. I think we're fine to rip all of this out all the way to here, because none of this will be in the way of the build. Okay, perfect-ish, I guess. Again, not my strongest attempt at fixing a problem, but okay, so we did that, and now we're ready to roll a little build montage. And before we do that, I just want to mention that this build's a little bit different from the rest of the city. Sure, it contains a container and a bit of the city itself, but I wanted to do something that's almost like a hidden shack type of thing. So yeah, keep that in mind as we roll this little build montage. So grab yourself a snack and sit tight. Not a very big build, not a lot of time lapse, but still I love this build. So let's just have a little look. So first of all, I did do this type of thing over here. It's at the moment it's just a thing. I was thinking we can maybe do some branding on the front side, do like a name of some sort, but now it blocks off this little passageway, and if you head on down here, we go down here, and then we have this little open space, and I want it to be feel rough and lived in and everything. So we have a lot of dirt and everything. We've got a lava source that's slowly filling up again, and I was thinking we could do some crushing wheels in this area, we can do some other bits in this area, and we can even do some things in this container as well. So we still have the containers. We've got one over here, we've got one over there. We just open them up. I might actually add some metal girders just over here, just to make it look a bit more like support. I'm running quite low on metal girders. Okay, let's quickly craft some. If we do this, that should be fine. Let's just do... It does close it up quite a lot. Unless we just do one like this, and then we grab two of these, and we just do this. No, not that, but this. Yeah, it's pretty simple, but I do think it works. We can even take it one step further and just do something like this as well. Yeah, that could work. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm going to rip that out. But apart from that, I actually do think this is ready. This is ready for us to add a few little contraptions to automate a few things. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to grab a few signs and we'll just label them and plan them out. And then I'll bring you guys back. We'll walk through them and we'll see if we can build a few of those little contraptions. Oh, wait. Before we do that, maybe let's jump into a free cam. So this is what it looks like from afar. You'll notice there are pumpkins on the roof, and I'm not really sure a lot of people will get it, but Sandy, you might get the pumpkin on the roof thing. It's very South African. So there's pumpkins on the roof, and this kind of looks really nice. It's not too much that it draws attention away from the city, but it's just enough to bring balance to that little corner. So I do like it. I do like it a lot. I think it looks really neat, and I can't wait to clutter it up with some contraptions. Okay, so for now I marked out only 3 areas and I changed it up a bit. So this area over here we will be using for cooking, washing, smelting and haunting of items, because we can push it into this corner, make it nice and snug. And in this area I was thinking, because it's close to the lava, we can maybe do lava mixing and lava pressing. So any items that require lava in the mixing and pressing process, that can go into this general area. And then I thought, well, crushing wheels aren't going to work in that area, so maybe we should do crushing wheels over here, so we can have a little input or chutes that go down and a little output at the bottom. And once that's done, we can see what space we have left and what else we can bring into this area. So I think I need to just get everything in place and we can see what it looks like and we can turn it all on together. But before we do that, we need to go to the little workshop up here, and it's looking very sad. It's looking very sad as I ripped out a lot of things in here, and we will fix it up. We will come in here, add the little gears and stuff back in, because I'm thinking we might still use this for different contraptions, like maybe a track builder and even like the mechanical, not a mechanical, what do you call that thing that makes the rotational speed controller mechanism thing, machine contraption? What is that called? Rotational precision mechanism. That's what I want to say. So maybe we can do precision mechanisms in this area. But before we do that, let's quickly get the basics in done here, and then I'll bring you guys back. Okay, so I went ahead, I placed a few of the contraptions, and I might have gotten a little bit carried away. So brace yourself, I guess. So if we head on down here, we've got contraptions galore. So the first thing we have is our cooker, smelter, washer, whatever, haunter. So if we place all those items in their respected little drawers, you will notice they fall down. They'll slowly make their way over and they get washed. So there we automatically have all of these working. The only thing I might do is I might change these out to drawers, because it's just a lot quicker to right click with an item on it and it just goes into the system. But now if we check over here, we've got all our items in this area. Then this little area, we've got our mixer and our burner, which is the one in front. Then we have a lava press and a lava mixer. I'm not really sure if you need both of these. I know this one's for diamonds, and this one I'm not sure entirely. Might not even need it, but this one I do know we do need, so we can do that, and we can just do that. And this will automatically make brass for us. Then if we go around this way, we've got our crusher, which again, we can chuck in our items. 16 of them fall through, and they'll slowly go into this chest where they get processed into whatever we crush down. So for example, now we're crushing down obsidian, so we get a powdered obsidian, and even sometimes the odd occasional obsidian block back. So that's our crushing wheel system. And then over here, we've got our copper. And over here, we've got our copper oxidizer and waxer. So if we chuck in our copper in here, it will go... Why did that not work? Is it too fast? Is the mod outdated? Okay, well, that one's not working, so I'll have to look into that. But then on this side, we do have a waxer, so we can always just chuck our blocks in there. It'll get waxed. And then we can collect it over here. And I do like how I hit this little drawer away, so it looks like it's part of the container, but it's right there. Then if we run up here, we've got ourselves a little press machine, so we can chuck all of those in there, and this will create all the plates we need. So if we know we need a bunch, we can just come and chuck a bunch in here, and it should put everything in there. And if we take the copper out first, you'll notice it will fill up. So we can do 4 different ones at a stage, and it will not clog the system, which I'm really happy about. So, ooh, no, we don't need to, we shouldn't press those. But anyway, so apart from that, we've got quite a lot working in this area already. I do need to sort this out because I do know it does work. Why it doesn't work at the moment, I'm not entirely sure. But apart from that, I do think it's filling up quite nicely. I will add maybe 1 or 2 more contraptions in this area. Maybe one that will do like a deployer that makes us some brass casing, because currently we only make normal casing and we're going to need brass casing pretty soon. And then we might as well add something in the center here. I'm not really sure, but I don't know. I kind of like it. What do you guys think of this little workshop area that we can still expand on? And I do promise this workshop will not stay barren and ugly. We will fill it up between episodes with stuff like rotational speed control. Oh, I forgot the name again. Precision mechanism contraption machinificator 2000, that thing. But also some other more advanced workshop items that we don't use that much, even like a track maker we can put in here and those type of things. So we will use this little workshop in the end as well, and we'll just tidy it up and maybe use it for some crafting in regards to all the different chip things. We can have them all neatly packed on one side. So I think it's looking quite good. We've got some functioning workshops, and with that said, I think we should head on up to the population counter and see if we got some new citizens for the city. So we currently have 10,287 citizens in the city. That means we went up with a total of 20 subscribers in the last week. If you want to become a citizen, then do smash that subscribe button and remember to like the video, and then we'll add you to the counter in the next episode. Well, I know it's still not 100% automatic, but at least we have some of these contraptions that'll do the work while we spend our time in the world planning, building, and getting things sorted out. And we will get those sorted out. I'm not really sure if I did something wrong, so bear with me. I will sort that out. But I do appreciate you guys for being around and staying around till the end and watching this video. It really means a lot to me, and let me know down in the comments, what do you think of this new little workshop area? I know it's crammed, it's cluttered, and I love it, but I want to know, do you guys like it as well? So let me know down in the comments, and then till next time, take care. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we decided to upgrade on this here workshop by building a brand new working space down there in this area right over here, which we then filled with a variety of contraptions that made this space look a little bit more sturdy. And in this week's episode, well, we solved the iron problem, and I show you what I got up to between episodes. So over the past 2 weeks, I've been pretty busy IRL, and I was not able to record, but I did sneak onto my laptop once or twice just to try and do the odd ends and stuff. So the first thing I did is We fixed this wall, so now we actually have a little clean space that we can use, and this leads up to the school area. I went ahead off camera and I also added the processing plant, so we've got the meats all processed. So we have the raw items come in, we have them all choppy on this side, and they go into this storage. And then from the choppy side, we do have a cooking side, which currently is still totally manual, but we can flick that, and what this will do is it will cook the stuff, it'll deposit it into that little barrel. I think that didn't cook because we paused it for a bit, but there it goes, and it will fill up this barrel over here. So now that we have the items cooked, we can just go ahead and add the next part, which is the making of all the foods. But that's not going to be now. It might also actually just happen between episodes. Down in the workshop, we've added controls to turn off contraptions so we can save on power. We fixed the oxidization machine, so this is the last time I tested it, so all of that's working. It was basically an outdated mod, but that's working now. We've got all of these waxed ones, not because I need them, but because I wanted to test it a few times. We've added this little box because King Hap said, well, cardboard. He wants cardboard. So King Haps, here's your parcels, we'll send them up to you real soon. With that said, I haven't gotten around to all the comments yet. I do apologize for it, but it's been really busy. So I will do that, and I will reply to all of them still. But yeah, just so you guys know, I am sorry. I'm sorry about it. But in here, we've added another lever to turn all of this off. But then we also went ahead and added this little contraption sunken into the floor. And this makes us some andesite alloys. And then we have a little pressing machine that we can turn on to press things when and if we do need it. But I think by far the biggest change, well, it's the old workshop, because like mentioned, I was going to keep it, but we were going to change it around, and boy, did I change it a lot. So if we run in here, we are greeted with this little staircase going down, so we did lower this whole build, and that's so we can fit in this contraption. And this machine, well, this is our precision mechanism making machine. So now we can make those, we don't have to do it manually one by one. We've got a machine dedicated to making those, and we've done that. And then we've got more space. We've got some more space for more contraptions over here. This lava still works, I just turned it off for the moment, so we do have lava if we need to add something into this area. But then the big thing, if we run on over here and up the staircase, we've got our little area with all our old backpacks. We've got all our different chipped working benches. We've got some storage where everything is sorted neatly. We've got some extra blocks, and this is where we will, well, basically do what we did in the past, but just a bit more organized fashion. And I do like this a lot. I mean, we didn't expand much in the space. We just went down 2 blocks so we can accommodate the height of these contraptions, but somehow this feels a whole lot bigger. I don't know, there's so much in there, but I do think this workshop looks a whole lot better. I might have to bring that down or just put something there so I don't see that block. But yeah, this is what I've been doing. And again, we've got little contraptions to turn everything on and off, and we do have extra ones. And then up here we still have the back door to all of this, which is still a really big old mess, but we will get around to all of these things. But I'm just impressed with this whole workshop and all the things we fit in here. And just a little honorable mention, we did expand on the gravel crushing system by adding another additional 2 sets of crushing wheels over here with some little andesite funnels running into the system so we can make more gravel. And like you can see, we've made quite a lot. We've got 436,000 pieces of gravel, which should be enough to turn all of this, well, into iron. Oh, and I forgot we have an additional one over here. Oops. But we've got enough gravel now, and we can actually just take this and add it to this configuration, because I mean, we did the same with the cobble. Oh, I don't know why I ran into that. We've got additional cobble over here, so we might as well rip this out and just place this over here. Yeah, that should be fine. So now this system should pick up a total of 848,000 gravel, and that should be enough for us to create a new iron farm, which is just going to be gravel falling onto a little area where we have fans washing it and turning it into iron nuggets. So the biggest thing we need to sort out is basically where we're going to place it. So I'm going to have a little look around, and then once I see a place that is suitable, I'll bring you right back. So after spending a ton of time in free cam, running up and down in normal mode, trying to find the perfect spot for this iron farm, I noticed it's right behind us. You see, the original workshop has a total of 4 floors, and we've currently only used the very lower floors. So if we were to maybe utilize that floor over there, which kind of looks like this, then this is perfect, because I mean, we already have this opening from where the bee farm was, so we could do the whole limestone factory, and we have all of the gravel being generated right over there, which means we've got draw trims already running in this area, so we can just tap into the storage system going across like this. We do have power in the workshop downstairs, so we can have the items fall down, we can get them washed all over in this little area, and we can just reroute the staircase, and we actually have the perfect position for our iron farm. So then this will become our main iron farm, and our secondary iron will be generated using the tough method that we have going down there. So I think this is perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to maybe quickly move the staircase, I think. Yeah, I think if it comes up here, it will be better. So I'm going to move the staircase, grab a bunch of materials, and when I come back, we can look at building this little iron farm. So I've done a little bit of work in this area. So you enter into a little like reception foyer area. We move the staircase up over here so you can get up on top there, which is perfect. And then I also brought over the frame trims all the way from the storage on that side, and also I did bring up power. I have to mention we didn't actually have to bring it from there, because you see we already ran a line to those little factories on that side, so we just brought it all the way straight up, which is actually very, very handy. Now what we need to do is we need to figure out everything. So I think we need to start by having maybe the power source over there, we'll have the fan over here, and we'll have water in that area. So we'll have water blowing with a fan blowing this way, but then I also want to increase it, which I don't know how I'm going to do that, because to be fair, if we do water in this little leaf block and we have the fan there, we're going to have in case chain dries over there, which means we're going to see them on the floor over here, which I don't think is a bad idea, because we can always use that to tap into power to build something in this area, or we can just do a rug or whatever. Not that I'm saying that I know I'm going to do something in here, but just thinking ahead. So I think that's what we're going to do, and we can do maybe a few leaf blocks. So we'll have, what's that, 4, maybe 5 fans on top, 1 fan over here, and that should be enough to convert all of this to iron quite fast. I think we're going to do that because we need to drop down the iron somewhere. So it's going to drop down over here, and it will have like a little draw controller or something in this area that just picks up the items as soon as they reach this area, which I think should be fine. Yeah, I think that's more than enough. I actually think we can get away with only 3 blocks on this side. So maybe we should do that. Maybe we should make it only 3. We only drop down 16 at a time. We have it being watched by 1, 2, 3, 4 fans. I guess if it really has to happen, we can add fans over there, but I don't really want to, because I want this fan to actually push it across. Yeah, I think this can work. So we'll technically rip out those, and we'll maybe do one more just to tap into the power on the side. And then we'll do some power in this area, so we'll just temporarily rip out all of these. Well, these are temp, these are permanent. And then we can then just add everything, I guess. So it will be a fan over here, and I think the easiest way to do those is we'll run up and we'll do 3 fans like that. And I think I'm going to go for the normal in case chain drive, so we'll do it like this, so we're not using the industrial iron ones in this area. Like that, so we'll power that from back there, and then this one we can maybe just do something like this, and then now I just need to think it's 1, 2, 3, so that power is coming through right over there, and then this will be the input, or the item input. So if we were to grab ourselves a shaft real quick, there we go, let's just do that, and we do this. And then we do this going down and into that. That should be more, no, not over there. That should be the basic wiring. That should be the basic wiring. We just need to connect it up to this, and I'm going to do that using a rotational speed controller. So I think we can technically, this is only 1 block thick, so we can maybe do this, and we can add that one in like, no, wrong, like this. We do our rotational speed control over there. We add our little, our big cog over there, leave it on 16, that's perfect. And now we can just run this in to that, and that is all suction. So we need to make sure that we put that up to there. And that's basically it. I mean, that's the whole system. That's blowing across, so that will blow items across, and these are blowing down, which will also help with the washing. And then we just need to do collection in this area and add the water. But for the water, we're going to need some more water, so let's just do that real quick. And we fill that up, and now we can just grab those, and this should keep the water in there. Yeah, it does. So we don't really need to build any barriers. And we can pick this up again, because we're going to need one more over there, and we can rip this out. And that should be it. I mean, we can test it. Let's grab gravel, because I'm going to release it in 16s. So let's do this, and we're going to drop it right over there. It's going to go across. Yeah, that changes quite quick. We might actually get away with making it bigger stacks, maybe 32s. Where's the gravel again? No, I missed it. Let's quickly see 32s. Where does the 32 change? Right over there. Okay, let's quickly check 64s. Well, that doesn't give a lot. Let's chuck in a whole stack real quick and see what that does. Let's do that. Oh, that was a bit too far. Let's just do 64. Because I don't mind if it's 64, because then what we can do is we can have like a little smart chute in that area, which then turns off once this compacting drawer is full, which could help the whole process. Yeah, it turns round about there. Yeah, I think we'll do smart chute with like a little drawer controller on top, and then we can have it turn off once we fill the compacting drawer. Okay, let me quickly grab those materials, and we'll see if we can add the item input and output system. Okay, we should have everything we need to build this. So first of all, we'll have a drawer controller slave over there with our compacting drawer on top of that. And then we're going to have our smart chute in this area. And this is very important. We have to put a filter on this that says only drop gravel. So I can plonk that in there, and that should be on 64 standard. So we don't have a problem with that. And then on this one, we need to do an input, and we could just do a normal andesite funnel. We're just going to turn it around, because this will then pick up all the flint as well and send it to the storage in the room all the way down there. And then also important to note, I did remove the iron storage over there. So we have no iron in the system at all for now. And then a second one, we'll just have another drawer control over there. So the first thing we need to do is just grab ourselves a singular iron nugget, and we're just going to put it right over there, so that fills it up, and now we know what's going to go into that. And then we can lock it, quantify it, and there we can see one iron nugget. We're going to rip that out because we want to start fresh and clean. And basically all we need to do now is just hook up the storage drawers, I do believe. Yeah, I think that's all. Only thing is, I noticed now this might be a little bit of a problem. Not really a problem, it's just a bit of a pain to get to that area right over there. Can I do something like this so I can just get down? Oh, that is going to be a problem, because there's that drawer controller. I don't think you're going to see it back here, so we should be fine. So let's just grab this one, and then I think what we can do is we can literally take one of these, and this block that we just removed, where do we put it? Yeah, right over there. We're just going to do that. So that's our frame trim right over there, so you don't notice it. And then we can go back to using these, and we're just gonna, I'll remove these later on, just gonna rip that and that out, and we're just gonna connect those. And now this should in theory pick up the system. It does, and you can see there's no iron. And now if we run this over like so, and we just connect it here, that should connect and start dropping gravel. There we go. Gravel drops. Oh, that's dropping so much gravel. That might like give us the error that says too many items on the floor. It is changing some of the... Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to switch this down to exactly 32. But I mean, it's working. We've got 3 blocks of iron already. That's already picking up and it's going quite quick. I just can't see if it's, yeah, it's all turning, so that's good news. So this should solve our little iron problem, and we should get iron a lot faster, because we were burning through iron, especially with all the different girders and stuff we wanted in the area, and making all of that look pretty and all of those things. So I do think that the upgrade to the iron farm was needed. I don't know if it's the best upgrade, but at least it's something. So, but for now, I'm quickly going to put in this back wall, see if I can decorate a little bit, and then I'll bring you guys back. Okay, so it's done, decoration wise, and this was actually such a little simple build, but that's mainly because we've already been gathering up the gravel, and we had the gravel factory in place, that we basically just drop items down and we just make ourselves some iron. And you can see we're already up to more than a stack of iron blocks, and I did change it back to 64 because after watching it for a little while, I noticed all of it does get converted into the right type of blocks. You can see it's all turning there. It's very rough to see. I guess we can turn off particles, but it is working, which is great. And then over here, I did add ourselves a little threshold switch. So as soon as it reaches 85%, it will trigger this chute, and it will, well, the smart chute, and it will switch off the system. So I'm not too bothered. I might just let it fill up and see how much we have in total in regards to iron blocks, and then I'll decide if I add an upgrade to the system or not. But that's it. That's basically it for this little build over here. I do think we need to add something else in this area, which I'm not really sure what yet, but maybe we find something in the future, as well as some builds up here. Like mentioned, we do have this little situation happening, but if we do happen to do a factory and we need power, we can easily just tap into this and sort that out. But I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited about the fact that we have iron, and it might be a lot better than the system we had in place over there. So I'm pretty excited. So what happened? Oh, what happened? Let me rip this out. Okay, I don't think we have power. But why would we not have power? This is weird. What could that be? Yeah, we don't have lava flowing. We don't have power at all. It doesn't have water? That's pretty strange. And all of these are loaded. I think it might be overstressed. Okay, I'm going to sort this out, and then hopefully we can get everything back up and running. So I've managed to get this started again, and the problem was the fact that this engine was overstressed. So what I had to do is I had to add a bunch of controls all over to turn off certain machines. Like this was constantly running and we don't use it, so I added a little controller for that, a little lever for that, and there are a few other ones that I can't really remember now, but we did that, and then we started that again, and now this is running again. But you will notice that this is the last of our gravel. We don't have a lot more gravel remaining, so this is going to turn into iron, and once that's turned into iron, we're going to be done, because I've turned off the cobble generator because it makes a lot of those highlighted blocks if you want. So yeah, we ran out. I was expecting that because we are in the very early stages of filling that drawer, so it's going to run out eventually, and I've only made it to fill up to 50% because it's a lot of iron. So we're going to use all of that to turn into gravel, along with I think those two. Yeah, this one's quite filled up as well, and that one's also filled up. So we'll turn all of that into gravel, and we'll turn that gravel into iron, and hopefully then we have that drawer filled, because I'm gonna run out of cobble, so that's gonna be interesting. But if we run up here, just to show you guys, you might have seen it, so I did add this little desk area over here which displays the product, and then I added a stone cutter so we can cut some of the iron into industrial iron if we need it, and just a bit of storage over here in general. And we can add more to this, but for now I think this looks pretty neat, and we've gathered all the way up to 2088 stacks of iron blocks, and I think this one can take 128 stacks of iron blocks. That is why I limited it to only 55%. So it looks like we're halfway, so we'll have about 4,000 blocks of iron. So once we reach that, I will turn on the generators, make sure we have enough cobble and everything. But for now, I do think this is working perfectly. But we're gonna have to look at adding another boiler to this area pretty soon, or maybe expanding into a different setup where we make some blaze cakes and have a new boiler that makes use of the blaze cakes. I don't know, it's a problem for future me. But I have to admit, this episode feels kind of weird because we only did the little iron farm behind me and it wasn't a big build, but this video is already going on pretty long. So with that said, I think we're going to call it in regards to what we're building and stuff like that. So let's head on up over there to the population counter and see where we are at the moment in regards to the population. Today we're standing on 10,304 citizens. That means we've grown with a total of 17 new citizens. Do you want to be part of the citizen counter? Then smash that subscribe button and see how you get added to the grand population of the city. Well, with the population count updated, it's time for me to say goodbye. We did run out of time. I still can't believe that we managed to only build the little iron farm in a pre-existing building, and this video is already the same length as a normal video, which is surprising, but it might be all the planning and problem solving and stuff like that. So I know it was a bit of a creative episode and not a really buildy one, but we will be back to normal from next week. And again, I just want to say thank you for understanding, and I do apologize for the delay in video production and all of those things because it has been very busy. But I appreciate you guys sticking around, and I can't wait to see you all in the next episode. So down in the comments, let me know, what do you think of all the changes to the areas, specifically the workshop down there, and also what do you think of the iron farm? And then I'll see you all in the next episode. Take care, bye for now. In the previous episode, we solved the iron problem by repurposing this building behind me and fitting in a brand new iron farm, which you can also see has been performing like mad. And in this episode, we're going to address another quite frequently mentioned comment, which concerns these, maybe this one, potentially these two, and all the other unmentioned storage drawers. And that suggestion, a central storage system for all our items. But instead of building it right here, which is somewhat central, we're going to be building it up there, which is a little bit more central. So the general thought is to build the storage area in this area. Well, not this entire area. Let's say this area like this line, if you want to, and that way it will link between what's happening down here and the skyscrapers at the top that we're going to get to eventually. But before we can do that, we need to gather up quite a few blocks, and the first one we're going to need is some moss. I need to see if we can maybe use the moss and some bone meal on one of the end islands, and then we need to craft a whole bunch of stuff and ingredients and so forth that we're going to need for this build. So I got my 1 block of moss and the bone meal, and while we fly out, I'm just gonna have a little talk quickly because I don't know if you noticed, my voice sounds a little bit different, and that's because I actually have some form of flu or throat or lung thing going. So I am a little bit ill. Ooh, I nearly coughed there. So this is not going to be a very long video. It's not going to be a very talky one because I don't know how long I can keep this up, and I just didn't want to leave you guys without a video. So do keep that in mind if the video seems short and cut off at a certain point. But yeah, let's land over here and see if we can convert this, because I actually don't know if this is going to work. It does. Okay, so we're going to spend some time over here just grabbing a bunch of moss. I'm going to make sure I get more than I need. That way we have a little bit of supply until we can build our little moss farm. So yeah, let me get to mossing, I guess. And just like that, we filled up our inventory and also a few stacks in our backpack as well. And now we need to fly home and hope we make it, because my backpack didn't have food in and I'm hungry. So, okay, so there was a little audio mute there because I had to cough. So let's see if we can get back to base and get some of the basic items together so we can build this new storage system. And I'm quite excited. I did a little wool build in creative and I know what I want to do and where I want to do it. So yeah, let's land, let's empty, let's eat and grab a few resources, and I'll be right back. So let's craft some resources that we're going to need for this little build, starting off with the building blocks. So first things first, we're going to need a bunch of stone bricks. So I'm just going to craft a ton of those. And then these we're going to use in their raw form to an extent, but also then use them as the mossy variant. So that's why we're going to need quite a chunk of those. And then we're also going to use normal cobble and mossy cobble, that's the other word, and just normal stone in general. So I think that should be enough. So now we can just go ahead and do this. So I'm going to craft up all of these and change them into the different variants we're going to need. And then I'll bring you guys back once we're ready to craft the next batch of items. Okay, so we got all our blocks in, and I do think this should be more than enough. But the next thing we need to do is drawers. We're going to need quite a bunch of drawers. So we've got 1 by 1. So let's craft maybe another stack of those. Let's craft 2 stacks, but I'm only going to keep 1 stack in my inventory. That's perfect. And then also the 4 by 4s. Yeah, let's do 1 stack of those. And we do... Oh, you get a lot extra. Anyway, so okay, we do have a lot extra of those, which is then done. And then we're going to need some threshold switches and links. So let's craft a stack of redstone links, and that gives 2 each, which is perfect. And then the threshold switches, let's start with a stack of those as well. So this should be everything we need to attempt this storage room build. We're going to keep those in there for now. I've got the dirt that we're going to use to tower up, and then also I got all the blocks that we're going to use to build this. And I do think, yeah, I do still have some magic wands, so I'm going to head up and then we can start marking out the area. So I want to use this little space we have over here, because we're going to sooner or later have to move this elevator up a little bit more to the next level. So what better space than to build it right in this position and enclose the elevator in its new little structure, but also use this structure to get up to top and to expand into our storage area. So I'm going to make it exactly the same size like this, and then I think we can expand 1 to the back, and I want to go up 29 blocks. So we've got 1 over here already. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 26, 27, 28, 29. So this is 29 blocks, and this will be the level on which we build the floor. And I'm just going to do this because this marks a corner and the floor is going to be from here stretching that way. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to go all the way over, and it should line up with the front of this elevator. So right about here, I guess. Yeah, that seems right. If we go into free cam, we go straight down. That's perfect. So it's going to line up over here, and exactly this part is where we're going to build our little floor for the storage room. And to do that, we're going to make use of our magic wand, but we first need to sort out our inventory, and we're just going to move these down by 1 block each. And this is the ratio in which we want it to randomize. So if we hold down shift and control right click, we can say restrictions left and right. We want to do replacement. Yeah, sure, that's more for grass and stuff like that. Match similar, we're just going to say match any at the moment, and we're going to say random. And then if we go out over here, it should give us a little line like that and that. And now it's fine, but as soon as we're going to do this, it's going to try and go to the side. So we're going to do one like that, but then we're just going to remove this block over here by block, and this block over here by block. And now we can actually just continue building this. This should now work out. Well, we first need to move this back, but this should work out, and we just need to run it all the way to the other side. Okay, so the floor's in, and I did a little bit of blocking out, and the reason for this is I just need to think about height and stuff like that, because we don't want it to be too low and it feels cramped in, but I also need to think of this elevator is going to stop. We need to do like a staircase going up to a walkway, I think, because the idea with this is I want this to be hidden and underground, and that's why I opted for this block, because I almost want it to be somewhat of a sewer type system, because remember, on this area we're going to have a lot of commercial buildings, some housing and stuff like that. So if this is the sewer area, then it's going to be hidden and it's going to be damp and all of those things, and that's the reason for that. So we'll have this all hidden away, and this will be our storage system, and it will be feeding in all the way from down there when we connect it with the trims. But for now, I think we just need to look at where everything's gonna go in this area. And to get things started, we're just gonna use the normal dirt blocks, and I think what we need to do is we need to stay away from this edge. So the idea is that we have the actual, I don't want to call it a bridge, but let's call it a bridge for argument's sake, will be at this level, and then we'll have like a little inner wall for detail, and then the drawers can technically start on this level. But because we need to insert redstone links, threshold switches, and then the drawers, we're going to maybe do something like this instead. So we'll only have the drawers start over here, which I don't really mind. And then we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we can do drawers on this side as well. And the reason why I have drawers on this side and they don't have threshold switches is because I want to do the little smaller drawers on this side, and I want to add all the random things we have like fences and stuff like that that just clogs up our inventory that we never use or randomly use or seldomly use, and we can put them in here if we don't use them, and we can come fetch them if we have to. So I might not do all of the drawers yet. I might only do like one section and start out with that, and we continue from there on. But for now, we need to plan this. So if this is 1, let's do, I think 7. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3 high, so this will technically come out, and then we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we'll do a 3 gap, and then we'll do that again. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's all going to be 3 high, 3 high, and I think we should be able to fit in 4 of those. Okay, let me quickly get them in, and then we'll see what it looks like. Okay, so I got everything in, and I do think this configuration works. We'll discuss this side just now, but on this side, we've got 3 panels of 3x7, and I think that's more than enough. And here at the very end, we've only got a 3x5, and I was thinking, yeah, we could do all the valuable ores and stuff like iron, zinc, and stuff like that, which is not typically what you have over there, and it puts them separate, so I don't really mind that. And then on this side, well, this side's a bit different, because I was thinking, what if we do these like this and we leave a little 2 gap over here, and then we can place all our different crafting benches and stuff that we, I know, just recently made a home for in the little workshop down there, and we move them into this area and we put them underneath. So that way we can maybe have all the different glass stuff that we've been crafting using the crafting benches in this area with the little glass crafting table. We can have the stone one, we can have the wood one, and whatever, and we can even double up so we make it half and half, so it actually looks like this instead. And I think that could really work. So now that we have that, we can actually go ahead and add our different drawers, and I do believe we can just do this, and we might be able to actually use the wand for this, I do think. Yeah, let's quickly see. Let's do up and down. Oh, we need to say don't do random. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so that's gonna work, and I think
this drawer color will be the correct one. So we can now just go ahead and replace all of these with the different drawers, and I think it's gonna look really awesome if we have all of these in and everything. And for now it's gonna be open and exposed and everything, but that's not the way it's gonna stay. We will close this up, like I mentioned, in some form of a bridge or something. But then the next thing we need to do is grab our little create backpack, and we're gonna do these threshold switches, and we're going to do the redstone links. And I think for now we're just going to place all of them down. We're going to give every single one of these, and this is just so that if we start automating the items in these drawers, we can already have the little link and everything set up, so we can come back here, we can just click it, change it, and instantly make sure that things turn off once they are filled up, because this way we have everything in place. We don't have to worry about crafting them in the future, and it makes it easier to control, and all of that will be hidden away behind some form of wall, so you won't see that like you see them now. But anyway, we're not going to do that on this side. This is just going to be mine items, so I'm going to go ahead, finish all of this off, and then we can look at the next part to this build. Okay, so we have all the threshold switches and all the redstone links in here. Obviously, we're going to have to remove some of these drawers when we bring the full ones up. But for now, this is working. And you'll also notice that I have some temporary little trims connected to these drawers. And we replaced some of the flooring with trims as well and connected it up all the way to the side to a storage drawer. And this is just to test if it's working. So we currently have a drawer key. So if we right click, all of these appear to be locked, which is fantastic news. Yeah, they're all locked. And now if we shift right click again, we can just quantify, and now we'll be able to see which items are in the drawers and how many items they are in the drawers. So this is technically working. And the last thing we need to do now is just connect this up to the system down there. And I was thinking we did expand this, so technically this should be the edge, so the inside should be one of those. So this is a trim, and this is technically going to be wall, so we might as well just rip this one out, because it's going to be replaced with wall anyway. So this trim will be a temporary little one, where if we go all the way from here all the way to the top, we can just connect this up, and then once this reaches the top, we can just go down and connect it to the bottom. And if we just hop on into FreeCam, we can see we can go straight through this cave, we can go all the way down, and then we need to decide where's the closest trim. We've got one over there and we've got one over there, but I'm kind of thinking that this one right here by the iron farm might be the closest. If we just run it this way and then just this way and then just go all the way up. Yeah, that might be the closest one. So I'm going to do that, connect it all up, and then we can see if we can make this contraption work. Okay, so connected it up, and I'm just running through to make sure that nothing popped into any of these drawers, and nothing has. And then if we go over here and we look at this, it should tell us what's in the system. Yeah, it's connected up. So everything on this side is working, which I'm pretty happy about. And now the big thing is, can we replace some of these drawers with some of the drawers down there? And then also important to note, some of these will become compacting drawers, especially with the ores and stuff like the iron and stuff like that. But that's not a problem. So I think what we need to do is we need to head down and maybe pick a drawer, I think, and just test it. What I did is I turned off the cobble gen earlier, so maybe we can take the cobble drawers. Yeah, the cobble drawers, and they work on a threshold switch that is tied to this, and thus we're not going to have to activate a threshold switch on those, so we can literally just rip these out. So I do believe it's this one, and then those two, and that should be 3 cobble drawers. Let's quickly see. Yeah, there's the third one, and then we'll just fill in those with all the different items. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go place these all the way up here, And once we place them, we can turn back on the cobble generator that I temporarily turned off to make sure that it's running. See, this is my weakness, because now I don't know where I want to start filling these things up. Should we do blocks at the end, but then you run up and down the whole time? Or should we do the blocks we use less on the end and the blocks we use more in the center, thus all our things are together in the center? Yeah, we're going to do that. So we're going to rip out 1, 2, 3. Let's just make sure those 3 are the cobble ones. And then we're going to do cobble, cobble, cobble. And now if we check, it does pick up how much is in there. But like mentioned, we're not going to need threshold switches on these because they calculated with the volt at the bottom, which is perfect. So it is picking up and everything. I don't think that it's going to be any use turning it on over there because these are already filled to the brim. So it will just continue filling the volt. But it's working. This is exactly what we need to do. So I need to move every single one of those drawers all the way up here, and then once they're all in place, we'll have a complete storage room. So I think what I need to do is maybe not do that now, but first look at decorating this place, because it's going to be more fun for you guys seeing what my idea is with the decoration rather than me going up and down, up and down, up and down, sorting out drawers and stuff like that. So I'm going to clear my inventory, well, the 3 things that are in my inventory, grab all the resources we're going to need, and then we're going to decorate this place. Okay, so for now, the idea for this is going to be very, very basic. We're literally going to replace, say, these blocks, and we're going to do them with the industrial iron frame trims, and then we are going to add structure to these, because I want to make it look like they're actually just standing in a sewer, and that these are more pipe work than they are actual stuff that we're going to need to keep all of these up. And the reason for pipe work, because it's a sewer, and then once we build the rest of the structure, we're going to build a bridge over it and make it look even more so. So like mentioned, for now, the idea will just be to connect these type of builds or parts together. Maybe we can bring this one a little bit further, something like that. See, it's got structure over there, it's got some structure over here, and then we can maybe do something like this. Yeah, I do like that. This might interfere with the tables. We will still be able to fit 2 in here. I might move it up 1, but for now, this is the general idea. Maybe we can do this one like that, and we can just use the wrench to activate that block. And then this one, we can have a table on this side, and we can do that. Rip out this again. And I just wanted to feel a little bit more organic. So this one we'll keep like that, and we'll rather do something maybe like this again. And then this one can be very short. It can just literally be this. And then maybe we can do... yeah, let's do that. I do like that. Now we've got one lower down as well. So I want it to look something like this, and then once we have the wall and everything, I am considering adding a little bit of spinny bits. Not that they'll have a big function in the area like this, but it will just bring a bit of movement to this whole sewer system design and idea. I am not really sold on the drawer being over there, and to be honest, it can be anywhere. It doesn't need to be there. It can be anywhere on the trim line. There's a trim line back there. It can be over here. It can be underneath these. So it's not a big deal. It can even like fit into one of these slots over here, and it's not going to change anything. So this might still move, but for now it's perfect. So I'm going to go ahead, rip out all of these, change all of those up, and get it all built up, and then we can have a look at this once it's completed. And I think this is the start of a pretty awesome looking storage area. I did manage to move up the workbenches, the backup backpacks over here. I added some crafting tables all over, added some lights, all the different crafting or workbenches. I did end up moving the drawer controller, and it's looking good. I really enjoy how all of this came together. I know I didn't move in the little drawers and everything or these type of things, but I can't. My throat is currently killing me and I'm gonna have to call it. I can't talk anymore, but I do think we made quite a lot of progress and I think it looks amazing. And if we hop on into FreeCam, it's not going to look like much now. It's just going to be this floating thing. But you need to imagine a gigantic structure covering the elevator, going all the way up and then splitting into this direction. And also, I don't think I mentioned it, but it's also going to split into that direction, connecting those two. And I want to, in the end, create a big square thing. So what you see over here will run over there, and over here. And that will create like a central quad area where you can look down onto these structures. Also want to mention, by building this, it doesn't mean that we're done with any of the builds in this area. We will get around to building those as soon as we are done with this thing. We're first going to do that and then we'll head back down over here because there are quite a few little farms I want to add, for example the processing of crops and stuff like that. So yeah, between episodes I'm going to go ahead and move all the storage areas or all the storage containers up to this area, with the exception of some of them. Like for example, I'm not going to move the crops. The reason I don't want to move the crops is this is raw product and I only want to move them once we have the finished thing. So we might only have like a little food section over here where we have like 3 or 4 meals that we prepare, but apart from that the crop's going to stay down there because we don't use that in everyday crafting. This is more for everyday crafting, the things we need whenever we need to run over and prepare for a build or something, because I don't mind running over there if I need to grab something from that area, because we don't do that often. Same with the mob drops, I'm not going to connect them up to this area. But with that said, I'm also not going to do a little population countdown thing. I will do that maybe in a form of a short tomorrow night or the night after. I'm not really sure after this video goes live, but maybe tomorrow I feel better and I'll just add it. But for now, I would like you guys to head on down to the comments. Let me know, what do you think of this new storage area, and do you think the idea can work? And if you have any suggestions what we can put in the new old workshop that we just fixed, let me know down in the comments as well. Maybe we can add another farm or something in there again to fill it up. But till next time, remember, like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next episode. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we started some major changes to the city, which included ripping out our recently reconstructed workshop, slowly taking apart our storage room, and building a big floating platform in the sky, which we then went ahead and converted into our brand new central storage room. And in today's episode, we're going to improve on this floating monstrosity by removing this structure, these two structures, and building something that connects the lower level with this level and even this level. But before we get into building, let's talk changes and what I've been doing between episodes. So first of all, I did add all the ores over here, made sure all the drawers have the right amount of upgrades. I moved these items up here, and you'll notice that I also added the appropriate redstone links, and then we skipped a few, and then on this side, this is temporary just so I can empty out little drawers and stuff. And then over here, I started sorting out all the blocks from the storage down there, with exception to this one, because this is where I start to get really difficult with storage, because currently all of this is, I don't know, the colors are just working, they look quite nice and everything. And then we have this blackstone block, which is a total black block, which in my mind should be going over here. But what are all the other blocks that need to go in this area? So I will sort that out, and the same goes for these blocks, because they also need a little home. Again, the blackstone is something I use a lot, so it would make sense to put it on that wall. But like these blocks we don't use often, so they might go onto this wall. But anyway, we did add some of the glass blocks that we're going to use, and we will slowly fill in all the other blocks like the wood and everything and bring it to the top. But I haven't gotten around to doing a lot of it, because as a lot of you remember and could have heard in the previous episode, I was pretty ill, and you might still hear a cracking in my voice, so we're going to try and talk. How much, I'm not really sure of. But I just want to say thank you to everybody with the little wishes saying get well soon, the home remedies, and all the tips on getting well real soon. I appreciate it. But for now, let's head on down and see what we need to do before we can start construction. So I've been playing around in creative and I do have a structure for all of this, but that means that we will have to get rid of quite a bunch of stuff. So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to go around and rip out all of these because we're not going to need them right over here where they are, but instead we will be reusing the parts in the tower itself. And the idea is that we're going to come out 2 blocks further to the back, but then also we're going to keep the rest of the shape the same as is. And another thing I want to do is I want to remove these 2 towers because I like them, but they're kind of going to be in the way of this building and the site of the building, so we're still going to use them somewhat, but not in the state they are now. I know, very secretive, and if you want to see what it's going to look like, you're going to have to sit around and wait for the time lapse. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove all of this, get everything cleaned up, disconnect the elevator, and then we can see what we need to do next. So the little temporary elevator construction that was over here is completely removed now. We removed the 2 towers. You can still see the remnants of it, but that's not a problem. And now what we need to do is I need to gather up quite a lot of resources. But while that's happening, I want to take some time and show you guys the other things I did change in this area. So if we go up here real quick, we had a problem where we would get the animals, we'll kill the animals, and only pork chops would go down. All of these remained the same and everything, and that was because those items weren't getting removed from the system. And the reason for that is, well, we had a little shaft system, not a shaft system, a chute system in this area that came down over here, and what happened is it took out the pork chops came down the chute here, and as soon as that little drawer filled up, they would just remain in here, thus never removing any of the other items from the little container. So what I did is I did modify it. I added some drawer controllers of here with some smart chutes on top of them, and that way we have all the resources we need in here now. But you can see it's already turned off because we're stocked up on those. We're stocked up on, okay, we're not stocked up on the cooked ones because I haven't added a system to it yet, but I did turn it off. So that's the one thing we changed in this area. And yeah, by the redstone factory, not a major change, but we had to make a modification to how items get stored. So we'll still have 1 redstone vault containing a buffer amount of items, and the rest of this goes directly into the big storage drawer system that links up all the way to our platform up there, which then works out perfectly. And the same is going to go for these. All of these I still need to move, but I'm not going to move those now. But instead, I think maybe on camera we can move some of the logs into the new storage area. So let's pop on up to the tree farm. Okay, so we're here in the storage system, and I went to go grab a bunch of the logs, and I want to show you guys how my brain really works. So first of all, we've got 8 logs currently without the netherwoods included. So we need to put it into this grid, and this grid's only 7. So how I justify this is it's quite simple. I don't like these. Well, it's not like I don't like them. I'm not going to use them a lot. So the next thing I will do, so they will go in there, and then I will arrange these either via color or via the amount I use or something like that. So this might typically be my configuration for this, so from darkest to lightest, and then we'll just do 2 random ones. Yeah, maybe just like this. So these are the logs that I'm going to use, and that's how I'm going to put them in the system. So that's not a problem. So we have 1 space for all of those logs, and then these 2 will go underneath each other. And the next thing is we're going to do exactly the same with all the strip variants. So we'll have dark oak, we'll have spruce, we'll have oak, birch, acacia, mangrove, and then we have 2 extras. So now this is where it gets complicated. So we'll have jungle, and we'll have cherry, and well, just the other way around, and one of them can go into that slot. So now the next question is, do I make these planks so we have enough of each item in the plank form, or do I go ahead and add only my favorite planks or random stuff in there, like maybe saplings or whatever? Because that's the thing, if I take these two, I might rip out this and do a 2-drawer, which I'll then use for the cherry and for the jungle logs, strip logs over there somewhere. And what we're going to do now is we're going to head on down over here into this area, and you'll notice all of these are currently powered, but as soon as we remove any one of these, the machines are going to start running, which is fine. Let them start running because we're going to be quick with this. Going to go all the way up. Oh, I didn't even check in which order I got them. Okay, let's quickly see. So this one is Acacia. So we know Acacia is right over there. Bump, there it goes. And let's just see that that turned on. It did. Okay, cool. So that one is Spruce. So Spruce is second on the list. Can I just check this? No, it doesn't say what's in there. Oak, dark oak. So this one is dark oak. This one is oak. Let's just do that. That one's jungle. Jungle, we said down here. Cherry. That one's birch. And it will automatically mean that this one is mangrove. And now all of these should be on. They are, except for cherry. I think because cherry was still busy filling up. And if we then do this, let's see. But I should be able to right click on this and it deposits every single one of the logs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to finish up with the stripped logs as well as the saplings. And then I'll show you guys once this wall's done. Okay, so we've got it all sorted out. I've got all the logs in that little area over there. The stripped variants down there. And then I don't know if this is going to work. So I do have a double drawer and I added a single storage 2 upgrade to this. And then I added 2 threshold switches. This one observes only cherry logs and this one observes only jungle logs, and I want to see if it turns on. What I do think we need to do is we need to change it to only say 30%, and it only turns on after when it's below 15%, I think. Let's quickly see. So that's sitting right about there, and if we look at this one, yeah, see this one is sitting way further down. So if we do 30 and 15, yeah, see 30 is right over there, or the jungle's right over there, and then this one's right over there. So it is picking up the individuals. So hopefully this will turn on the different system. I know this doesn't look pretty, but I'll figure out something over there. So we've got that going, and I added the saplings over here, and I was thinking we can actually put them on this side because we do void the saplings after we reach a set amount of saplings. So I might just go ahead and do that. So we add them to the side, we do a little void switch, and that will solve that problem because we only need 8 drawers. So it will be those 8 in general, but that should work. And again, it's not everything. There's still a bunch of other stuff like the moss carpets and the mangrove roots and all of those things we get when we do harvest the mangrove trees and a bunch of other stuff. So we will add drawers for those on this side, close to our little wood station where we will be doing our working for those things. But for now, I want to go down. Downstairs I've gathered up all the resources for this build, and they're located in this backpack right over here. And on this clipboard we can see it's a total of 7 pages, and this should be everything. I hope it's everything, and well, I guess we won't know not until we run this schematic cannon. So with that said, grab yourself a snack, a drink, relax, sit back and enjoy as we do a little bit of a build montage.
Okay, it's done and it's massive. It's gigantic and I love it. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that building this tower and the elevator shaft all the way to the top does not mean we're done on this level. I'm actually so excited about what needs to happen still on this level because I think it would look so cool with this massive structure over here and everything that has to happen underneath it. But with that said, let's just have a look at this. And I mean, just imagine a few more builds in this area, some pathways, and then you look up and you just see this colossal structure above you. I am pretty excited about this, and there are still things that we need to change. For example, these trims all need to get changed so they look like these bricks and just blend in a little bit better. But apart from that, I think it's starting to look really nice. Sorry, that was a little coughing spree. But then also, I would like to still add a little pathway up here and do some more builds in this area as well. So there's still a lot I want to do on this level. And like mentioned, this structure does not mean that we're done at all. But I also want to show you guys, we do need to update the elevator. So I did connect it and everything, but this rotational speed controller has not been set up. So if we were to craft a button real quick, cobble, no, it's normal stone. I keep on forgetting that. Normal stone. Oh, there we go. And we call it an elevator. It is pretty fast. So we do need to sort that out, and then I will sort out the naming and everything because there's a few additional floors I want to add. I want to add the floor down there, and then this floor, which is then the first floor at the upper level, and the elevator won't go any higher from this point. So this is the very highest point the elevator will travel, and from here on I want to do quite a few big skyscrapers and buildings, and like a corporate building maybe over there, maybe even like a real fancy hotel. I don't know, still a lot of things I need to do, and we will get to those. Please keep that in mind. But for now, we're just going to continue with the area down here, and what I want to do next is I want to just go down all the way. This is pretty fast, oh my word. And I want to fly out so we can see what this looks from a distance. And this should be far enough. Just don't want to upset some endermen. Yeah, that looks so cool with that structure in place there. Like, also remember, it's not blended into the landscape over there at all. But I like this. So what I did is I continued those beams all the way from the bottom, pushing through the floor, going all the way up and forming part of that. So you get that strong line connecting the very lower area and the top area, and it's looking epic. But then also I wanted to make sure that we can get into this place without using the elevator. So if we were to fly around, we have this little doorway over here, which is actually a hatch into the bridge. So this we'll remove. We will build something in here, we'll fill it up. I don't know what it's going to be yet. Maybe some create contraptions again, or create storage, or I don't know, so we can store all our create components. But then if we go through here, we're in the central lobby again, and again if we go through here, we're in the sewer. And I know it's not very damp and dark and everything. We will add a lot more detail as we progress in this world, but it's it's hidden and it's not floating anymore, and I think it looks really, really cool. I'm pretty excited about it, and I think I'm more excited about the whole hidden entrance over here than anything else. But then also, let's just glide on down over here. Oh, we missed it. Let's just do this again. So we added these little walkways, and I'm gonna use these to maybe add another farm or two to this area, because with the city it's all about utilizing space. So every single space would sooner or later turn into either a house or a farm or something. But yeah, just imagine all the buildings still to come in this area. I'm loving it. I love it so much. And this is where we'll have to do another switch. But yeah, what do you think? Let me know down in the comments. Do you like this bridge? And are you excited about filling the area underneath the bridge to really make it look all cluttered? But before we can do any new structures in this area, we need to make sure that the population is up to standard. So we currently have a total of 10,335 citizens. That means we've grown with a total of 31 new citizens. So if you want to become a citizen in the city, then smash that subscribe button and contribute to the citizen counter. I just can't get over this amazing view that adds so much to the city, and it's really starting to come together, and I can't wait for us to add a few more towers at the top of the city. But for now, first gonna stick to that level. But sadly, I did run out of time, and I do apologize for it being a big buildy episode again, and I'm feeling a ton better, and hopefully next week we can do some super create farms in all the new structures that we created. But let me know down in the comments, what do you think of the new addition of the elevator being hidden in the structure, and the new bridge and the sewer that we're going to use for a storage room. Till next time, take care, bye for now. In the previous episode, we connected this lower level with the upper level by building that massive bridge structure that we used to encase our elevator, as well as hide our brand new storage system that we built a few episodes ago. But with the planned increase of infrastructure in the area behind me, we have noticed a decrease in availability of power in this area. And in today's episode, we will be taking steps towards more efficient solutions for energy in this area, as well as some ethically sourced chicken eggs. But before we can start building this better power station, we're going to have to do some preparation, and what better place to start than right here where we build our first boiler. So the idea with this new power station will be that we use the lava that we already have to squirt that onto some cake bases to make some blaze cakes, and that way we can also upgrade our boiler system to make sure we have enough power. So we're going to use some of our existing materials, some of the existing technology, but add some things to it in the upper level to make it more efficient. And what will those things be that we need? Well, we're going to have to make blaze cakes, and we already have the lava, and we already have the netherrack, which we can crush down into cinder flour, and that we just have to combine with some eggs and sugar. So with all of those things, we short 2 items. An egg farm to make sure we have some eggs, so we're going to have to ethically source those, and then also a sugarcane farm. And the sugarcane farm, I think, needs to be right over here in this area we're standing in now. As for the eggs, I was thinking this area. This could be a nice little pop-up shop area for some ethically sourced eggs. And over here, we'll dig a little bit of a space in here, and we'll make a little warehouse or coop type thing. And we can have our ethically sourced eggs right over here. And I think it's exactly here where we're going to start, and that's by cleaning out this area, getting it all opened up so we can see what we have to work with. And I'm just going to go all the way back here, and we're just going to do something like that. Okay, so we're quite close to this, and we're just going to make sure it goes all the way to the other side. That way we have this whole open area, so we can even do some contraptions and stuff behind the coop if it needs be. So what I'm going to do is I'm quickly going to rip all of this out, and then we'll build the coop together. And just like that, we've got this whole area opened up. And the next thing I want to do is just mark out a floor, because it is very clear that we're going to have walls in certain areas. Namely, we're going to have a wall run down over here at this height or at that level. So we're going to have a floor in this area. Yeah, this seems right. So let's just do a temporary little block, and we're going to make this. We're going to have a wall over here. So we're going to make it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide, and we'll have another wall. And I think if we just do a 5 by 5 square, we should be fine. I do think so. So let's just go like this. That's perfect. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this is our coop. I think this could be our coop. So now we can just go ahead and just strip all of this, and that's going to be the floor for the coop, which I don't hate. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to leave a single open block, and then we're going to continue by adding another floor in here. So this one's also 5, but I think we should make it 10, so it's a bit longer. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and we can just go ahead and fill that in. And this is the back end of everything, because you know, all ethical chicken farms, well, they've got to
ethical backend, I guess. So that's what this is going to be. Now, I think this is perfect for the floors, and the next thing we need to do is maybe look at getting some of the walls switched out and fixed up so it matches the area and it looks a bit more like a functioning space. Okay, so we have walls going all the way from the floor to that roof over there, and that's not going to be the roof of the structure because it's a little bit too high. So what I think we need to do is to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what? I'm actually going to do this at 4. And then we'll still have the ceiling at 5. So we can do beams across like this. Really bringing in some of that old style and feeling. And then we can continue the same, I think, on the other side. But we can maybe make it a bit higher. Maybe right underneath that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that is also 5. So it actually works out perfectly. So we'll do that one there. And we'll do one over here. So we've got that going. And what's this number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we can do... Oh, that is not going to work. Can we do that? Yeah, let's just do that do it like that. So this is the even build, I guess. So it's not going to make a big difference, but yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, that's perfect. So now we only need to add a ceiling in there, and I'm thinking we might go with, I don't know, a lightish type of block. Okay, so I think these are the blocks, and I'm going to make it 2 different blocks because I do like the light color, but I do think it's too much of a contrast. So we're going to do that, and just underneath those, we're going to add those, yeah, because you can still see the light through it, but it just breaks it up a little bit. I do like that. I do like that a ton. We might just add some steel supports over there just to bring in a bit of that more industrial feel that we have on the outside of these structures. So that's what we need to do now, is just fill in the ceiling. And just like that, we've got a pretty snazzy looking ethical egg farm. So I think what we need to do next is just stock up this little area on food and nesting material for all the chickens that will be providing the shop with eggs. So we're going to go about just adding some hay bales in all over this area just to make it look a little bit more cluttered, because again, ethical chickens need nesting material. So we're going to have to do a lot of these all over the place to make sure that they never run out of nesting at all. And I do like the idea of having these at different intervals all over the place, and even maybe we can add some copycat ones with sloped panels and stuff. Yeah, I think we can rip out this one, we can put that over there, we can maybe add something like that, and maybe even a few layers all over the floor. Yeah, something like that, and we can just go ahead, we can cover all of these, we can add these, and just look at that, a whole area filled with chicken feed and chicken nesting, because that's what we do. We feed and nest our ethical chickens. And the shop is ready for business. So let's take a look. First of all, if you come through around the corner, you'll reach this point, which is ethical eggs. Get it? Ethical, because they're ethical. Come on, I know you find it funny. I do. And then when you enter, you are greeted with this quaint little shop, and we only had 2 eggs. We already have 160 eggs in the drawer. So I do believe that this is really working, and it's going to fill up real fast. We have this little entrance, so we did mark this as staff only. I'll just show you guys. And then what I did is I moved all the mob farm eggs down here as well. So we do have them on display. So now we have all the eggs in a single position. And right over here, we've got a little sampler. If you want any fried eggs, we're capable of doing that as well. But if we head on down into the staff only area, it says staff only. You walk on through and you're greeted with this lovely room, and that's it. That's the entire build. Just ignore that staff only. That's just because I don't want people to see the actual create components behind this farm, but I'll give you a slight or a tiny little peek at the ethical egg farm. Pretty ethical, eh? I do promise you that all of these cages do contain food, water, and the necessary nesting materials. And if you don't like this, then slowly back away and pretend like you didn't see
any of this. But see, I need to give a big shout out to Eggs for this idea. You see, I hung out with Eggs on Sunday. I helped him with something minor, and we ended up spending a long time together talking about different builds, our styles, how we got where we are. And he looked at my city and said, we need an egg card. He said we need an egg card in the city where people can get eggs. So for now, I opted to create the egg shop. Thanks, Eggs. And we will add a little card or two maybe throughout the city as we progress. But again, go check out Eggs. I will link his channel down in the comments. Thanks again, Eggs. I appreciate it, and I hope you like the little ethical egg shop. So now we can go ahead and tick off eggs from the list as an ingredient that we need for blaze cakes, leaving us with one ingredient to go: sugarcane. So the next thing we need to do is grab a bunch of resources, head on up to the bridge, and build ourselves a little sugarcane farm. So the area that we're going to use for the sugarcane farm is this bridge. This one's a bit wider than the one over there, and I think this will be the perfect home for it. So my general idea is that we'll leave a few blocks open, we'll plant some rich soil over here with some water in between, we'll have it run all the way to this side, and on this side we'll have a contraption that runs and harvests everything and then brings it back and then stops and then goes again. And I do think we're gonna have to make it so it's on a timer, because I don't want it to be just another minecart contraption that just goes back and forth the whole time. So we might see if we can do that on a timer system. And we can also go back here, because back here we've got quite a lot of room for timing and contraptions and stuff like that. So I do think that this is the perfect area for this farm. So the first thing we need to do is planning, and I do want to come away from this wall quite a lot. So let's make it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we start the farm. And I do think 5 wide is enough, because I'm going to try and add these on the side, which it's going to make it feel a little bit more cramped. But again, I don't worry about the crampedness too much, because it's the theme of the whole city is everything got crammed into the space we had because we only wanted to live on this one rock. And I don't mind that. But let's just quickly see if we make it 3 wide, just what that would look like this. Because obviously it will still work. It will just be less efficient. Oh yeah, I'm sold on the 3 wide. So we're going to end up going for the 3 wide because it just looks a whole lot better. So if we rip out all of... Ooh, we can't do that. I nearly ripped off everything on this bridge. So let's take this out. I guess we could leave that one at least. That's the only one that's left. And then we're going to make it 3 wide. So we're going to bring all of this back to here and all of this. And then we can have it 3 wide like so. And then I think we need to leave 7 open on the other side as well. So if we come back all the way over here, we can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then this will be where that farm ends. And that's quite a long stretch. I do think that's more than enough. We don't have enough rich soil, so we will be using this area to convert some rich soil as well, which is not a problem. We can just modify this farm so it stops before it reaches the area where the mushrooms are. That way the mushrooms don't get harvested by the harvesters every now and then when it gets triggered. But yeah, we've got enough of everything. Now we can just go ahead and add the rest of the trapdoors. And I also want to get a trapdoor system in the roof because I'm going to use a minecart, or I think I'm going to use a minecart or piston or something that we're going to run along the ceiling so you don't have any obstructions in this area nor underneath the structure. Okay, so we've got all of this going. I did add the trapdoors up there that will hide the track that will be pushing the contraption back and forth. I did the organic compost over here, so that will slowly be turning. And I forgot, we don't have to worry about the mushrooms because the harvester won't be running on this level right above the rich soil, but rather one higher because we only want to harvest the top 2 parts of the sugarcane. And I think what we can do is, while we wait, we can go ahead and just plant some of our sugarcane. And you'll notice it doesn't need to be right next to the water. That's because we're using rich soil and it will still grow. So that makes this a whole lot easier.
Oh, okay, but anyway, so that's what that's going to look like. And then right over here we will have our mechanical piston or our gantry. I'm not really sure which one I'm going to use yet, but that will go right over there. And before I even build this, I've already made up my mind. It's going to have to be a gantry system, and the reason for that being way over there, and we need to push this 40 blocks, and this might just be enough, but I don't want to have a piston pole extend into this mountain, because if we go up there and we want to start building things, we don't want to worry about what we can potentially damage. So I'm just going to do a gantry system up there. It's not a big deal. So first things first, we're going to have to place this thing. So this is the level where the rich soil's on, this is the level the crop is on, and then I think what we're going to do is we're going to rip these three out like so. We're going to replace those with industrial iron, and we're going to add our 3 harvesters on top of that. And then from here we're just going to do this and this, and maybe this and this, and I think we're going to have to rip out those as well. Ripping out basically almost everything, and the reason for that being is we can just use these as temporary little blocks, because we're going to have our gantry on this level going all the way over there, but we need to attach these blocks to the gantry, and I'm thinking we can do something really fancy, and it's almost inspired by our lawnmower build from season 1, where we can do something like this and this. We'll have the... oh, is this going to work? I don't think it's going to work. Let's quickly grab the gantry system itself. So we're going to need a gantry. Gantry, there we go. We're going to need some of the gantry poles. I don't know if this is going to work, because now technically the gantry has to go on top of this, which is too high, unless we do something like this. But then we're going to have to modify what this looks like, or we can have this over here, but then it's still not going to solve this problem. Okay, there's a little bit of a design issue. Let me quickly have a bit of a think, and then I'll be right back. Okay, so I had to redesign the entire thing up here, because while I was trying to figure that out, I noticed that I placed the trapdoor on that height, so we will never ever have 3 high sugarcane in the center, which I guess is not a big deal because we do have them going on the side, but again it does bring down efficiency a little bit, so I opted to rather remove this. Oops, we fell into the water, and then we can still have our sugarcane grow 3 high, which is ideal. And that way we can also have our gantry run all the way to that side. And granted, it's not covered up anymore, but I'm sure we can do something with either diagonal girders or even with the trapdoors, just to make it look like it's kind of a structure, like something like that maybe, or even do trapdoors. But I think the trapdoors are just gonna make it look a little bit blocky. I don't hate it. Maybe we can make a pattern. Maybe we can do like a variety of, or like do one of these, 5 of those, one of these, 5 of those. I do think that's going to be the way to go. But for now, I first need to have this run all the way across and remove all of this, and this we're just going to have it run like maybe 2 blocks past this. So that is 1, that's where it's going to stop. So we'll maybe say 2 blocks past, and then we'll just do like a little safety barrier with a different block in this area, so people know not to stand right over here when the harvester fires, which I think it's going to work. I think it's going to look good. So okay, I'm going to rip all of this out, get the rest of the items in, and build that part up there, and then I'll bring you guys right back. Security mesh, I will see if we can add some decals on it. I doubt it, because it's on this side, so we might be able to move it to this side and we can add some decals on there saying warning and all those type of things. But for now, this has been converting, this has been growing, and this has been glued together. I haven't closed the hole yet, just because we need to work on this, and to do that might just add a little door in here that leads out to a platform. I did also think about power, and I think for now we're just going to do 2 water wheels with a timing system that will send this back and forth, and once we have proper power in here, we can replace the water wheels with that power that we're going to generate. But it's in and it should work. I don't know how I feel about those, the brownish color, but we've got it all over. There's nothing we can do about it. unless we clad it, but some parts you'll still see. Then we also have a little output, so we have a kissy up there and a kissy down there. It will go into the system, and the system we will then connect up there to the storage room, or we can even do a little temporary storage right over here until we decide to connect it to the top. So I think what we need to do next is get a little platform in here, get some power, and set up the timing system, and then we can have this contraption run and gather us some sugarcane that will turn into sugar. Okay, so through here I did set up a little system, and it's very rough at the moment. We have 2 water wheels in there, and this is just going at a rotation speed of 16 RPM for now, just so we can test it out. And the timing here has been changed again just to test it. So the general idea is that we will power this once, it will go into this pulse repeater, and this pulse repeater will then... This pulse repeater will be set to 1 hour. So every hour this pulse repeater will fire. It will power this latch, sending a contraption off, and it will run till the very end. But then at the same time it will send a signal to this pulse repeater, which will then fire again after, let's say, a minute or 2 minutes. We're going to have to do that timing, but I think a minute will be more than enough. And it will fire once more to unpower this latch, which then again will bring the contraption back again. The only thing we need to remember is we need to place this piece of redstone once we push this button once. Otherwise it will constantly form a loop that will power this thing, which I don't think it's a problem. I really don't. But what's going to happen is it's going to power this way. So what we might do is we might remove that and just add a normal repeater in there like that. That way the pulse can't go that way, and we get a double unpower. We'll only get it once we do this. So let's test it. So we're going to push that. That's going to run for a minute, and in a minute it should trigger this contraption to go forward. And yeah, let's wait and see if that's going to happen. It is powering. Okay, it's powering, so let's go see. We're going to wait for it to power, and there it fires. It's going to run, and then currently we have only got it set to 10 seconds, so I don't even think it's going to reach this point. But what will happen is it will harvest. Yeah, exactly. And then it will go back, and then this should have triggered the 1 minute cycle again. What I did notice is I don't have a storage on this. We're gonna have to put a storage in, and we'll just replace one of those industrial iron blocks with a storage system, which I think a draw will be sufficient. Okay, let's quickly see. It harvests. Yeah, it's not picking up because there's no storage on the system, but it's working. Okay, so 20 seconds gets us quite far, so I think we can get away with a minute maybe. But okay, I will test that. For now I'm going to change this up to, let's say it fires every 30 minutes. And then we're going to give it a total of, let's say, a minute to go from the one side to the other side. So let's quickly rip that out. Let's add a barrel in there. And now if that add items, it should put them in there. Let's quickly see. Why is that not picking up the items? It's pretty strange that it's not picking up the items. Huh. Okay, well, let me troubleshoot that, and then I'll bring you guys back. Okay, so timing is sorted and inventory sorted. What's happening is when it's stationary like this, it cannot use the portable interface, thus the storage is not working. It just freezes. So let's say, for example, it goes out on a harvest, it harvests 20 pieces of sugarcane. The 20 pieces of sugarcane will remain in the storage until the system fires again. When the system fires, what will happen is the items will first get taken out of the contraption before it goes out on its harvest round. Thus, we need to make sure that there's enough time for it to harvest. So I think 2 minutes will be sufficient, and then it will take some time, empty out, harvest, come back. And when it comes back, it's actually going to keep the amount of items it has harvested in its inventory and only empty it out on the next firing. So for now, what I also did is I changed this down to 30 minutes, and I think that's still maybe a little too long. So I'm going to place it down, or take it down to every 10 minutes. Yeah, every 10 minutes sounds fine. And we're just going to click this. We're just going to make sure it fires. Yeah, it's changing colors. And then out of that 10 minutes, it's going to take 2 minutes to go there and come back. And that should be more than enough. And we can see we've got 547 items in the inventory. I took a little screenshot of that so we can remember. That way we can test it and make sure that it's working perfectly. But that's technically it. That's technically it for this little farm, and it's done. We just now need to let these items run and fill up the rest of the plot farm as we get around to it, and yeah, just gather the items. So we got the ethically sourced eggs, we've got the sugarcane for the sugar. So next episode we can start working on the Blaze Cake Factory, which I'm pretty excited about, because that will mean that really soon we will have better power, which is really actually great news for this level. But with the addition of a new farm, we need to make sure that we have enough citizens to operate this farm. So let's go check out the citizen counter. So we currently have 10,350 citizens. That means the population grew with a total of 15 new subscribers. If you want to be part of the population counter, then do smash that subscribe button and see the number grow on the population counter. So just like that, 2 new farms added to the city. An egg farm, ethically sourced, and a sugarcane farm. And I hope that this brings us closer to really good power generation. So let me know down in the comments, what do you think of the ethical eggs? And also, do you like the new sugarcane farm? And then what do you guys think of adding a bit of leaves and vines hanging from this bridge to show that we built a farm here? I think it's time to add some greenery and some bushes to the build. So remember, like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, and let me know down in the comments. Go comment. Till next time, bye for now. In the previous episode, we added this totally ethical egg farm and shop, as well as a brand new sugarcane farm on the new suspended bridge, all in preparation for a brand new factory. But now that we have ingredients, we need to do processes. So we need to build a brand new factory in the spot behind me, so we can process ingredients into blaze cakes. So as you all can see, the sugarcane farm is working. We have this contraption going back and forth the whole time, harvesting like we planned in the previous episode, but there's a mistake, or not a mistake, there's a hiccup. It's not emptying its inventory, and I've been letting this run a few times, emptying it manually, seeing if it starts to work or something, but it's not. So what I do think we need to do is we need to move the whole portable interface that's taking all of the sugarcane out of the system and maybe put it at the very end over here. So what we'll have then is we'll have the sugarcane in this area falling down straight into this area, which won't be a problem because we are going to use it in the factory down there. So let's grab a few items and see if we can fix the storage. Okay, so I've ripped out everything over there, and the next thing we need to do is place the new collection system in this area over here. So what I did is I made the gantry one shorter, because this is where the actual system will stop that has the portable interface on it, and over here is where the harvesters will be. So first thing we need to do is we need to rip out this, and we're going to put down this right there, which is then our smart chute that will take out all the sugarcane. I don't know, it doesn't need to have a sugarcane filter. It's just so I can maybe lock it in case we need to. And then on top of that, not like that, but like this, we need to do a portable interface. So this will take the sugarcane from this contraption, it will take it out, put it through the chute, and this will then go down to the area underneath it where we will have our items put into a storage system in the bakery. So it's minor, it's not a big change, but this should be sufficient to allow this contraption to work properly. Now with that out of the way, we can start looking at some of the other preparation we can do before we build the new blaze cake factory. Okay, so we have a little temporary sugarcane storage set up over here, and now the next thing we need to bring into this area, well, it's lava, because we're going to need lava to finalize blaze cake production. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tap into one of the lava pipes downstairs, and I'm just going to bring it up and bring it out into this area. And I was thinking we could maybe just have it run up this wall, because there's no reason it can't. So let's hop on down here. There we go. And I think if we were to maybe run it up in this area right here, going up. But before we do that, let's just check down here. There should be lava somewhere close. Yeah, see, we've got lava right over there. Is that the closest line? Yeah, that's the closest line, this one over here. So we'll tap into that, we'll bring it over into the elevator, and then from the elevator, we'll just go straight up all the way through all these floors. It's good we checked, because now this shows us that we can't do that block. So we have to do this one. And that's just going to run through, and then even before it hits this floor, it's going to go through into... Well, it's actually going to just go through, yeah, pump, and it pops out there. So I might actually let it go into the wall underneath and then pop up over here. Or I'll let it go through. I'll just see. But that's quite simple. So like mentioned, we need to go down. So let's go down over here. I don't know how far. Let's just check. Yeah, that's already fine. Let's go down 2 more. 1, 2. And then let's just do this. It's pretty dark. I do apologize for the black stone. It's not the easiest block to work with in this biome. Okay, cool. And then we can tap in over here. Yeah, I think that's kind of perfect. So I'm not going to connect it for now. We're just going to do that. We're going to bring it over like this. Whoops, that's wrong. And then it needs to go up. So here's the thing. Now I need to dig up on this side. Like so, and I'm just gonna do this. Oh, did I miss it? There we go. Okay, cool. So we flew all the way up, but now we can just go down and just place this going all the way up. Okay, so we have the lava pipes running all the way from the bottom to the top here, and then we have it going into the wall and then into this little tank for now. And this is not the final size of the tank, but I was thinking maybe we should connect it up to the system to first make sure we get lava in this area before we start building factories and routing items and all of those things. So I got all my gearboxes, my chain drives and everything in hand, and we can go down over here and see to adding some pumps and getting all of this working, with the first pump being right over here. So right at this intersection, we're going to tap into the lava and we're going to take some still going that way and the other amount going this way. So the first power point will be right over here. And how am I going to do that? Can we do something like this to bring it down? Yeah, I think it will be easier if we take this out and we just do a... No, it's not going to be easier. Okay, wait. Let's just move this pump on by 1 block. So we're going to move all of this. We're going to add those back in there. We're going to do the pump over there. We're going to do that one there. We'll split this around. We'll do that there. And then we can do the chain drives like so, I think. Let's just rip this one out real quick. That's continuing to run. This one should do that. And then we can add a gearbox on top of that. Oh, that's the wrong gearbox. A vertical. Okay, so we need a vertical gearbox. That's my bad. So we'll do vertical gearbox right over here. That should take lava, and now we can do stuff like this just to make sure every now and then we can see where the lava goes. But basically, we now need to continue taking this power and running it all the way over here and taking it all the way to the top. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a few more pumps. And just like that, we've got lava and we have our sugarcane, and you can see the numbers going up, which means the new system is working. And then I also just want to do, let's just get this out of the way. First of all, I did install a button. So we have the elevator, we can call it now, and we don't have a thing in the middle. But also we have these two
items running up, which is this lava, and then the power source or the stress units coming up with the shaft. And I think it just adds to this whole, oh, there we go, whole look of this build with all these pipes and exposed things. So I do really like that. Now, with all of that in place, we need to start looking at getting the resources together for this build, because between episodes I did get way too busy with work, but I did spend some time in a creative world, not a creative work, and I managed to design a very simple but functioning building for this area. And it's not going to be a very big building, because the idea is that I want to do a smallish build in this area. It will be double story, but a lot smaller, and it's crammed in between the tower and another big build that will go in this area in a future episode. So with that said, I think let me quickly get a clipboard ready and see what materials we need, and then we can discuss it before we start gathering it. Okay, I placed the schematic and I got my clipboard ready, and are you ready? These are the items. So we're going to work with quite a lot of bricks. I've been wanting to bring more bricks into this area, but then again, we're just going to go for a lot of the same colored blocks that we've already been using in this layer, but also again a lot of copycat panels, a lot of grays, and a lot of andesites, and not andesites, what do you call it, granite, and then some of the sanded bricks, and then our square gray stained glass. And the reason I'm showing you guys this is because I know that there's been a request for a lighter block palette, and I want to show that we slowly start to bring in color on this level. Remember, the lower level, dark, gloomy, gray, minimal lights and stuff. On this level, a lot more color and light, but not as much as we will have on the very top level, because I want to show progress. So the very top level will be bright and lights and towers and glam and glitz, and or glitz and glam, or whichever way you want it, but there will be glam. So yes, it's grey again, but we do have a little bit of color in the form of some more red bricks. So bear with me, it will all make sense in the long run. So a couple of minutes later, and if we open up this clipboard, you'll notice that we've gathered all the resources we're going to need for this blaze cake factory. So with that said, I want you guys to grab yourself a snack, a drink, sit back and relax as we build this little blaze cake factory. What did I say? A quick little build. And I was really not joking. This was such a tiny little build, but I think it's the perfect size for this area, because like mentioned, I want this to be kind of small, and then I want something really big in this area so we can create some nice passages or walkways and stuff like that. Over here I also have this iron mesh fence type thing, and I don't know if it's going to be work with like a 2 wide, because I know it's a even number, but then a 2 wide alley so you can always see through. Otherwise we should make it 1 wide, but I don't know, 1 wide feels a little bit clumsy or a little bit cramped
I don't know. I'm sounding like I don't want cramped, but I also do want cramped. But that's one thing. And then also we didn't do a lot of decorating on this side because we're going to have a building in this area. But then in the front, we've got a lot of windows. We've got a nice opening. We've got a little bit of an awning over here. I do like that. I like that little detail running in here. The idea is that we have production on this side and production on this side, and then we also have like a little loft area that you go up here, and then we're even going to add some production floating in the air right over here. And then if you look over here, we've got a window peeking out that way and a window peeking out this way, so we can see some of those structures, and then we will also be able to see all the new buildings. And the back is also relatively plain. There's not a lot happening over there. It's kind of similar to the front, just with a whole lot less happening in this area, because again, we can now go ahead and add some things onto this building. But with that said, I think this building is now ready to start adding some of the things we're going to need to turn this into a functioning bakery. So yeah, we need to grab a bunch of things out of this inventory. So the first area we're going to work on is this area over here, and that's going to be combining 3 different resources into a single blaze cake base. Is that even what you call it? Blaze. Let's quickly see this thing. Yeah, it's called the cake base, the blaze cake base, which will then be eggs, sugar, and cinder flour. So first of all, we're going to have to add the basin, and we're going to plonk the basin down right over here. The reason for it being up one in the air is because we need to be able to put items into it. And to avoid getting too technical with power and flow and stuff like that, we're going to do 2 item drains on this side, 2 item drains on this side, and then we're going to add 2 drawer control slave units on either side. We're then going to go ahead and place down 2 brass funnels. One of them we're going to put on sugar, and the other will be cinder flour. And we can make this exactly one. It doesn't really matter because it's anyway just going to compact one, but for now that is how that's going to look. And then from here we can go and place down 1 chute in this area. Then on top of this chute we can go ahead and place ourselves a press, and then we're going to take another chute and place that down over here. So now what we have is we have an input for cinder flour, we have an input for sugar, and then this area over here will be the input for eggs. So again, we're just going to go ahead, add ourselves a smart chute, another controller slave, give this a little filter, and then let's also make it exactly 1 for the time being. And that should be all the inputs, and all we need to do now is give this thing power and also connect it up to the storage system where the eggs will be stored, and also add this to an internal storage or a little smaller storage that we can, well, I wanted to say run independently, but I'm thinking we should maybe just tap into it, because if I'm not mistaken, we've got frame trims right over here. So we can literally maybe run across the floor like this, all the way over, and connect those items, or those 2. And then that one we might connect via the wall. Okay, I'm quickly going to get the ones in the floor in, and then we'll take it from there. Okay, so all of this has been set up and connected. We can see with this, we can see all the items in the storage system, as well as that one and this one. And because we already have eggs in the system, we've already inputted those into this little contraption. Another thing I did is I turned this little press so we can power it from the back. So we will take power out the back, and that way we justify this little alleyway, and the power will then also run all the way to the top, because at the top we need to create sugar and we need to create cinder flowers. So I was thinking that we can maybe do these little contraptions floating. So I would say we can maybe do our little slave over there and a drawer slave over there, and then we can add our crushing wheels. Will I be able to reach that? Well, not like that, but in this area with a little chute underneath and repeat on this side. So then we have those in there, and I'm just thinking we need to connect these storage like drawer controller, this drawer slave controllers. So maybe we can run it down and all the way around to this side and up there to connect those. And then we go down maybe in the corner. Yeah, maybe in the outside corner.
We can run all down there. We run on all the way to the bottom and connect it over there. Yeah, I think that is what we're going to do. So before we add any of these, let me quickly get in the rest of these draw control, or not draw controllers, draw trims. So we have all of these connected up, and then we can continue building the create components. Okay, so we've got these connected. There you can see this one is connected to the main storage as well as this one. And that means that we're kind of ready to start connecting these up to some crushing wheels and the crushing wheels up to those little draw controllers down there. So how we're going to do that, we're going to go down, I think, just 1, 2, 3 like this. And then we're going to have another chute over there. We're going to have the crushing wheels, and we'll have a chute over here. So can we... No, we can't from down here. Okay, let's do another 3 on this side first, and then we're going to see if we can just do a little sidewards connection. So if we jump on back up here, and if we do this and this, is that enough? And then 1 up. Yeah, that should be fine. Because now we've got side, side, and then 1 up. Oh, you know what we did forget? We're going to have to come up 1 more, and then we'll go 2 to the side. Because now the crushing wheel's over here, and we'll have like a... What do you call the copper, the brass, a smart chute again. And the reason why this has to go up 1 more, because we need to actually, and I did bring them along, we need to do this real quick. We're going to add those 2. We're going to have sugar. We're going to have, what do you call it, cinder flour. And then we need to grab our keys. It's the one on the keychain. We're going to quantify, and we're going to lock them. And now we can rip out this one. Yeah, let's do that real quick. And we can rip this out, and we put that there. So now this is our sugar draw. So we will gather sugar until this reaches 2048, which is the amount for that draw. And then on this side, we'll rip that one out, and we'll do one like this that will fill up with cinder flour until we reach 2048. Yeah, that's the 2 that was missing, because we're not going to have those in the main storage. We're going to have them down there. And now that we have those there and we have these here, we can go ahead and add 2 crushing wheels, 2 crushing wheels. And now we need to add smart chutes. But I think before we add smart chutes, we're going to rip out these 2 again, because I don't want to add smart chutes and then random items start falling out. So instead we'll have a smart chute, a smart chute. This one we're going to add netherrack onto it, and I think we can just leave it on standard 64. I don't think we need to put a limit on that. And this one needs to have sugarcane on it. Do we have sugarcane? We've got sugarcane on the roof. I forgot I had to move this little storage thing right over here. So we'll grab 1 sugarcane like so. And we can just add sugarcane to the other one, because that's literally what's going to go into this side. We're going to push sugarcane through the crushing wheels, and that will give us sugar. I just need to make sure, can we do this through the crushing wheel? We can. We'll get 2 sugarcane and 10%. 2 and okay, it's exactly the same. So yeah, crushing wheels. Plus I think they'll just look super cool. Now with that done, I think we can technically rip out all of this, because we don't need any of this anymore. I do think, however, we're going to grab ourselves some shaft, and we're just going to go across like so, and across like so maybe. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then let's quickly grab, we need to grab some girders. We're going to put down some girders. I don't think you can... Oh, you can place them on. Okay, cool. Well, okay, no, see, now I'm making a big mess of things. So we need to just do a girder over there, girder over there. Why doesn't it want to place that one? There we go. Okay. Rip that one out. And then we'll do... Maybe we'll do girder, girder. And then we'll rip this one out, and we'll turn these into copycat slabs. We're going to have to rip this one and this one out as well. And then we can just have like a diagonal coming down and going into a industrial iron
slab floor. Yeah, I think that could work. Okay, so that's basically it. So all of these things are in the correct position, and all I need to do now is give all of this on this side power, and then we also just need to add this little area. So what I'm going to do first is we're going to connect the power on this side, and once we have the power on, we know everything's working, we can add these drawer slaves back into the mix. Just before we do the power, I would like to mention that, okay, well, I finished that, but what I really wanted to mention was we need to add these. So it's just shift-click onto those to get those connected. And then also, we need to add something where we actually take the item that we're creating out of the system, putting it into another drawer or something maybe that will pop out on this side and feed into this little area. We're not going to do that, however. We're first going to allow this to make ourselves one blaze cake base before we connect all of that. But yes, for now, power. Okay, so everything's turning, everything's spinning, and everything seems to be working. We do, however, still need to connect these up to the storage system. But I would just like to mention we did have one problem, and that is with the total amount of power we had left. See, we tapped into the system running along this line. We were fortunate enough it was right down there, and we tapped into it, which is the power that comes from the windmills, and we overstressed the whole contraption. So these are only turning at 32 RPM at the moment, as well as that little mechanical press, and we still need to add the spout that pumps the lava onto the blaze cake bases. So we are quite limited in regards to power, but hopefully after we set up this, we can start looking at building a new power station, which will then mean we will have a lot more power to go around. But first of all, I think I'm going to connect this side up. So if we chuck this on here, we'll give it a few seconds and we see that it works. Now the only question is, why is it not picking up the netherrack yet? Okay, it's connected. Same on this side. Okay, it's strange that that side's not picking up now. We tested it in both earlier and they were both working. Is that a trim? That is a trim. Oh, did I maybe destroy the connection at the bottom when I did the rest of the power? It can't be. That runs there. That's frame trim, frame trim. It goes all the way up and all the way over. Oh, does it run there? I think it actually runs if we go to the outside. I think the framed trims actually run on that second layer. Bricks. Yeah, see, there's a frame trim. So we somewhere managed to break it, which I think was the center over there. So if we do this and we just rip this out quickly, frame trim, frame trim, frame trim, bricks. Yeah, the frame trim's the one right behind this, because this is also a frame trim. So we're going to have to rip this one out and then just do this and this, I guess. Oh, well, not like that though. So let's just do this real quick again. Yep, let's try that again. So that's a framed trim and frame trim, frame trim. And now all of that should work out perfectly. That can become a normal brick again. This can do that again. And now that should connect up. Let's quickly go check it. Yep, that should be fine. Let's just run around real quick. Let's see. Yeah, that's connected now as well as... No, still nothing happening. Okay, I'm quickly going to go check why we're not getting any nether bricks in the system. And the problem's right over here. We removed all the other drawers, so currently we do have netherrack in the system, but it's not connected to the storage drawer. So the simplest way to fix that is I'm just going to use blank trims for now. Let's see. Yep, it should work. So we're just going to use blank trims, and the reason for that is because we still need to fix up this area once we connect all the storage drawers. But if we fly up here, are we getting any blaze? Well, we see something happening, and it's going to take a while to process because we have it on 64 items at a time, and we can actually change that now to exactly 16 until we can increase the speed of these little contraptions. Oop, there we go, just fell down. But there we see we've got cinder flour in the system, so that's perfect. And now the only thing we need to do is just connect the sugarcane up, and I'm thinking we might change it so we actually have drawer trims running along the floor over here and then just connecting to this trim over there. It's been done. I moved the sugarcane to this position over here, so now we have the system running, delivering the sugarcane, storing it in this area, and we added trims running along the floor over here and connecting to this main line that connects our main storage to all the other parts of the city. So we currently have the sugarcane connected as well, so we have that processing. But not only that, we actually ran this contraption and it made a ton of blaze cake bases. You can see there's 64 in the system. We've got another chute over here. This takes out the blaze cakes, puts it into, well, the blaze cake bases, puts it into a trim that runs over here, and I've already added this part as well. So this side we just have a little pumping station pumping lava onto the blaze cake bases and then putting them into the storage system. So you can see we filled up on the bases, but we only have 6 blaze cakes. That's because I inverted the signal. It'll make sure to gather 90 and will turn on once we reach 80% again. And then what this does, it locks not only this brass funnel but also this normal andesite funnel as well. So what we can do is we can just invert this, say yes, and there you have it. We have blaze cakes coming out of the system and pouring over, going into this area. I just want to move this because it's not going to bug me. But this will now slowly start to fill up until we have a total of 2048 blaze cakes. And we will add upgrades to these drawers once we have more sugarcane going, once we have more power and everything. But for now, I do think this is a really good start towards a solution for our power problem. So yeah, let me know down in the comments, what do you think of this little blaze cake factory? Again, remember, most of my builds are not about being efficient, but about being functional and working. But with blaze cakes being processed in the background, it is time for us to check in on the population counter. You see, we currently have 10,367 citizens living in the city. That means our population increased by 17 new citizens since the last episode. If you want to become part of this population counter, then do remember to hit that subscribe button and help us count towards our next big goal. Well, with the population counter updated, the blaze cake factory built, and blaze cakes being made, it is time for us to say goodbye till the next episode. And remember, down in the comments, let me know, what do you think of this cute little build, and do you think we should tackle the power plant next, or maybe another build before we reach the power plant? But till then, remember to smash that subscribe button if you haven't done so yet, and ring the notification bell so you don't miss out on another episode. And also, hit the like button, as it really helps out this video a ton. Till next time, bye for now.